Affaires courantes ordinaires.
Routine proceeding.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projets de loi.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committee. The honourable member for Humber River, Blackroot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to present in both official languages the 22nd report of the Standing Committee on International Trade entitled Selected United States and European Union Trade-Related Measures, Some Impacts on Canada's Fishing Sector. Mr. Speaker, this is timely given the very issues that we are contemplating and discussing today, so I'm pleased to be able to present the report.
Presenting reports from committee, the honourable member for Scarborough-Gilwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 16th report of the Standing Committee on National Defence entitled Supplementary Estimates B 2024-25, Vote 1B under Communications Security Establishment, and Votes 1B, 5B, and 10B under Department of National Defence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture de
First reading of Senate public bills.
motions. Mr. Leslie, seconded by Mr. Pacer, moves that the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development presented on Monday, October 30th, 2023, be concurred in. Debate. The honourable member for...
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. It is always an honor to rise in this place, and in today's matter is one about transparency and common sense ideas. Because contained within this report are a few common sense recommendations that, unfortunately, this Liberal government and their radical Minister of the Environment have chosen to simply ignore. Now, make no mistake, Madam Speaker, there has never been a more ideologically driven Minister of the Environment than the one we have today. Even if we set aside the previous arrests and the utter disdain for Canada's energy sector, I truly believe at some point in the not-too-distant future we will all come to realize that we have never had such an incompetent and ineffective Minister of the Environment for Canada. Now, not only has he failed to improve Canada's climate outcomes, Canada's performance is actually even the worst in the G7, despite the claims that they may make all of the time. He has imposed a crippling carbon tax that punishes seniors trying to heat their homes during our cold winters. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, in Manitoba, the rumors are true, it does get cold, and they deserve to have that same heat and quality of life. He targets moms and dads who are struggling to fill their tanks to take their kids to school, to hockey practice, to soccer practice, to music lessons, or anything else. That is, if they can still afford to put their kids in such important programs like that. This minister has done more damage to Canada's economy than almost any other minister of the Crown in our nation's history. He has forced us to pay for his carbon tax. And for what, Madam Speaker? The Liberals may not want to admit it, publicly at least, but they are nowhere near meeting their emissions targets. Simply put, they are failing. Failing because their climate plan was never about the climate, it was always about taxes. Their carbon tax is a major contributor to the inflation that is driving up the cost of everything, causing millions of Canadians to visit food banks every year just to put something in their stomachs after not knowing where their next meal is going to come from. And in Canada, we now have a resurgence of scurvy because people can't afford enough fruits and vegetables. Scurvy! This is insane. This is embarrassing. And the fact that this Prime Minister's legacy will be a country where people can't buy enough nutritious food to keep themselves healthy is something that I imagine he will be very ashamed of when his tenure comes to an end. Now, while Canadians are being forced to pay for this Liberal carbon tax, most people I talk to sadly recognize that we are in a cost of living crisis. While we are threatened by tariffs from our largest trading partner, while our GDP per capita declines steadily, while millions of Canadians are just $200 away from insolvency, while household debts has reached new record highs, and while the vast majority of young people that I talk to can't afford to buy a home and frankly have lost all hope and have given up the idea of even trying to ever have that happen in their lives. This minister is on a mission for some strange reason to continue down this path of quadrupling the carbon tax. And probably more if given the chance when he gave a very unclear answer at our Environment Committee just last week. And he still thinks everything is fine. It's not fine. It's not fine for millions of people in this country. I have never met anyone more out of touch, more disconnected from the realities facing Canadian families, students, seniors, and everybody else. He has no understanding of the pain and suffering that he is causing right now, and it certainly doesn't appear that he even cares about it. He thinks we should all just shut up and pay his carbon tax because he knows what's best for people. He has lost the plot, Madam Speaker. He has climbed so far up the CN Tower, his ivory tower, that he has lost all sense of reality. Now, this brings me to the number 2 recommendation within the report, one that clearly states one that the Minister and the Prime Minister surely did not read, and I will also mention, Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa. Now, this recommendation is that the government must direct its incentives to technologies that actually reduce emissions, and what a reasonable idea that is. Now, thank goodness for the Commissioner of the Environment, who has shown a glaring spotlight on this Liberals' Net Zero Accelerator initiative. Now, it's like the Liberal ministers are playing poker with each other. I see your green slush fund and I raise you a net zero accelerator fund. It is an $8 billion Liberal boondoggle in the making. $8 billion handed over to large multinational corporations while the Minister of Environment taxes seniors, students, families, and anybody else he can get his hands in their pockets for. The findings of the Environment Commissioner's report regarding the $8 billion initiative are terrifying to say the least. This program, touted as one of the cornerstones of the Liberal government's climate efforts, has been nothing but a complete failure. The Liberals have mismanaged this fund to the point of negligence, like many other things that they have gotten their hands on. The department failed to track whether the initiative was delivering real value for money in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. A reasonable idea, value for money audits. The Liberal government has failed to do that. Now, simply put, taxpayers have no idea of knowing if their hard-earned tax dollars are going to something that's actually going to reduce emissions as it claims to do. So let's talk numbers, Madam Speaker. The report shows that for 5 corporations that actually had a commitment to reduce emissions in their contracts, the cost of taxpayers to reduce just 1 ton of greenhouse gases was $143 per ton. Now, that might sound like a lot, but it actually gets much worse. For the other 12 projects funded with that same $8 billion, there are no signed commitments to reduce emissions whatsoever. Because these projects did not have any signed contributions, the Commissioner's audit found that the overall cost is $523 per ton of emissions reduced under this program. Now, the Liberals promised results like they always do, and once again have failed to deliver on yet another promise, and have just simply delivered another wasteful program. It's not one that can measure results. That is not how you develop a program for anything. They have squandered billions with no real clear targets, no clear outcomes, and no clear plans of how to achieve anything. This is not a climate action plan. It is a tax funder paid boondoggle. So our Environment Committee did the responsible thing and passed a motion demanding full access to the contracts the Liberals signed with these massive corporations. And of course, our common sense Conservative team led the charge because we believe that taxpayers should know where their money is being spent and if it's being spent in a useful manner. But here's the kicker. The Liberal government completely disregarded our committee's motion, stonewalling us for months. And then once they did kind of hand over the documents, they had pulled out hundreds that we simply couldn't see and redacted so much of it that it made it largely irrelevant. They simply don't want members of Parliament and therefore Canadians to know where $8 billion is going. They don't want us to know how many jobs may or will not be maintained or ever created. They don't want us to know how much emissions will actually be reduced through any of these program spendings. It's ridiculous to say the least, Madam Speaker. It is insane how far this Prime Minister and his radical Minister of Environment will go to hide the truth. Exhibit A, the ongoing Green Slush Fund debate here in the House of Commons. They don't care about outcomes. They care about announcements. They care about press releases and press conferences. They care to be seen to be doing something, not actually doing anything. It's virtue signaling on the taxpayer's dime. It's lazy environmental policy, and it's simply no way to run a government. They are failing, and they are failing miserably. Members of Parliament simply need to see how these tax dollars are being spent. We deserve to know if the Net Zero Accelerator is accomplishing its stated goals. And while the Liberal MPs on committee gave every lame excuse that they could not to learn the truth, it was the Conservatives that got them to vote in favour of the motion we passed at that committee, that given the government has failed to provide the committee with the following documents and information relating to their $8 billion Net Zero Accelerator Fund, all complete contribution agreements signed to date for the Net Zero Accelerator, the government's complete tracker tool used to measure the Net Zero Accelerator's progress and results, and all internal Net Zero Accelerator targets set by the government, including the government's Net Zero Accelerator emissions reduction targets. A very reasonable motion passed at our committee. And guess what? The Liberals are doing what they always do. They are trying to defy Parliament once again. They refuse to abide by this motion, and today it is just the beginning of our mission to discover how rotten this Net Zero Accelerator Fund truly is. We deserve to know results because Canadians deserve to know results. We represent the people who pay their taxes to fund these sorts of programs, and it's ridiculous that the Liberals are continuing to try to hide the truth. The Environment Committee has much more work to do in order to get to the bottom of this boondoggle and find solutions that can actually deliver results for taxpayers, because Canadians deserve nothing less. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, I have found this a fascinating exposition in avoiding actual facts. So right now, when we're looking at emissions in Canada are at the lowest they've been in almost 3 decades, and that's actually verified by independent reports. So when the member opposite keeps talking about everything that he believes we should do to stop fighting climate change, I'm fascinated because we actually see that what we're doing is working. But let's say one more thing, because I have this question. Economists across Canada have said that the most efficient way to fight climate change is the price on carbon pollution. If they want to remove it, what's the Conservative plan?
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for the question, although I wish she would have listened to my speech, because what I was talking about is how the Liberals need to stop wasting money without achieving any results. And we, in fact, know that the Liberal government is failing in its objectives thanks to the work of the Environment Commissioner, highlighting that they are not on track in any way to meet their stated emissions reduction goals. We also have a report showing that Canada is 62nd of 67 in the world. We are last in the G7. If this is achieving something, I don't know what they think they are trying to accomplish here. They are failing. And in terms of the carbon tax, I would invite that member to come to my riding, talk to my constituents, and try to see if they think they're better off under this carbon tax.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. The recommendation 2 of this report asks that we require the government to prove that these are efficient means before we implement them. The first thing I'm thinking of is carbon capture. We've been talking about this all day. It's been tested elsewhere, and it doesn't work. So I would like to hear what my colleague has to say about this. Does he think that we should first prove that this works elsewhere before investing colossal amounts in this? I don't want it to blow up in 15 years.
Well, thank you for the question, and I appreciate that that member understands the need to actually focus on results for taxpayer dollars. And in terms of carbon capture and storage, yes, it seems like a promising lead in a way to actually reduce emissions. And the good news is the private sector is leading the way in this. They are the ones that are trying to make investments and reduce their emissions. So while the technology is promising, I think there is so much more because we are innovative. If we had a government that stopped stifling through regulation and legislation the innovators and entrepreneurs in this country, we would more rapidly, through technology, not taxes, achieve the emissions reduction goals that this country has aimed to, and under our Conservative government, we will.
Honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, but the member didn't completely answer the question. Really, my colleague's question was about, are you going to hand over public money to private companies for an unproven technology that, you know, in other areas is being used to produce more oil, to raise emissions? Carbon capture and storage, as the IPC has said, is one of the most expensive, least proven at scale technologies to meet our net zero goals. This government has given over $5.8 billion to profitable oil and gas companies when they could be doing this themselves. Will the member commit to pushing for private investment into carbon capture and storage if they so choose, but to no longer put public money into unproven technology?
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Thank you to my colleague from the Environment Committee. Listen, CCUS is one example. What I'm focused on, I think the first principle as when the new common sense Conservative government steps in, is to review programs like this to see where money has been wasted and where it has been successful. And thanks to the work of the Environment Commissioner, we now know that this is a failed project. Once again, I am more than proud to say that we are going to unleash Canada's energy potential. Stop the strangulation of our energy sector and let them do the investing, both in terms of emissions reductions and, yes, creating wealth for Canadians once again in this country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dauphin River Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, as a member of the Standing Committee on Environment, it's an honour to speak on the work of our committee. I was fortunate to work on the committee's 10th report on clean technologies. This report proved that technology, not taxes, should be the foundation of environment policy. Unfortunately, this Liberal government is hell-bent on ploughing ahead with their failed carbon tax without getting any environmental results. Madam Speaker, there is an old saying that only when the tide goes out, you discover who's been swimming naked. With multiple reports being published recently, it's clear the Liberals have been swimming naked in waters of environmentalism for years. Last month, Canada's independent, nonpartisan Environment Commissioner released a damning audit that revealed the Liberals will not meet their own emissions reductions targets despite ploughing ahead with their plan to quadruple the carbon tax. The Commissioner revealed that under this Prime Minister, Canada has the worst record for emissions reductions in the entire G7. In fact, according to the 2025 Climate Change Performance Index that was just released, Canada now ranks 62 out of 67 countries in environmental performance under this Environment Minister. That's 4 rankings lower than 2 years ago, despite multiple carbon tax hikes on Canadians. With such an embarrassing ranking, it's no wonder the Environment Minister is trying to discredit this report by saying, and I quote, "some random international assessment that doesn't reflect Canada's policies and reality," end quote. No, Minister. It's a report that doesn't reflect your imaginary fantasy that you want it to be. Not surprisingly, dozens of countries around the world that do not punish their people with a carbon tax are significantly outperforming Canada on this environmental index. That's why I asked the Independent Environment Commissioner if Canada could achieve its targets without a carbon tax. He said yes. For 9 years, the Liberals falsely claimed the carbon tax was the only way to meet their environmental targets. They were once again proved wrong. It's for these reasons that Canadians are rejecting the failed so-called environmental policies of this government. Canadians understand that this Prime Minister and his radical Environment Minister are inflicting a lot of economic pain with no environmental gain. Madam Speaker, it's not just the carbon tax that the Environment Committee has been exposing. It seems like every meeting there is a new Liberal scandal or cover-up that's being exposed at the Environment Committee. The Liberal government's $8 billion Net Zero Accelerator Fund may win the top prize for this government's most expensive environmental scam yet. Most Canadians tuning in right now have probably never heard of the government's $8 billion Net Zero Accelerator Fund. And I find this surprising for 3 reasons. 1, Canadian taxpayers are literally being charged $8 billion for this program. 2, this government usually brags about how much money they are spending. And 3, the Liberals claim the $8 billion Net Zero Accelerator would significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But instead, the Liberals have gone incognito on their $8 billion Net Zero Accelerator Fund. I wonder why. After Canada's Independent Environment Commissioner audited the $8 billion Net Zero Accelerator Fund, I got pages out of order. We're in trouble now. I have lost page 5. Anyways, when I asked the commissioner how many emissions have been reduced by this $8 billion emission program, he stated, and I quote, "I can't say." Madam Speaker, I asked the commissioner how many emissions have been reduced by this $8 billion program that was supposed to reduce emissions, and he said, "I can't say." But it gets better. When I asked the Environment Minister's top official what government's emissions reductions target of the $8 billion fund was at the Public Accounts Committee, I asked the Deputy Minister how many emissions were reduced, and he stated, "I don't know." Can you imagine this, Madam Speaker? It was such an outrageous misuse of taxpayers' funds that all parties, except for the Liberals, called an emergency meeting at the Environment Committee. Madam Speaker, when the Bloc Quebec MP from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert found out about the $8 billion slush fund, he stated, and I quote, "The whole thing is kind of uncomfortable. I remind everyone that the Net Zero Accelerator has $8 billion in funding. Everyone here represents constituents who expect us to do our job, which is to hold the government to account for this money it spends," end quote. I agree with the Bloc member. This is more than embarrassing, though. This is corrupt. Madam Speaker, I can guarantee you that Canadians want to know why they're paying $8 billion for this failed and fraudulent sludge fund. Conservatives on the Environment Committee called on Liberals to release the funding details of their $8 billion Net Zero Accelerator Fund to the public, but the government refused. That's why the Environment Committee ordered the government to hand over all contracts to the committee so we could find out the truth. Instead of handing over the contract to parliamentarians, the Liberals locked the contracts in a room and put a gag order on every MP who viewed them. Any MP who read the $8 billion worth of contracts was forced to lock up their phones, not take any notes, and prevented from discussing what they saw. I was one of those MPs, and I understand why the Liberals have gagged me. I was absolutely shocked of what I saw. But, as I said, the government has placed me and all the members of the Environment Committee under a gag order to prevent us from disclosing the truth. I will tell you something, though. Over 65 pages of Net Zero Accelerator contracts were redacted, and over 360 pages were completely ripped out. Absolutely ripped out of the contracts, Madam Speaker. Someone in the Liberal government ordered over 360 pages of the Net Zero Accelerator contracts to be ripped out to prevent parliamentarians from seeing what $8 billion was spent on. This sounds like borderline criminal. Did the Minister of Environment order this to be done? Did the Prime Minister order this to be done? Who ripped out the pages of the Net Zero Accelerator contracts to hide the truth? Who poured black ink on the contracts to cover up the lines? Who will be accountable for this $8 billion scam? The Liberal government defied the will of Parliament by failing to hand over the contracts of their $8 billion Net Zero Accelerator Fund. It's very clear they are hiding something. The Environment Commissioner caught the Liberals giving away billions of tax dollars to large multinational companies without any commitment to reduce emissions. This could be very well the government's most expensive scandal yet. If the NDP were truly opposed to corporate handouts, they would be outraged. If the Bloc was truly cared about the environment, they would be outraged. As if any member of Parliament cared about accountability, they would be outraged. Madam Speaker, I can promise you that Canadians are outraged. Canadians deserved answers on this Liberals government's fake, failed, and fraudulent $8 billion net zero accelerator fund. They deserve to know what companies received $8 billion worth of taxpayers' money and what money was spent on. Madam Speaker, I would therefore move the following amendment and seconded by my colleague of Langley Algrove on behalf of Canadians of paying this $8 billion scam. And that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following. The 10th report of the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development presented on Monday, October 30th, 2023, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration with a view to studying the implementation of the Net Zero Accelerator Initiative and to support the committee with this study and order of the House to do so. 4, A, copies of all signed contribution agreements and term sheets, including schedules of work for each contract for the Net Zero Accelerator Initiative. B, a copy of the government's tracker tool used to measure the Net Zero Accelerator Initiative's progress as results. And C, copies of documents which described all internal Net Zero Accelerator Initiative targets set by the government, including the government's Net Zero Accelerator Initiative emissions reduction target, provided that these documents shall be laid upon the table in both official languages and in a complete and unredacted form within 2 weeks of adoption of this order, following which they shall stand referred to the committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Major, seconded by Mr. Van Poppel. I thank the honourable member for introducing the amendment, and we will take it under advisement and return to the House. Questions and comments? The honourable member for King's Heads.
Interesting that the Conservative Party is moving a concurrence report on environment. I listened to the member from Portage-Lisker and to some extent the member from Dauphin as well. I didn't hear a whole lot about what the Conservative Party actually stands for in relation to environmental plans. This government is the first in Canadian history to actually reduce GHG emissions and grow the economy at the same time. So, you know, it's very interesting to have the Conservatives throw darts. They have very little of actual tangible plans, but I do have a very precise question for the honourable member. It was interesting, the member from Portage-Lisker used to lobby me when he was working for the Grain Growers of Canada about the importance of the clean fuel standards. The honourable member has a lot of grain farmers in his neck of the woods. The clean fuel standard is helping to drive demand in their sector and helping drive down emissions. Will that member stand up and support the clean fuel standards if he were in government and support that for the Conservative Party, or will they scrap that and hurt grain farmers too?
The honourable member for Dauphin, River-Nepois.
Madam Speaker, I just gave a speech on an $8 billion fraud ran by this government. Over 70% of the contracts gave no commitment to reduce emissions. And the whole idea behind the $8 billion was to reduce emissions, Madam Speaker. This member cannot be taken serious, and either can this government.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for bringing up this important issue in the House. I think this is interesting that the Conservatives should be looking at sustainable development issues, but I'm no less concerned for what's to come. So the report calls for the government to use the Canadian strategy, to look at the Canadian strategy on critical minerals and with a view to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and the creation of sustainable jobs. So coming to strategic critical minerals, I think that's the key to electrify transportation. And when you look at what's happening in the U.S., there's one lithium mine that's active in Canada. It's in my riding. So how are we going to develop our products that we export to the U.S. if we don't accelerate the creation of mines with clean technology? To help our resource regions, there should also be processing in the same area as the mines. What does my Conservative colleague think of that?
I'll bring this back around to reducing emissions and what this accelerator fund was all about. The Commissioner testified at committee on this scandal, and he stated, and I quote, "We also found that the department did not always know to what extent greenhouse gas emissions had been reduced by those companies that took part in the Net Zero Accelerator initiative, on whether the funding provided would lead to reduced emissions," end quote. $8 billion, and our Environment Commissioner couldn't find a shred of evidence on over 70% of those contracts of whether they're reducing emissions. It's absolutely absurd.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech, and I would hope that all members can agree that the Net Zero Accelerator Fund, the Environment Commissioner's report is deeply concerning. You know, as members of Parliament, as we look at the documents that we've been provided, it's hard to get a sense of what's actually going on because of the redactions and the missing pages. But we do have the Environment Commissioner's report, which really outlines clearly that something is amiss when a government hands out billions of dollars and doesn't link that to emissions reductions. So that, you know, the member is correct in presenting this, but I think what he needs to answer is that Canadians right now are looking at this, wondering, Conservatives can't even agree if climate change is real. In the past, when Harper was in power, they handed out billions of dollars to profitable oil and gas companies in the form of fossil fuel subsidies. So will the member commit to stopping the handouts to profitable oil and gas companies and pushing this government to do the same?
The Honourable Member for Dauphin-Swan River Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, I understand what my NDP colleagues up against here. Here, they've been basically duped by this Liberal government. All of this time, for the last 9 years, they've been telling us we're going to reduce emissions. $8 billion of taxpayers' dollars is going out and going to the heaviest emitters, and I might add, 2 oil and gas companies as well. NDP should be outraged about this finding, and they should be supporting us on getting this back to committee. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and what a pleasure it is to be able to rise and speak to yet another concurrence report, Madam Speaker. Interesting enough, you know, the Conservatives are in fact continuing with the game that they began a number of weeks ago. And that is the reason why we have a concurrence report. And before I get into a number of concerns that I have, let me just amplify why all members, if you're a parliamentarian in the House of Commons, why it is that you should be concerned with what we continue to see coming from the Conservative Party consistently. When they bring in a concurrence report, they also bring in amendments to it. And the amendments is an instruction. So what they're doing is they're sending the reports back to standing committees. And in some cases, they're saying, we want you to call X, Y, and Z individuals to be able to come before committee and answer questions. Ultimately, Madam Speaker, I would argue that the leader of the Conservative Party, in his drive to control every aspect of members of Parliament, is now trying to say that the Conservative caucus wants to dictate what it is that standing committees should be studying and who it is we should be calling before standing committees. Far more than any other government that we have seen in recent history, Madam Speaker. And I think we should all be concerned about that, because yet again we see another concurrence report where we are telling a standing committee, we are saying the report you sent Not good enough. We're sending it back, and we want X, Y, and Z. And that is something in which is consistent with the leader of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. The borderline contempt of whether it's the floor of the House of Commons through a multi-million-dollar self-serving filibuster, to what we're witnessing in his desire to fill the space of standing committees. And we shouldn't be surprised because, as I say, he took his training from no one else but Stephen Harper himself when Stephen Harper was held in contempt of Parliament for not the production of documents along with other things, Mr. Speaker. And his parliamentary secretary, his point person on the issue, was in fact the leader of the Conservative Party. So what we witness, Madam Speaker, is yet another concurrence report today. This time they've chosen to deal with the issue of the environment, Madam Speaker.
Well, how dare us?
And I can tell you, many would argue, how dare you, in the sense that the Conservatives don't really recognize climate change, and yet they want to talk about the environment, Madam Speaker. And the reason why they want to talk about the environment is to downplay the role that the government can actually play in protecting the environment, Madam Speaker. And I'll get into that shortly. But not before I amplify how abusive the leader of the Conservative Party is towards democracy and the functionality of the House of Commons, Madam Speaker. Because that is something that is of a very serious issue that all Canadians need to be aware of. Think about it in terms of this is something in which, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you is only a hint of the type of grab for power and the thrive that he has, and to the degree in which he's prepared to sacrifice the interests of Canadians because of his own personal self-interest, Madam Speaker.
Order from the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I rise specifically in relation to the fact that you have taken under advisement the amendment to the motion that was made by my colleague from Swan River, Neepawa. And I just wanted to add, if I could, Madam Speaker, a little bit of context as to how I would suggest that it is within the scope of the discussion, because the report does in fact talk about the Net Zero Accelerator and therefore making this amendment relevant, and that concurrence motions and amendments to concurrence motions have been used time and time again to structure a committee's follow-up study, including, and I would list a number of examples, deadlines for reports, topics to study, new recommendations to be made, witnesses to hear from, and that includes witnesses being ordered to appear. Therefore, it follows that this is relevant to that the House can support a committee by ordering documents to be reviewed as part of that study. Therefore, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that the amendment that my colleague made is not only relevant but pertinent and follows the precedent that has been set in this place. And I would just further to note, I know the Parliamentary Secretary isn't very happy about having to debate these sorts of things, but it appears that Conservatives have a better grasp and control of the House than the governing party does.
I thank the Honourable Member for the clarification. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, that's somewhat humorous. You know, you give me a dozen grade 12 students from Sisler High, Maple, St. John's, R.B. Russell, Children of the Earth, and I can cause the same sort of commotion that the Conservatives play day in and day out for the last number of weeks. And in fact, Madam Speaker, I suspect I could even give half of them to actually have to go without written speech material, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, I was highlighting how it is that we have a leader of the Conservative Party that is abusive, Madam Speaker, abusive in terms of the manner in which the procedures and what we take place here on the floor of the House or in our standing committees, and his history does not reflect well in terms of how he would handle the the House of Commons or the Parliament institution if, in fact, he was ever given the power of being in government, Madam Speaker. And we should be concerned about that. For many, many weeks now, as an example, we have been actually in a filibuster on a motion, a Conservative motion, that said that an issue should be actually transferred over to a standing committee. And the Conservatives now put up well over 200 speakers on it, Madam Speaker. And I can tell you that it has been at a great substantial cost of the House not being able to deal with a wide variety of issues, even though a majority of the members in this chamber would like the Conservatives to stop with the filibuster and allow the motion to be voted on, the Conservative motion to be voted on and passed into committee. On the environment,
Honourable Member again. So earlier today, the member for Dauphin-Swan River-Nipawin presented an amendment to the motion to concur in the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. The Chair took it under advisement. After consideration, the Chair finds that the amendment introduces a new concept that should be presented as a separate substantive motion. As mentioned in the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition at page 541, I quote, "It is irrelevant to the main motion, i.e. it deals with a matter foreign to the main motion, exceeds its scope, or introduces a new proposition which should properly be the subject of a separate substantive motion with notice." End of quote. As a result, I rule the amendment out of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I can tell you in regards to the environment, and this is what's really, really difficult, Madam Speaker, when the Conservatives want to talk about the environment. We've had now 2 speakers stand up and try to play down the importance of the price on pollution. And it's really quite unfortunate because it's not only on the floor of the House of Commons that they spread misinformation, but sadly, it's through social media in particular and emails, literally millions in all likelihood of emails that they actually send out, Madam Speaker. I know I'm one of the recipients of their emails, Madam Speaker. And I can tell you, it is so misleading. So let's talk about the price on pollution. On the price on pollution, there's 2 components to it, Madam Speaker. There is the rebate portion, and then there is the tax portion. And it has been well established that over 80% of Canadians actually receive more money back than they actually pay into it for a price on pollution, Madam Speaker. Canada is not the only jurisdiction in the world that actually uses a price on pollution. In fact, there are even some American states that look and use a price on pollution, Madam Speaker. The arguments that the Conservatives use, depending on the day, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you, don't hold water. They're like a strainer, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, what we see is a Conservative Party that is more concerned about trying to give a false impression than they are in terms of truly caring about our environment and ultimately taxation and supporting Canadians by increasing their disposable income. Let me expand on that. First and foremost, every member of the Conservative caucus, with the exception of those that got elected in the by-election, campaigned on a price on pollution. All of them, Madam Speaker, including the leader of the Conservative Party. All of them. And then they changed their position. And it's not the first time or the second time that they changed their position, but they changed their position with the current leader who made the initial flip-flop. And now they oppose it. And now when they say that they oppose it, Madam Speaker, what they're trying to give the impression is that the rebate is actually less than the tax, which is not true, Madam Speaker, for over 80% of the people that receive the backstop. Now, if you take a look at it, Madam Speaker, you will find that it is having a positive impact in our communities. That's why you even have some provincial jurisdictions that have their own program, because they realize that putting on a price on pollution is in fact an effective way at dealing with emissions, amongst other things, Madam Speaker. I would suggest to you that it is not unique to see the Conservatives actually taking a flip-flop, completely disregarding their election platform. Remember last week we had a vote on an actual tax break. It was a GST holiday for Canadians. And the Conservatives voted against. Every one of them voted against it, Madam Speaker. Yet, every one of them campaigned in favor of a holiday, a GST holiday break in the last federal election. What does that say about the Conservative platform when you get major policy announcements that are coming out during an election, when you have the Conservatives saying, we support a price on pollution, we support giving a tax break in terms of a GST holiday, and then when it comes right down to it in terms of voting, how do they actually vote? They vote against a price on pollution, and they vote against a GST tax break for the holiday season, Madam Speaker. And the irony of it all is that you have Conservatives going across the country saying, we're going to axe the tax. Let's look in terms of what it is that they're actually telling Canadians and what they're actually doing. In Winnipeg North, they're going to get rid of the carbon rebate. That means a whole lot of money is coming out of the pockets of at least 80% of my constituents that I represent, plus when you factor in the rebate and compared to the tax when they say they're axing. That means the disposable income based on the election commitment under this leader is going to see less disposable income because of the so-called axe the tax. That's not a net gain for 80% of the constituents in which I represent. And they don't have a problem in terms of misleading Canadians to tell people that they're going to be better off because of it, Madam Speaker, when they know for a fact that's not the case. They know that. And then when it comes time to actually do something in terms of providing a tax relief for Canadians, again, they're doubling down. Not only are they voting against one other issue that they said that they would give to Canadians, a GST holiday during the season, Madam Speaker, but they literally voted against it. It makes no sense unless, of course, you listen to the leader of the Conservative Party and think in terms of his ambitions. And that's why there was a very interesting article, Mr. Speaker, and I know I have it here somewhere, a very interesting article. It made national news last week, and it talked about a lot of the Conservatives on the inside, members of Parliament, that were concerned about the leadership of the Conservative Party. And I can appreciate why. You go to the door and you say, you know, we're going to give you a tax holiday during the holiday season, and now you're being forced to vote against the tax holiday for the Christmas season. You went to the doors in the last election and you said, I supported a price on pollution, and now you vote against the price on pollution. It's not like they're given a choice, Madam Speaker. You know, they're told to bring this forward. And it was interesting that it was two Manitoba members of Parliament that brought forward this motion. You know, in the last budget, we saw, actually I think it was the previous one, we saw a major commitment to the province of Manitoba. Canada's National Water Agency is actually going to be located in Manitoba, Madam Speaker. In Manitoba's capital city of Winnipeg, the Premier, the Mayor, many different stakeholders are very much happy to see a national government recognize the importance of having a water strategy. And that national office is actually going to be located in the city of Winnipeg. So when you talk about the environment and the many things in which are taking place, Madam Speaker, I could provide a list of things in which I've noted. Whether it was, you know, the banning of single-use plastics, making zero-emission vehicles more affordable, the serious cut on emissions and getting it on the right track, expanded to 44 national wildlife areas and 3 national parks. You know, the Canada emissions are tracking downwards, which is so encouraging to see. There is so many things. The Greener Homes program. Madam Speaker, tell me how much more time I have, because I do have a motion.
45 minutes.
4 minutes. Good, good. I was told it might be 2 minutes, and I did want to get to a couple of quotes. So if you can give me a 1-minute warning, Madam Speaker, I would appreciate that. I figure that that national story that we heard last week about how the leader of the Conservative Party has absolute and total control of his caucus members is something in which Canadians should be, again, very much aware of. I'd like to quote from the story, Madam Speaker. After, and I quote, "After 2 years of the leader of the Conservative Party as their leader, many Conservative MPs say they are less free now than they were before his arrival. The man who promised during his leadership run to make Canada the freest country in the world maintains tight control over the actions of his caucus members. Conservative MPs' words and actions are closely scrutinized by the leader's office. Partisanship is encouraged. Fraternizing with elected officials from other parties is a no-no." That means they can't come over and talk to me, Madam Speaker. "Those who follow these rules are actually rewarded. Those who don't often have to suffer the consequence." Talk to the member from Abbotsford if you want a sense of the consequence.
That's awkward.
That is a little bit awkward, but true. If the leader invents a new slogan, we know we'll have to use it. Remember, these are Conservatives that are actually saying this, Madam Speaker. Allow me to express some freedom on their behalf.
Please do.
If you repeat the slogans, you get rewarded. That's where we get the gold star thing, Madam Speaker. You know how many times they'll stand up and they'll repeat the slogans and the bumper stickers?
Do they practice
Gold star. If they talk to the member from Kingston, they get a star taken away from them, Madam Speaker.
No.
You know, that's the way. But you know, the real tragedy is that he's the one. They're talking about the leader of the Conservative Party. This is what Conservatives are saying about their own leader. He's the one who decides everything. His main advisor is himself.
His mirror.
The people around him are only there to realize the leader's vision. Madam Speaker.
To interrupt the Honourable Member for Provincial on a point of order.
Yeah, I certainly am being entertained by the member's theatrics, and he is very good, but he's completely off topic, and I wonder if you could steer him back around.
Well, that is a matter of debate and opinion. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands on the same point of order.
I just want to make sure, Madam Speaker, that the member from Provencher got approval from his leader before asking that point of order.
For knows that is definitely not a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
2 minutes to go, Madam Speaker, you say? Okay, yes.
The Honourable Member for Belfast, Wind River, Nipawin on a point of order.
Member from the Kingston Islands signed the letter of one of the 24 that signed the letter.
Knows that is not a point of order. I am not going to entertain my point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. No.
No, I was
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You can see how sensitive Conservatives are on the issue, but it's true. Madam Speaker, if they would like, come on over, talk. Well, mind you, you will get a gold star loss, but I will share the story with you. Or just do a Google search in the national media just last week, Madam Speaker. Having said that, I don't want to get myself too carried away in terms of just to what degree the leader of the official opposition likes to dominate in a very real and tangible sense within his Conservative caucus. So I would move, Madam Speaker, at this point in time, and seconded by the member from Glengarry Prescott Russell, that the question now be put.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Drouin, moves that the question be now put. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I find it interesting that leader seems to be fantasizing about the fact that Conservatives actually like their leader, while certainly that is not the case of many within the Liberal Party and their leader and the current Prime Minister. But I would just ask if he could comment specifically, because it was quite recently, actually, that it was reported that the member from Hamilton East Stony Creek had had some issue with the proposal of this recent tax trick that has been proposed. So since the parliamentary secretary spent so much time in his speech wanting to talk about control, I would ask if first of all, if that member from Hamilton East Stony Creek is okay, because we certainly haven't seen him since he shared some criticism about the Liberal government over the proposed $250 giveaway, saying that, and tweeted that it's incomprehensible to me that our government can create an affordability package that leaves out some of our most vulnerable in society. On Sat evening, I advised the government that I cannot support an affordability package that does not include support for senior and people with disabilities. So it certainly seems that when it comes to control, it's that Prime Minister that doesn't have it, certainly doesn't have the support of his own caucus, and maybe it's time for an election so that Canadians can pick who actually runs the country.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm not too sure if we're ready for a little dictator yet. Let me go strictly to a quote, again, from the same story. 17, that's 17, Conservative MPs who pleaded with the government to ensure that cities in their riding would receive their share of federal housing fund were publicly rebuffed by their leader's office. Wow. Now, again, that's from the story. And it goes on to say, if you stray too far from the message, you get told pretty quickly. Madam Speaker, members opposite, I'm sure they know it. They have individuals within the leader's office that actually watching what they're doing, what they're saying. And if you're not good, if you're not holding the line, you're in trouble. That's what the leader.
Okay. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to go back to the report that is being studied right now. What's funny is that the main witness that they heard was the Deputy Minister to the Minister of Industry, Mr. Noseworthy, and we had him last week at committee. It is the person who was sitting at all the boards of SDTC. He was their representative. He was the deputy minister of his own, well, he was the ears and eyes of the government, but yet this person was sitting there on the board, not 1 or 5 or 20 conflicts of interest, 90 happened under him on his guard. He did nothing. So when is the government going to start cleaning up its departments?
Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think what we should be concerned about is, again, tactics that are being used by the Conservative Party in terms of trying to take control of standing committees by passing motions here in the House dictating the type of agendas that they should be conducting. And it is a very serious issue. It's a good example of the way in which the leader of the Conservative Party likes to have absolute and total control in terms terms of everything that's taking place here on Parliament, whether it's the floor of the House of Commons or it's in our standing committees. More and more concurrence report, then send it back, and this is what we want the standing committee to vote on. And then what they do is they look for other opposition parties to come on side and say, okay, fine, we can't necessarily disagree with that, so we'll send it back to the standing committee. Whatever happened, Madam Speaker, to the ability of standing committees to ultimately determine what it is that they would like to study, not to continue to get report after report sent back to them because the leader of the Conservative Party has a self-interested political agenda.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his speech. It was kind of all over the place, but I think at the heart of it, we're supposed to be debating here, you know, the technological solutions to the climate crisis. And one of the favorite solutions that the Conservatives and Liberals like to put up is carbon capture, utilization and storage, CCUS, despite the fact that long-term data from the United States, statements from the IPCC say this doesn't work. It's the most inefficient, expensive way to think about tackling the climate crisis. And yet this government still considers it a climate-friendly solution and still are proposing billions of dollars in subsidies to oil companies that make billions of dollars in profits that should be paying for any of these solutions themselves. And I'm just wondering how he can defend that policy.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think there are interim and long-term solutions and thoughts that need to be brought at play, and this is one of them. And at the end of the day, my concern, as I responded to the Block's question, is that we don't fall captured to what it is that the leader of the Conservative Party is wanting us to do, and that's to ultimately, I would suggest to you, show disrespect to the potential that our standing committees have by not once, twice, but on numerous occasions now trying to dictate what it is that they should be saying by taking an issue and trying to amplify it here in the House and then send it back into committee. You know, all of us, minus a number of the Conservatives, I would suggest, are concerned about the environment. A lot of us would love to be able to talk about it. But, Madam Speaker, I would like to be dealing with the government's legislative agenda, private members' bills, and so forth. Also, those are critically important. Many important issues that are not being debated because of the filibuster of the Conservatives.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I took with great interest the article that he read from the CBC, and in particular, quoting actual Conservatives and what they had to say about how they are put into, or they're subject to always echoing the leader's comments and the leader's slogans. And I mean, it makes a lot of sense, Madam Speaker, because when you're in the room here, you get to hear a lot of those slogans over and over. And now we learn basically that when they go to a caucus meeting on Wednesday, they're celebrated. Those who have done it the most are recognized and probably paraded around the room for everyone to see and acknowledge. And I'm wondering if the member from, or the parliamentary secretary can give his thoughts on how disturbing it is to see so many people just blindly follow one individual.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member is actually fairly accurate, except maybe a little exaggerated in terms of parading, walking around the room. But he is right on. You know, they are actually rewarded. So they come into the chamber, they have what, about a dozen slogans and bumper stickers. They got their favorite 4, and you'll see them. They say it all the time, Madam Speaker. No matter what is being debated, they'll say the slogans because they got someone in the back room there. Yeah. That person in the background, 1, 2, 3 stars, 4 stars. If they talk to us, minus a star. Madam Speaker, they are actually valued or evaluated in terms of their performance inside the chamber and sadly outside the chamber. Got to be good.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin and River Nippewa.
Madam Speaker, the member was talking about being held back and people having influence on this. His own government and his Prime Minister actually put a gag order on every MP in this House, and that's what he should be absolutely shocked about. On the Net Zero Accelerator for $8 billion, $8 billion of taxpayers' money that was supposed to be spent on reducing emissions. They put a gag order on every MP in this House, and his Prime Minister did that. Why?
That's right. Great question.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I would question that because, I've had the opportunity to speak inside the House on several occasions. And I can tell you, I have never, with the exception possibly of a point of order where I have to read a detailed thing, Madam Speaker, I've never provided speeches. I'm not told, here, go read this into the chamber. These are my thoughts, and they're generated through my experience and observations of opposition members and listening to what others actually have to say. You'll find that we have a very much an open concept in our caucus, unlike the Conservatives, apparently, that it is very much a closed thing. Everyone is obligated to follow the leader, literally follow the leader. And if you don't do that, you're in a lot of trouble. And I know I say that maybe with a little bit of sarcasm, but it's not just me saying it. It's Conservative MPs that are also saying it, Madam Speaker. And that's really what really takes the cake.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think that I will be looking at a totally different angle than what's being discussed here this morning, but I will be focusing on the report. So I am pleased to take part in this debate on the 10th report of the Standing Committee of the Environment and Sustainable Development, and I have chosen to focus on workers' angle. And so this shouldn't be surprising, Madam Speaker, because as a former union representative, this doesn't come as a surprise. So I'm also going to talk to you about Quebec. So once again, I don't think anyone will be surprised. So let's talk about jobs, because in the committee's report, when we change from one technology to another, we talk about the just transition. And this is an internationally recognized term, except here in Canada. The law that was passed in the spring, called the Canadian Sustainable Jobs Act, and this term, which is internationally recognized, just transition, so it must be a real concern. So what is a just transition, as a reminder? It's based on social justice. This transition is necessary so that workers affected by the necessary abandonment of hydrocarbons don't have to carry the weight of their shoulders alone of this transition. They must be given all the help they need to train for the new sectors of activity. And in the report, we read information provided by Natural Resources Canada, which shows that by 2020, Canada's clean tech sector will account for some 210,000 direct jobs, 210,000 of them, with an average salary of $80,834, i.e. higher than the average annual salary of $68,678 in the Canadian economy. So this is not a negligible amount. However, women in this particular sector earned in that year 82% of what men earned. So there's still work to be done in that area. But by way of comparison, the oil and gas sector accounted for 500,000 jobs in the same year that we could compare. So according to witnesses from a variety of sectors, if Canadian workers are to take full advantage. Am I supposed to stop? Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I forgot to mention that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Jonquière. So according to witnesses from a variety of sectors, this is just a new elected official, sorry. So if Canadian workers are to take full advantage of clean tech opportunities, and if there are to be enough skilled workers to implement clean tech, college and technical schools will have to offer technical training and applied research. For example, Danielle Breton reminded us that we need to ensure that workers in declining industries can come and work in the electric mobility sector. And on this theme in particular, the report concludes, we need to emphasize the need to support the later phases of technology development, i.e. demonstration, early adoption, and commercialization. Better support during these phases should help promising innovations bridge the gap between research and development and market success. It's also been shown that the growth of Canada's clean tech sector would benefit the economy and workers through the creation of well-paid, skilled jobs, and filled in part by workers from declining sectors, as I said earlier, who would embark on a career change. They have to be supported. Moreover, let's talk about our neighbor to the south. And when asked about the Trump administration's intentions for the development of the clean tech sector, some Quebec renewable energy company executives believe that the clean energy sector has economic spin-offs for the U.S. economy that are too important for Trump to put at risk. In fact, according to Boralex, their executive, the Trump administration would risk losing factories, jobs, tax revenues, and export earnings if he abandoned the Inflation Reduction Act. So, the election of Mr. Trump is unlikely to put the brakes on the clean energy sector. But I insist that the people affected must also be involved in the decision-making process for decisions that affect their future. In Quebec, social license is paramount, and the Eastern Energy Alliance is a case in point. The alliance, whose 2 new projects totaling almost 500 megawatts were approved by Hydro-Quebec at the end of January and represents 209 communities from Montmagny to the Magdalen Islands. And it's banking on the social license and maximum economic spin-offs. In terms of jobs, Quebec's Commission des Partenaires du Travail, or the CPMT, set up over 20 years ago, promotes this balance and participation. There are also committees in every region to target needs, where employers, workers' representatives, and related organizations sit down and collaborate with the Departments of Labor and Education. So it's a fine example. So qualified workers, yes, but that's the role of Quebec. So I go back to Recommendation 16 that says that the Canadian government has to cooperate with provinces and territories to invest more in professional training, including reskilling programs and competency programs. So we need to also look at this recommendation with respect to respecting provincial jurisdiction and our avant-garde approach in Quebec. So a concrete risk for investment in the clean tech sector, I'll go back to Alberta's moratorium on renewable energies. On the Canadian side, Alberta's 7-month moratorium on renewable energy projects has led to the cancellation of dozens of projects, discouraging investors in the sector. And while Alberta hits the brakes on the development of the clean energy sector, other provinces are forging ahead and expanding their renewable energy production capacity. In Quebec, the development of clean tech is already gaining momentum. To achieve the decarbonization of Quebec, Hydro-Quebec is counting on renewable energy to deploy greater energy capacity. This utility plans to add 10,000 megawatts of new wind power capacity to its grid by 2035. And in terms of coordination between the various levels of governments, to respond to Recommendation 8, that the federal government coordinate energy retrofit programs with provincial programs to facilitate access by Canadians. There's no problem in terms of cooperation because Quebec has already implemented several energy efficiency programs over the past few years, Eco-Provence, Rouler Vert, Technoclimate, etc. So it's open to coordinating its provincial programs with federal ones, as was the case with Quebec government's retroclimate program and the federal government's Canada Loan for Greener Homes, both energy retrofit programs. And inclusion, Madam Speaker. Let's be clear. The fight against climate change cannot be based on a single approach. Technology is not a panacea for everything. It won't solve all our problems. There are means, but there are many others as well that need to be put forward if we are to protect our health and that of the environment. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I greatly appreciated everything we heard. There were a lot of good points, but I really wanted to talk a moment about something because I agree it's not just technologies that will solve our issues with climate change, but we do have here in this chamber Conservative members that have no plan to fight climate change. And I'm wondering if she could give us some examples, how could we convince the Conservatives that's something important for our economy and for our country and our children. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Well, in my speech, I tried to convince the Conservative members, the official opposition, about this by giving them figures on jobs and salaries. These aren't my figures. They were given at committee. And this study was proposed by the Conservative Party. So I hope that instead of just focusing on green tech and just being good for a few people, no, it's good for everyone. And it's a solid employment sector that is on the rise and that we need to focus on it, as I said in my conclusion, for our health and that of the environment. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be looking at the member, although speaking through here. She raised several points with respect to our party and clean tech. Madam Speaker, I'd like to underscore that the member was elected 9 years ago, and she announced that she won't be running again. So I'd like to thank her for her work and her representation that she has done so well over the past 9 years. Perhaps she'll come back to the union. We'll see unions, but we'll see her elsewhere. But I'd like to thank her for her cooperation and her work. She won the prize for the most collegial member, I think, for 5 or 6 years.
In her speech, she referred to Recommendation 13, which calls for federal-provincial cooperation. After 9 years of being here and seeing this government in action, does she still have confidence in the federal Liberal government to work cooperatively with the provinces? Or, on the contrary, has this government distinguished itself by constantly meddling in provincial jurisdiction? The Honourable Member for Repentigny.
Alors, merci à mon...
Well, thanks to my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent for that question. I have to say, it's true. With the Liberal government, they have a hard time respecting others' jurisdiction. The Environment Minister has lectured me on respecting jurisdictions, in fact, which is a bit ironic. So I'll give you a very specific example. I was talking about greenhouse gas emissions, but the federal government is responsible for the pipelines and is also responsible for offshore drilling. So when the federal government allows offshore drilling, that comes under federal jurisdiction. So that's just my little lesson on jurisdiction that I'm pleased to remind everyone about. So yes, our jurisdiction needs to be recognized. And that's why we say, what if we were a country? Maybe we could just take care of our own business.
Speaker, I want to thank the member for her speech, and I too enjoy sitting on Environment Committee with her, and she's going to be dearly missed in this House. I do want to ask about, you raised the point of the Environment Minister lecturing you about jurisdiction. It was in the context of Beta Nord. This government has approved not only the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which is going to cost taxpayers $35 billion, threaten our west coast and increase emissions around the globe, but they also approved Beta Nord. Can the member speak about the hypocrisy, the contradictions in an environment minister and a government that claims to be a climate leader, but then approves these kinds of projects and buys a pipeline?
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague from the committee for her question. When I say, for example, I'll give an example that came up at the committee last week. The federal government is responsible for the pipelines, but also for offshore drilling. But the provinces are responsible for natural resources. So that means that there is at times the federal government is meddling in drilling that's happening within the province. So this makes this an ungovernable country. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to take a few seconds to commend my colleague from Repentigny, who unfortunately will not be running again in the next election. And we affectionately refer to her as the one who's environmentally impassioned. So I wanted to give her a shout out. She's an inspiration to many of us. I'd like to begin by talking about support for clean tech. And there was an article we saw this morning in the newspapers that said that what's the most harmful to our decarbonization efforts is partisanship. And that comes from someone who I admire greatly. His name is Normand Mousseau. He's the director of the Trottier Institute, and he was answering a question from the member for Louis Saint Laurent, who was asking why Canada was underperforming so disappointingly when it came to decarbonization. So the answer from Mr. Mousseau was there's a problem of consistency at the federal level because it's very difficult to move projects forward with parties that have extremely different positions on the very goal of decarbonization. So that's a major part of the problem, why Canada in particular is struggling to perform when it comes to clean tech, because there are speeches that are completely inconsistent and irreconcilable. So there's a lack of potential investors, of willing investors in big projects. The Conservative leader doesn't believe in global warming. When you look at their opposition days, the main topic is the carbon tax, which is one of the key tools if you want to have clean tech. So that just demonstrates that the Conservative leader does not even believe in global warming. And when we had the debate last week about the American tariffs, what the opposition leader did was to harken back to the fact that, in his opinion, it was important to have more pipelines and to get Canada's energy exported. So if I was an investor in clean tech, clean energy, knowing that the next government was going to be a Conservative government, I don't think I'd be all that inclined to invest a lot of money in clean tech or clean energy. So that's what Normand Mousseau was saying. He's the scientific director of the Trottier Institute, and that's what he just said. So that's the problem with the federal government's dynamic when it comes to energy and why we have these polarized positions, because we're basically stuck in the oil straitjacket in Canada. And just to demonstrate that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to come back to the fiasco of Trans Mountain, or TMX. So the Parliamentary Budget Officer appeared before the Natural Resources Committee to say that $4.6 billion had been invested in Trans Mountain TMX, and that would be unrecoverable. $4.6 billion was basically thrown out the window on a project that cost $34 billion. or $34 trillion rather, Madam Speaker. And this was the federal $34 billion. This was the government's most ambitious program, even though this is the government that said that they were going to decarbonize the economy. But with this one pipeline project, $34 billion, the most ambitious program of the Liberal government was decarbonizing. That would only be $40 billion. So when you compare, for one pipeline, they were prepared to spend $34 billion. And if this pipeline is to be profitable, well, we're going to be stuck with it for the next 40 years then for it to pay itself off. And not only do we have to keep this pipeline, they actually want to increase the flow. And if you look at the figures for the COP, the Conference of the Parties, they're saying that in order to stay within 1.5 degrees, we need to reduce capture by 62%. And what have we done at the same time? We've invested $34 billion to boost oil output, to boost production. I don't know how you could come up with any policy that would be more inconsistent. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm going to come to this crazy situation where if we're supposed to stick to 1.5 degrees, which is what the Conference of the Parties is calling for, we would have to reduce our use of oil by 70% by 2050. So, and this whole strategy of carbon capture and sequestration is crazy. Rich Kruger, the CEO of Suncor, said, we're putting a bit of a disproportionate emphasis on the long-term energy transition. So what Rich Kruger was saying, the CEO of Suncor, was why work so hard on these new technologies? Let's just focus on our business case, which is the oil sands. You might disagree with him, but at least he's a straight talker. And this is what we see in the oil patch. The oil companies know that carbon capture and sequestration cost a fortune and are illusory. They're just an illusion. The idea of having carbon neutral is almost as sensible as going on a poutine diet. And, well, at least I got a reaction from a Liberal by talking about poutine. And that's a good thing. But what the big oil companies are saying, Madam Speaker, is that the federal government should assume the risk. So if we want low-carbon oil, it's not the gluttons of the oil patch that are going to do it. It's the federal government, it's taxpayers who are going to have to take the risk because the oil companies aren't going to do it. They've just been pocketing record profits for years. And if that's not indecent, I don't know what is. So the carbon capture and sequestration strategies have yet to prove their effectiveness. And now you've probably heard of Pathways Alliance, which is an oil consortium that brings together the major oil companies. And the official opposition said they were invisible and served no purpose. And for one time, I agreed with the leader of the official opposition on that point, at least. So the Pathways Alliance is an oil consortium that was under investigation, Madam Speaker, you may recall, under investigation by the Competition Bureau for misleading advertising. And they actually had to take down statements on their site that were basically a promise of carbon neutral oil sands. And that was all basically an exercise in greenwashing. So that consortium wants federal funding of about $16 billion for carbon capture and sequestration projects. So they want the feds to pay for it. And the Minister of Natural Resources and the Minister of Finance said that they intended to reach an agreement through the Canada Growth Fund. That fund is beyond the reach of the PBO and the Auditor General, and they would use that Canada Growth Fund and tax credits for oil-producing provinces only. So this is how that would be done. So in my view, that would be taxpayer money thrown out the window. Now, there are some very extremely positive initiatives with phosphate and critical minerals. The federal government is willing to put that on the list of critical minerals, but without any tax credits. So what's the point? Once again, and I won't even talk about hydrogen, the federal government has to reduce its forecast for hydrogen by 40%. I'm just going to wrap up now and take questions, but that's it for now. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to listen to my colleague who often shows up on the Environment Committee and contributes, makes a big contribution. I'd like to talk about the Conservative position on climate change. It all appears to be based on a single solution, which is to spend government money on the development of green tech. So it's a one-dimensional strategy. And it would break the federal bank. So it would my colleague not agree that we have to do a whole host of things, including a price on pollution, and developing natural spaces that will absorb greenhouse gas emissions? So would he agree that it's a mistake to only focus on one solution? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I don't think the Conservatives are focused on one dimension. I think what they're going to do is just quite simply scrap all measures that would support clean energy. I think the Conservatives are like liberals with no complexes, with no shame. They're just going to scrap any cap on emissions, and anyone who has a green energy project currently underway or clean electricity, they're going to wind up with no financing, no funding, and I think that's a legitimate concern of many players. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, I am definitely not a liberal. I may not have any complexes, but I'm definitely not a liberal, just so that this is clearer. So, Madam Speaker, I agree with one thing the member said. I'm not necessarily going to get too upset about it, but the fact that this Liberal government is lecturing everyone while at the same time spending $40 billion on a pipeline that was a privately owned pipeline that wasn't even for sale. They paid 6 times more than the price tag. Only the Liberals could do that. But I'd like to remind the member that he's from an area where people use trucks to get around and snowmobiles, and winter's coming. And so a lot of people are going to be using snowmobiles in his riding, and they will be using oil. So according to the latest figures, Quebecers have consumed some 19 billion liters of gas, which means that Quebecers are using more gas than ever before. What would you say to those people? Would you say go buy your oil abroad? Or do they want to be energy self-sufficient within Canada? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. What I would say to those people with very enthusiastically is just wait. Transportation, the electrification of transport is progressing quickly. We're seeing more and more electric vehicles in my region. And when you plug your electric car into your house, your money doesn't go to Alberta, it goes to Hydro-Quebec. And that will enable us to develop the next generation of technology. So what I tell my constituents is ask for more and more electrified transportation products. Buy electric and you'll come out ahead. And people in my region are listening because I'm seeing more and more electric vehicles, and that's good for Quebec. What surprises me is to see a member from Quebec defending Alberta's interests rather than the interests of his own province. That's what surprises me.
Madam Speaker, and the member a question because he mentioned, he believes, and I think most Canadians believe, that the Conservatives would scrap investments in climate solutions. But we also know that they would cut essential bodies that actually keep us on track, that they would muzzle scientists. In 2012, the Harper government cut funding to the National Roundtable on Environment and Economy. It means that we had no way to track the impacts of forest fires, of climate devastation. Can the member speak to how scary it is to think about another government that would crack down on scientists, that would muzzle the essential voices that we need when we're facing a climate emergency, especially given 9 years of Liberal inaction?
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. A very quick answer, please. Well, I agree with my colleague, especially considering that the leader of the official opposition doesn't allow his members to speak freely. I'm sure he's going to try to do the same thing with scientists if they don't align with his political goals. So I worry for the future of the planet in the years to come.
Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to start by saying that I will be sharing my time with the member for New Westminster Burnaby. When I speak to young people in my riding, they ask me the heartbreaking question of why aren't elected leaders doing more? These are kids who are growing up seeing the devastating impacts of the climate emergency. Each summer, more intense wildfires, choking on smoke, the rising costs from climate devastation, hundreds of lives lost in heat domes. They are looking to this House and to every member here and asking us, please do not steal our futures. We are facing a climate emergency. Every scientific report underscores this truth. We have a rapidly closing window to act. And unfortunately, what we've seen from this Liberal government and the Conservative government before them, we've seen missed targets, empty promises. We've seen actions that prioritize the profits of rich CEOs of wealthy oil and gas companies over the survival of our planet. And so I want to start talking a little bit about the Conservatives because, what we've seen is they can't even agree if climate change is real. They claim to care about affordability while denying the climate crisis itself. But while they're opposing the measures to reduce emissions, they're also opposing affordability measures. They continue to vote against ensuring low and middle income families could access heat pumps to bring down their energy bills, against GST breaks. They also offer no credible plan to address the rising costs of climate disasters. Hurricanes, floods, droughts. These are not abstract threats. These aren't things that are going to happen sometime in the future. They are happening here, now. They are impacting communities from coast to coast to coast. Conservative denial and inaction leaves Canadians to pay the price, both in dollars and in lives. But the Liberals seem to want to just be conservative light. They acknowledge the climate crisis is real, but their actions fall woefully short of what is needed to address the climate crisis. They say they're climate leaders, but Canada is ranked 62 out of 67 in the Climate Change Performance Index.
Oh.
Let that sink in. 62 out of 67.
Oh.
We are in the bottom tier. The Environment Minister keeps saying that that's okay, we are on track to meet our 2030 targets. But his own watchdog, the Environment Commissioner, has come to committee and said time and time again, he has made it very clear, we are not on track. This government is not on track. They continue to prop up oil and gas companies with billions of dollars in subsidies. These are the same companies who are raking in record profits. And even as the UN Secretary General calls fossil fuel expansion moral and economic madness, how can the Liberals justify the billions of dollars they continue to hand to big oil and gas companies in public financing for fossil fuels while they claim to fight for a net zero future? The Commissioner of the Environment's reports also have laid bare the consequences of Liberal mismanagement. The Net Zero Accelerator Initiative, that they have touted as this key pillar of Canada's climate strategy, it is a cautionary tale of inefficiency. Only two of the 55 largest industrial emitters in Canada have committed to the goals. Now, Madam Speaker, the average cost to taxpayers for each ton of emission reduced by the Net Zero Accelerator is as high as $523. Now, this is not the pathway to a climate-safe future. Critical accountability mechanisms need to be involved in every climate solution that we put forward. And unfortunately, this government continues to show they are not climate leaders. This is failure by design. Madam Speaker, young people and workers across the country deserve better. They are demanding action. They are demanding justice. And that starts with listening to the communities who are bearing the brunt of the climate crisis. Indigenous nations, low-income families, rural Canadians who feel abandoned by Ottawa. These are the communities, and they are not just victims of the climate crisis. They are also leaders in the solutions that we need. Renewable energy projects, conservation initiatives, and sustainable agriculture, Indigenous and local knowledge must be at the heart of our climate response. Now, what should we be doing? The solutions are clear. They're within our grasp. Let's stop handing out billions of dollars in subsidies to the oil and gas companies who are fueling the climate crisis. Let's redirect those funds into workers, into the clean economy. Let's implement an excess profits tax and invest that money in retrofitting homes, in bringing down people's costs in their home heating, expanding public transit, creating good, family-sustaining jobs in the low-carbon economy. This will make life more affordable, curb the pollution that is driving up emissions. Madam Speaker, I want to take a moment to speak directly to the young people who are worried about the climate, to the workers who are fighting to build a better future. We see you, we hear you, and we will not stop fighting for bold, urgent action that matches the scale of this crisis. This moment calls for courage, and it calls for leaders who will stop pretending that they're on track, stop listening to oil and gas CEOs, and start listening to Canadians, to science, and to their own environment commissioner. It calls for policies that put people over profits, that confront the greed of fossil fuel executives, and that delivers the justice and the hope that Canadians deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bravo.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened with a lot of interest to that, and I agree, actually, that climate change is one of the biggest fights for our country and our world. It's a matter of our next generations and the future of our planet. It's also about our economic future. But perhaps what I would like the member opposite to help me understand is when economists from across our country are saying that carbon pricing is the single most efficient way for us to fight climate change in our country, and that it's something that actually is helping to reduce our emissions as we speak, because it is now at the lowest point that it's been in almost 3 decades. Perhaps the member opposite can explain to me why the NDP has chosen not to support carbon pricing.
The honourable member for Victoria.
You know, it's unfortunate the Liberals continue to want to spread misinformation. Now, the Conservatives, we expect that from, but it is always disappointing that every time I raise, let's end fossil fuel subsidies, let's implement an excess profits tax, let's invest in the climate solutions, the answer from the Liberal government is, but what about the carbon tax? Guess what? We support carbon pricing, and we want industrial emitters to pay more. Now, the Liberals' carbon pricing scheme, they think is, for some reason, the be-all and end-all of climate policy. Guess what? Consumer carbon pricing is 8 to 14%. Industrial carbon pricing makes up about 40% of our emissions reduction plan. That is huge. We need to bolster the industrial carbon price. It's unfortunate that the Liberals seem to think that consumer carbon pricing is a silver bullet.
Brazil's grasslands.
Very much, Madam Speaker. And, you know, when it comes to this Net Zero Accelerator Fund, the Environment Commissioner in his report was actually quite clear on some of the, I guess, shady nature of what this government is up to. When it comes to what the target is for the fund, it's not public. With the formula they're using to measure the success of the fund, it's not public. They're not letting the public know what they're actually up to when it comes to this fund, yet they spent $8 billion on the Net Zero Accelerator Fund without the public knowing what exactly the intended goal of it actually is. So I'm just wondering if the member believes that accountability for the government, if they're going to set targets, they should actually let the public know what the goal is and how they're going to achieve those emissions reductions.
The honourable member for Victoria.
I want to thank the member for his speech, and really, it's so disappointing to me that policies that could benefit Canadians, that could drive down our emissions, are designed so poorly by this Liberal government that now we have Conservatives up in arms. Really, the Liberals are giving Conservatives ammunition to attack climate policy. You know, we need strong, robust climate policy in Canada that drives down our emission, that creates good, sustainable jobs in every community across our country. And unfortunately, this Liberal government continues to fail by design.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hear my colleague on recommendation 14, and I'll read it, that the Government of Canada analyze the gaps between the Canadian and American incentives for clean biotechnology and look at the national and international issues there. I think in the current context with the election of Donald Trump, that brings a particularly important point. Canada should look at this very closely and instead of reacting, put green energy really forward. We can talk about hydroelectricity, the production of critical strategic minerals that Americans need, but also softwood lumber and all the biomass production along with that. So Canada's policies when it comes to green that we should promote to the Americans, which can also make the difference in the North American context. I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on that. How can we promote our economy in Canada faced with Donald Trump? Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
For his question, and it's an important one right now. You know, what we saw is that under Biden, we had the Inflation Reduction Act, something bold, something that really highlighted how ineffective Canada's climate policies have been and how we really need to step up. But now we're facing a whole new context where a Trump's presidency means probably the undermining of climate policy in the United States and potentially around the world. So it is even more important right now for Canada to put forward bold climate solutions and also to steer away from those climate solutions that we know are unproven, that are risky, that are expensive, things like carbon capture and storage, which this government continues to funnel billions of public money, taxpayer money into. Profitable oil and gas companies could be funding that themselves.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's a pleasure for me to follow my colleague from Victoria, who has a very powerful voice in this place when it comes to speaking about climate change and the responsibility and role of Canada to face this current reality. And, Madam Speaker, I couldn't agree more with her when it comes to the Conservatives who deny the existence of climate change. And we've seen, and I'll come back to this in a couple of minutes, we've seen what happens when a Conservative government is in power, where they deny that reality. It was irresponsible, Madam Speaker, and as we're going to see, the result was that people died. There are communities that disappeared because of the irresponsibility of the Conservatives. But the Liberals, they took power and, well, they know very well that climate change is real, but they've done almost nothing to fight climate change. And if we look, at the file over the last 20 years, the results are disastrous. But there's not a lack of resources. Between the Harper regime and the current government, they've spent billions and billions of dollars to increase profits for Canada's banks, for example, to increase executive bonuses for big businesses, and to increase dividends. So we're talking about $1 trillion that have gone to that. We also know that tax havens, have seen $500 billion leave this country between the two governments. Between the Conservatives put the measures in place and the Liberals kept them. When we look at the money that's given to the oil and gas sector, we're talking about $100 billion that have been given away between the two governments, Liberal and Conservatives. And then we have, the funds that the Liberals put in place for Trans Mountain at the last minute when the private sector wanted nothing to do with it. That cost us $35 billion. They did it at the last minute. And, it took 24 hours for the Liberals to decide, we're going to invest $35 billion to build a pipeline that's never going to make any money. We know that very well. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer has been very clear on that point. It's not going to make any money. And we obviously know as well that the economic impact is very well known. So between the two parties, over 20 years, the environment and climate change have not been taken seriously. And we see the results of that before us now, Madam Speaker. And there can be no doubt on that. And so these policies have had a real impact. And I'll speak shortly about the impact on my province, on British Columbia, but we can see the impacts across Canada. We can see the impact when we look, for example, at the crisis in communities that depend on the forestry sector. We see record numbers of forest fires. We're seeing floods across the country. We're also seeing intense heat waves. There are all kinds of weather events that people are, seeing across the country, and we're not ready for them. The Conservatives are denying that these things exist, and the Liberals, they say that, climate change exists, but they're not willing to do anything to fight it.
Madam Speaker, then, when we see 20 years of complete inaction on the environment and on climate change, and yet massive subsidies that have gone for other things. Liberals and Conservatives together, $1 trillion given in liquidity supports to Canada's big banks. Liberals and Conservatives together, $500 billion given to overseas tax havens. Liberals and Conservatives together, $100 billion given to oil and gas CEOs to subsidize what is massive profits to begin with. And of course, the Liberals wear this, $35 billion given with a 24-hour turnaround when they realized that the private sector was bowing out of Trans Mountain. That is the reality of what we've seen over the last 20 years. And that is why so many people are saying it's time to push aside Liberals and Conservatives and elect a government that actually understands the importance of climate change and taking action and the opportunity that comes from this. Madam Speaker, the reality is the Joe Biden administration in the United States has put in place infrastructure that we've seen for clean energy across the U.S. Those investments have made a huge difference. We know that there are a number of American cities and states that are asking for clean energy, and if Canada actually stepped up, the market and the job creation that would come from that would be enormous. But we haven't seen that imagination and that foresight from either Conservatives who are climate change deniers or the Liberal government who pay lip service to climate change, but who do nothing to actually put in place the infrastructure that would lead to those substantial investments and the kind of clean energy jobs of tomorrow that we want to see. And we know what the opposite impacts are. On the one hand, Canada can lead the world in clean energy investments. We have virtually unlimited ability and capacity when we talk about the climate change, in combating it with clean energy investments in wind and solar, in tidal, and unlimited potential for clean energy production. And yet, we've seen the Liberals not stepping forward to put in place the infrastructure and not stepping forward to make those investments. And we've seen the opposite impacts. And my colleague from Victoria spoke very eloquently about this. Madam Speaker, when the heat dome hit in my area, in my region, in British Columbia, when the heat dome descended on the Lower Mainland, what happened was an incredible overloading of our emergency services. Firefighters and ambulance and paramedics will tell you about over those days how they simply were not able to keep up with the emergency demands, as people slowly succumbed in low-level apartments that didn't have air conditioning, that weren't equipped for the size and scope of the heat dome. Emergency services were so overwhelmed that the system was at the point of breaking when, fortunately this time, the heat dome finally broke. The result was over 600 residents of the Lower Mainland who died in that tragedy. In my riding of New Westminster-Burnaby, particularly in the west side of New Westminster, where there are a lot of low-rise, older apartments with no access to air conditioning, seniors, people with disabilities, shut-ins, died quietly because of the intense heat. Dozens of them died in my riding. Hundreds of them died across the Lower Mainland. And you'll recall as well, Madam Speaker, that we've seen a number of communities. I spoke about forest fires and the impacts. We've seen entire communities simply disappear in North America due to the climate crisis. We're seeing record levels of flooding. And we've had in British Columbia, just in the last few years, 2 atmospheric rivers, such torrential rains that we've been cut off from the rest of Canada. These are all preventable tragedies if we take action to combat climate change. And for younger Canadians who see the impacts and see governments, successive governments, Conservative and Liberals, who do little to nothing to actually combat the climate crisis, little to nothing to prepare us for what is to come, little to nothing to mitigate the impacts of the climate change, little to nothing to ensure that communities are protected, that seniors and shut-ins and people with disabilities, when they are in apartments that are not built for the impacts, the profound impacts of climate change, that we actually put in place measures so that a heat dome, when it comes again, and it is a question of when, not if, they can actually survive such a tremendous impact, terrible impact. Madam Speaker, we've had successive governments, as we become more and more aware of climate change, both Conservative and Liberals, who have done nothing. And what you're hearing from New Democrats today is that New Democrats believe in making those investments and combating climate change and fighting that fight like we intend to win it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable. The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
You know, when it came to evaluating the 2021 election platforms, Marc Jacquard
Canada's leading resource economist, said, and I quote, "The Liberals have the most effective, least costly climate change policy of the federal parties." Now, Madam Speaker, the NDP wasn't even second. The Conservatives were second because they promised a price on carbon. In 2016, Professor Jacquard said, "In climate policy, experts agree that Canada is finally a global leader. I wonder if enough climate-concerned Canadians will recognize this before it's too late." My question to the honourable member is, why do the member and his party not recognize this reality?
The honourable for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's true, Liberals have great plans on paper. For 30 years, they plan to have pharmacare put into place. For decades, they promised every election to have dental care in place. They always have great plans at election time. And then, once the election is over, Madam Speaker, they simply tear up their platform. And their platform was very good. They never implemented it, Madam Speaker. And that's the problem. That's the difference. And that's the hypocrisy of the Liberal government, is they simply don't put into place. Now, I will say, arguably, the Liberals at least recognize climate change. Conservatives are heckling over there. Conservatives have no lessons to give to anybody because they don't actually even believe in the reality of climate change. And I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that Conservative MPs actually talk to their constituents, particularly younger constituents, because they certainly understand the impacts of climate change and they would want to see action. They don't want to see this Conservative ostrich stuck in the sand attitude of the Conservative Party of Canada.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as far as my colleague's intervention, I'm just wondering what really the NDP really do believe on. I don't know if they believe in climate change, but the way they're acting and supporting this Liberal government, they have a chance right now to prove this Liberal government wrong, to distance themselves, to prove that the Liberals are actually fake environmentalists. Will they support our motion to bring the Net Zero Accelerator Program documents to the forefront so we can see them all unredacted?
The honourable for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, the Liberals are fake environmentalists. The Conservatives hate environmentalists. So I think I would at least go with the people who attempt to understand the environment compared to those members from the Conservative Party who actually want to destroy the environment with impunity and have proven that every time they've been in power.
Questions and comments? The
honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I'd like to go back to recommendation 3, that the government support electrified transit, air and maritime. I am really looking at the importance of investing in an aerospace national policy like Bombardier, Whitney, Airbus, and others, that we have an ecosystem in Montreal to build a plane from A to Z. This is really fantastic, but we know that it costs billions of dollars to build planes, and we won't have this money for 15 years. A national aerospace policy would allow us to electrify our transportation. Is this one of the solutions that should be implemented so that we can invest in the Quebec economy?
Mr. Burnaby.
Oui, tout à fait.
Yes, entirely. I appreciate that my colleague raised this. Thank you.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Madam Speaker, when I speak to people in my riding of Elmwood-Transcona, they need help. The Conservatives claim to care about affordability, but they just voted against Canadians on brakes on essentials. Last year, they voted against taking GST off home heating. We know that they don't believe in climate change, and it seems that they also don't believe in their own slogans. Can the member from New Westminster Burnaby talk about how, if these subsidies hadn't been given, and how that would have impacted Canadians today?
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to point out the member from Elmwood-Transcona is an incredibly dynamic, well-spoken member of this House and has gotten to asking questions immediately after being elected. She represents her constituents so well, and she's absolutely right to point out we need to be making investments that have a benefit in places like Elmwood-Transcona. Conservatives ignored the riding, Liberals ignored the riding. The NDP is fighting for the people of Elmwood-Transcona, and that member has done a magnificent job in just a few weeks.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and to the Minister of Sport and Physical Activity.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time today with the member for King's Hands.
10 years ago, under the previous Conservative Party, Canada used to be one of the worst performers. Now, organizations like Climate Action Tracker recognize that Canada's plan is credible and transparent. The latest UNEP GAP report says that Canada has the first comprehensive roadmap for how to achieve the 2030 target. This was unthinkable 9 years ago. Our government has put forward very ambitious measures. International groups have noted that at the end of 2022, Canada followed through on our commitment to end international public finance for fossil fuels, and that we have put forward some of the most ambitious regulations with the goal of reducing oil and gas methane emissions by at least 75% from 2012 levels by 2030. Building on the actions of millions of Canadians, our government continues to take action to reduce emissions to fight climate change while strengthening our economy with good jobs and clean industrial growth, a healthy environment for all Canadians. First, let's talk about progress. Since 2005, Canada's emissions have dropped by 8%, according to the Canadian Climate Institute. Canada's emissions are the lowest point they've been in 25 years, and we're on track to meet our 2026 interim goal. And by 2030, at the same time, our economy is growing, inflation and interest rates are all coming down, Madam Speaker, and we continue to put forward some of the most ambitious climate regulations in the world. We're capping pollution, not production, from the oil and gas sector, which is a critical step towards fighting climate change while requiring investments in decarbonization. Under the previous Conservative government, estimates show that Canada's emissions will be 41% higher by 2030. That's the equivalent of in terms of pollution, of adding another 69 million cars to our roads in Canada. The leader of the Conservative Party of Canada wants to slash legislation protecting our environment. He wants to allow Canada's largest polluters to pollute without limits and drive up the costs of climate change. But we can't let that happen, Madam Speaker. No sector is deserving of unlimited pollution. So first, let's talk about Canada's 2030 emissions reductions plan. It's a sector-by-sector path for Canada to reach our emissions target of 40% below 2005 levels by 2030 and net zero emissions by 2050. The plan was introduced in 2022, and it reflects input from over 30,000 Canadians, provinces and territories, Indigenous peoples, industry, and Canada's independent net zero advisory body. Depuis 2016,
Since 2016, our government continues to make historical investment in clean growth and climate action.
Part of Canada's climate plan, a carbon pollution policy that makes life more affordable while growing a clean economy by providing money upfront to families. The Conservative Party of Canada does not want to talk about the fact that the carbon price is attracting new investments and creating jobs right across Canada. Dow Chemicals is creating over 8,000 jobs and investing $11 billion in Canada to build a manufacturing plant as a direct result of our climate action. The president of Dow Chemicals said Canada has a market-based carbon pricing system that was an essential piece for us to decide to invest there. Pollution pricing is estimated to contribute about a third of the emissions reductions achieved so far under Canada's 2030 emissions reductions plan. There's a reason why countries around the globe implement a pollution pricing system, and that's because it works. Let me give you a few examples. The entire EU has created a cap-and-trade system, which is working really, really well. Their credit prices are now at 70 euros a tonne, which is about $103 Canadian, and that's considerably higher than our $80 Canadian a tonne that we have it set at right now. Many EU countries, including Finland, Switzerland, France, also have a separate price on pollution. South Africa has carbon pricing. New Zealand has cap and trade with prices at $50 a tonne. And Madam Speaker, despite what the Conservatives say about the United States, some of the largest economies in the United States, like California and New York and Washington State, all have carbon pricing as well. Our ERP includes over 140 programs, policies, and regulations to help Canada bend the emissions curve. They include phasing out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies, adjusting the Canada carbon rebate amounts in line with the price on pollution, and ensuring that the rebate continues to reflect the projected proceeds in each province where the fuel charge applies. A 20% rural top-up is available for households in rural areas and smaller communities across Canada. Cleaner fuels to power our vehicles and industries, increasing the supply of zero emissions vehicles so that more Canadians can make the switch to cleaner and cheaper vehicles to operate. And we're also adding more clean and reliable electricity to help our economy remain competitive. We're also releasing Canada's methane strategy to cut emissions right across the economy. But, Madam Speaker, reducing our emissions is important for our environment. It's also very, very important for our health. And I'd like to highlight now the very good work of the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. I met with them for the first time a couple of years ago when I was Parliamentary Secretary for Health, and they highlighted a really incredible program called PARX, P-A-R-X, like Parks Prescriptions. And physicians, in an association with the BC Parks Foundation, were actually giving out prescriptions for time outside as a method of improving people's health. They were also doing some advocacy about some fossil fuel regulations, but when we started talking about this incredible intervention to get more people outside, it sparked my interest. I love going outside, and as Parliamentary Secretary for Health, it was really, really incredible. So just yesterday, after about a year of work and meetings, of introducing all of these various groups together, we had BC Parks Foundation, we had Conservation Authority, my local one, Conservation Halton. We had Halton Healthcare there, and we announced that now Halton Healthcare is the first hospital consortium in Canada that has Parks prescriptions available. The healing power of nature, Madam Speaker, is available to our constituents across Halton region now, and it's because of the great work of the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment and the BC Parks Foundation. So I'd like to thank all parties involved. Next, Madam Speaker, I'd like to talk about the investments for the Clean Renewable Pathways program. That includes $50 million for the Becavere Wind Farm in Saskatchewan, which will generate enough clean electricity to power over 100,000 homes. $50 million for the Oneida Energy Storage Project in Ontario, which will help reduce Ontario's emissions by 1.2 million tons. Over $12 million for the Enterprise Solar Project in Alberta, which is in construction and will create over 900 jobs. And $2.5 million for the Lac Mégantic in Quebec to help support their net zero microgrid. Madam Speaker, Canada has now beaten China, and we're now the first in the world with respect to the most promising EV battery manufacturing economy. And our investments in the clean economy and our environmental plan will add an additional 400,000 jobs to the clean economy, according to the Canadian Climate Institute. Also, $48 billion is added to our economy, with 250,000 jobs in the EV supply chain alone, according to the Royal Bank of Canada. In Ontario, Volkswagen is building its largest EV battery facility ever, creating over 30,000 new jobs. That's an incredible number for that community. In Alberta, Air Products is investing $1 billion to build a hydrogen facility, creating 200 new jobs. And in Newfoundland, Bria Fuels is converting Come By Chance's oil refinery into a renewable diesel facility, creating 200 full-time jobs and 800 during their construction phase. In addition to that, the Oasis solar project is a 10-megawatt solar project receiving $18.5 million in funding, and they're creating clean power and good jobs near Regina, Saskatchewan. All part of the economy have important roles to play in meeting Canada's 2030 climate targets, from transportation to the oil and gas sector to heavy industry, construction, and buildings. Madam Speaker, everyone must do their part. And like I said earlier, no sector across Canada's economy should be entitled to unlimited pollution. Measures like the proposed pollution cap are crucial in addressing emissions from Canada's highest polluting sectors. It also encourages sectors to reinvest in clean energy products that will cut pollution and create new jobs in Canada. Canada has shown that we can reduce our emissions while growing our economy and supporting Canadians by creating new and sustainable jobs in emerging sectors, driving innovation and environmental protection, providing economic opportunities for Canadian businesses right across the economic spectrum, and increasing investments in clean energy projects. And Madam Speaker, I would just close by saying all of these investments are skating to where the puck is going, not to where the puck has been. That's why we're strong progressives. That's why we believe in taking action and meeting the moment here in Canada, across the world. We can't stop now. We need to continue to push forward for our environment, for our future. Our kids and our grandchildren and future generations of Canadians and Earthlings are counting on us. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for my colleague for the intervention, the speech today. I was wondering about the Net Zero Accelerator, the $8 billion fund that over 70% of the contracts gave no commitment to reduce emissions. I wonder, upon a review of the documents that we've been put under a gag order, there was 360 pages completely ripped out of the documents. Does this member know who ripped those pages out?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm thrilled to talk about the Net Zero Accelerator Fund because one of the largest emitters in southwestern Ontario is our critical steel sector. We know that steel is an important product for various things right across the country, from automotive to construction and many, many other practical applications. But until now, it's always required thermal coal in order to do that production. But thanks to the Net Zero Accelerator Fund, we're bringing in electric arc technology for the steel refineries in the Hamilton area. I went to McMaster, and when I did, I used to work in the steel industry a little bit. So it's great news, not just for our collective health and our economy, but also driving that steel industry forward. And that's thanks, like my colleague opposite just mentioned, to the Net Zero Accelerator Fund.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. My Milton friend is obviously defending what's indefendable from the Liberal government, but he mentioned that there was a lot of investment in Ontario, Stellantis, Volkswagen, and others. The problem with this, when will these factories be operational? But there's no mine right now, though, that's producing lithium here. And so we have to make sure that these products are being processed near the mine. But that's not what we're doing. In 3 or 4 years, would there be lithium in these batteries? Where are we going to get it from? China? We have to make sure it respects the most carbon neutral policy possible. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague and friend for this question today. Yes, we are committed to the future process of advancing our economy and investing in greener electricity. There's a lot of investment in Quebec as well. Obviously, I was talking about investment in Ontario because I live there, but there's a lot of investment, lasting, sustainable green investment, particularly in critical minerals. And I'd like to talk about this issue again with my colleague because he's something who believes in the environment and in a green future for future generations. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
River East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. Now, I think this House needs to hear again that some 600 people died during the heat dome in British Columbia, some of them in Vancouver East. Some of my constituents live in a SRO where the air is just absolutely stifling, and they were forced to become unhoused, to which there's now decampments as a result of that. Now, we have the Liberal government, the Prime Minister, who went actually during a climate crisis and bought a pipeline. The NDP has been calling for the Liberals over and over again to end the subsidy for big oil, yet they won't do it. They say they support Canadians with a half measure on the GST. The NDP is saying they should, in fact, ensure that the elimination of GST applies for home heating, for essentials, and to make that a permanent program. Will they do it and end the subsidy for big oil to pay for it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 50 seconds to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her climate advocacy as well. It is absolutely horrid to imagine all of the devastation that's occurred in Canada. We know that Canada is warming at 3 or 4 times the average rate of the rest of the world due to climate change, and it is indeed a crisis. But I'm very proud of the fact that Canada is not only the only oil and gas producing nation to bring forward a cap on emissions, but we've also ended all of those fossil fuel subsidies ahead of schedule, Madam Speaker. It's also important not to paint them all with the same brush because we still have some northern Indigenous communities that require those subsidies for their power systems. But Madam Speaker, it is disappointing to see that the NDP continually point to climate or carbon pricing as something that should not be part of a responsible climate plan. It is part of our climate plan, and it's disappointing that they've turned their backs on that.
Resuming debate, the honourable for King's Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, today we're here to talk about the 10th report of the Environment Committee because the Conservatives once again have moved a concurrence motion here in the House. And I think it is important for us to explain to Canadians who may be watching the proceedings of the House of Commons, who may be asking themselves, why are we still sitting 2 months later in this situation? It bears repeating a little bit of why we're here. First of all, the question around privilege and documents that the Conservatives come out and constantly say the government's not providing the documents. What they fail to actually recognize is the government has provided the documents to Parliament. The question is whether or not unredacted documents that are derived from a parliamentary order, from a majority of this House of Commons, should be passed off to the RCMP. Good news, Madam Speaker, we have information from the RCMP. They have actually come out and said, no thanks, Parliament. We are fine with using the existing ways to gather evidence for any type of criminal prosecution. So, by the way, Madam Speaker, this government recognizes that the Auditor General's report from the SDTC Corporation are serious matters. They have launched a third-party investigation. The government has provided the documents. The Conservatives have moved a motion to let this entire question around whether or not Parliament should allow documents to be sent to the RCMP unredacted, which could infringe on charter rights of any defendants, that question should be moved to PROC. But now for 2 straight months, we've had the Conservatives continually stand up in this place and be able to move amendments to their own motion, which every party in this House agrees that this should go to PROC. So the record has to be set and understood, Madam Speaker, because we are wasting parliamentary time in this place. And I do think it is important for my colleagues in the other opposition parties to ask themselves, at what point would they support a motion for closure on this question so we can go to PROC? They bear some responsibility in this question about what do they want to get out of Parliament for their constituents in this place. What is it that we can actually do to work together? So to the Bloc Québécois and to the NDP, you have to ask yourself at what point, when the government has provided the documents to Parliament, that it is there.
On a point of order, the honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. We're talking about the Conservatives' motion. For once, we have an opportunity to talk about something else for 5 minutes, and my colleague would bring us back to the Conservatives' motion. Could he please just talk about what is before us right now? Well, obviously, there's a wide leeway during debate. So, of course, members do have to be relevant to the motion before the House. I'm sure the member will come back to that and will make a link to that topic in his speech. Now, member for King's Hants.
Speaker, but again, what I would say is it is incumbent on all members of Parliament to ask themselves the question, because, again, what I'm getting back to this motion is that the Conservatives continue to use this as a delay tactic to allow other important questions that need to be coming before Parliament to happen. That is not happening, and I would encourage opposition members in the Bloc Québécois and in the NDP to ask themselves that question when they go home at night. What do we want to get accomplished with the time that we have remaining left in this Parliament? But I will get to this part, which again is a motion for concurrence on the 10th report. Madam Speaker, I have read the 10th report. I don't sit on the Environment Committee, but this did give me a good opportunity to go through the report, look at the recommendations. When the member from Portage-Lisker stood up this morning to move that, it was ironic that he did not talk about the Conservatives' environmental plan or what they would do at all. In fact, they moved a motion in relation to the Net Zero Accelerator Fund that was actually turned down by the Speaker, Madam Speaker. It was ruled out of order. So again, the Conservatives want to use this place to get up on talking points instead of actually getting work done, instead of actually being able to focus. But if we do want to talk about environment and investments in critical minerals and Canada's clean tech advantage, I will use my remaining 6 minutes that I have left in this portion of my debate to talk about that. But I do want to highlight the fact that it is remarkable to me that the Conservatives want to get up and talk about an environmental report tabled by the Environment Committee when I have sat in this place for 5 years, Madam Speaker, and I have not seen a genuine effort by the Conservative Party whatsoever to tackle the question of environment, to tackle the question of how Canada leverages its strategic assets to be able to make those investments. We've heard a slogan, technology, not taxes. Great slogan, no substance behind actually how you get there. How are you going to leverage those opportunities that we have in Canada? How are you going to fund them? And that's the part that the Conservatives don't actually finish their sentence. When they talk about these things, they are not straight and clear with Canadians about what the cost would be to be able to reduce emissions and to drive up Canadian competitiveness, that they don't actually have a substantive plan. I'll give Aaron O'Toole credit. In 2021, he started to go down this route. Of course, the backbench of his caucus wanted to pull him down for even mentioning the word carbon pricing, but they have not really given a genuine answer to this. And look, I know right now the questions is around pocketbook, it's around affordability, it's around defense and international security, but this question plays in. You know, the environmental question plays into all of those things, and the Conservatives really don't have a serious answer on this. But let's actually take an examination, Madam Speaker, when we do have legislation that directly relates to economic growth or affordability, what the record of the Conservative Party is. I come from, I represent Kings Hants in the beautiful province of Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker. I have a lot of constituents who still use home heating oil to heat their homes. It is the most expensive way in the country to heat your home. It averages between double to 4 times the amount those who have been able to make a transition off of home heating oil. This government worked with the province of Nova Scotia, the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, and the province of Prince Edward Island, where the majority of households in this country use home heating, to be able to establish a program to help people make a transition off of home heating or certainly reduce their reliance on it. It saves thousands of dollars a month in home heating costs. The member from Carleton said the program didn't exist, that it wouldn't do any good. I have evidence in my riding, Madam Speaker, where we have actually been able to reduce home energy bills because of the efforts that this government has taken. The Conservative Party has voted against it at every single turn. They have not been there to help support these initiatives. Let's talk about Bill C-49, which of course was an amending of the Atlantic Accords. This was just simply legislation. It wasn't even necessarily an investment that the government had to make or an expenditure, just regulations to allow the possibility for offshore wind that could help drive a decarbonization in Nova Scotia, decarbonization in Atlantic Canada, and create meaningful jobs in my home province. They stood against it at every single turn. So what is it, Madam Speaker, that the Conservative Party actually stands for? They talk about and want to suggest that this government has done nothing on environment. I would remind them that this is the only government in Canadian history, and it is far from perfect, by the way. I sit on the back bench. I don't sit here and suggest that this government is perfect, but it has reduced emissions and grown the economy. No government in the history of this country has ever done that before. And when I sit and listen in this House at the extremes that I hear from the member from Portage-Lisker suggesting the government has done nothing, what is he talking about? And with respect, although I would agree in some facets about the way that the NDP present themselves in this House as being more credible, at sometimes I also hear from them little to nothing. Have they not seen the measures the government has taken? Should we do more? Absolutely. Is it our job as members of Parliament and parliamentarians to push the government and the executive, the Privy Council? Yes, we should. But let's bring some air of reality to what we're actually dealing with here in this place and the complexities and the challenges. I hear, of course, I know some of my colleagues, including on my side of the House in my party, when we talk about Trans Mountain, the NDP suggests, look, that's a bet. It's in the national interest, Madam Speaker. Would we rather move oil and gas and bitumen on railroad? Because the market still is calling for it around the world. And so my message to the NDP when they say that we shouldn't have invested in a national interest in a pipeline to move the bitumen that would otherwise be moving on rail cars, do they think that that is not a safer way to do it? And that the government intends to actually sell the pipeline to Indigenous stakeholders to be able to support this. So these are some of the complexities and the nuances that you don't hear in this place, Madam Speaker, that we don't actually get into legitimate debate. Now, in the time that I have remaining, which I think is about 2 minutes, 3 minutes, Madam Speaker, can you help me on that? 1.5, wonderful. What I would say is the government does have to continue to focus on the question of Canada's strategic advantage in critical minerals. This matters not only from an emission reduction perspective, I would say even more importantly in this context, it matters for our economy and it matters for defense and strategic interests with the United States. We've spent a lot of time in this House talking about the importance of the Canada-US relationship. I think the government needs to continue to highlight this. All parliamentarians in this place should be focused on that question about how we can push the ability to reduce regulatory burdens that are not necessarily needed to be advanced the mining of critical minerals, but to do so in a sustainable way. There's an ability to align processes, and I support some of the work the government has done in that place. We need to do more. And I think about things like nuclear energy, the agriculture sector, forestry. There is so much that we can do in efforts that drive innovation in those traditional sectors, but also reduce emissions at the same time. We have to continue to focus on this question as one of innovation and one on economic growth. And of course, at the end of the day, if it reduces emissions and drives environmental benefit, that's the triple bottom line win that we should be looking for. I see my time is up, Madam Speaker. I wish I had more, but I look forward to taking questions from my honourable colleagues in this place.
And comments, the honourable member for Victoria.
Speaker, I want to thank the member for his speech, but some of what he said was deeply concerning. And when I questioned the Environment Minister about the Trans Mountain Expansion project and asked him if he, as someone who has spoken against pipeline expansions in the past, stood by his government's decision or thought that it was a mistake, he couldn't answer. But this member seems to be championing the Trans Mountain Expansion, something that costs $35 billion, taxpayer money, poured into this pipeline, that is actually tripling the capacity to export diluted bitumen to our coast. Now, it is not just the bitumen that would otherwise be shipped there. It is increasing capacity, it is expanding the tar sands, the oil sands. Does this member stand by his government's decision to waste taxpayer money on a pipeline that is an economic and environmental disaster?
The honourable member for King's Hands.
Speaking of concerning, Madam Speaker, I was concerned when the member from Victoria, who certainly purports herself in this place to be a strong environmental champion, had very little to say when the NDP backed away from the importance of carbon pricing as a credible plan to be able to move the motion.
Sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member for Victoria.
As stated in House of Commons, House and Procedure, Chapter 3, when members repeat inaccurate information and again, the Speaker can rule it out of order. I have responded many a time to this, and the member knows full well that we support industrial carbon pricing, that carbon pricing is an important part of our...
So the honourable member, it's more of a point of debate. She can rise on that after. The honourable member for King's Hands.
I guess what I would say, Madam Speaker, is similar to her question. Sometimes members of Parliament, even within the same party, have different views then, we'll say that. I'm glad to know that she supports a consumer carbon price and will continue to push the leader of the NDP to change and reverse his policies as the environmental critic. But getting to the point around Trans Mountain, the member will remember actually a podcast that we did with Althea Raj 5 years ago in my office, where I said at the end of the day, the government has a responsibility to look at the national interest. We are both providing a safer way to move the bitumen that is already going to move, by the way. The question this government had is, should we move it by railroad, or should we actually build a pipeline that is a safer way to do it, be able to sell the pipeline back to Indigenous partners, and be able to drive economic interests that matter in this country? We have a level, or at least I believe this government and this party has a level of nuance on this. But again, I would encourage the member opposite to certainly ask questions in our own House about where the NDP stands on their own plans around the environment.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for his speech. He talked about a few particular energy projects, and I just want to take a moment here. The finance minister came to committee and said that she thought the government could get back more money than they have spent on TMX, meaning that she thinks that the government can receive close to $37 billion on this pipeline. The PBO came and said that they'd probably be lucky to get $27 billion. They don't think the government's going to be able to make up all the money that they have wasted on this pipeline. Now, why do they have to spend this $34 billion on a pipeline? Because of the regulatory uncertainty that chased away the private sector proponent that would have built it themselves. The Impact Assessment Act was unconstitutional then. It still is now, which is important for the Atlantic Accord, which impacts his region of the country. So when you look at what this government's doing, they continue to mess things up all the time. How on earth are they ever going to get their money back on TMX?
Honourable member for King's Hands.
Very quickly, because he covered a lot to my honourable colleague. First of all, in the Atlantic Accords, that is joint jurisdiction. So when the Conservatives like to bring up Impact Assessment Act, it actually doesn't apply in the Atlantic Accords context. So I'll correct the record or certainly help to educate him on that particular point. As it relates to the Conservatives, The irony, of course, in this and the level of nuance is that the government does have to be mindful about the global transition that's happening on energy. We chose to make an investment. I'll remind that honourable member that Stephen Harper and the Conservative Party actually did nothing to actually expand access to our natural resource market by things like pipelines. Never happened. So we can have honest and reasonable conversation about whether or not the government shouldn't have got involved or not. I believe that they've made the right choice and that the costs associated with it will be recovered and that the investment the government made is in the national interest. He represents Western Canada. You would think that he would actually get up and support those types of decisions that have been made by the government.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Quickly, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hear my colleague talking about reasonable discussion, reasonable debate, and he's defending Trans Mountain and its $34 billion price tag. That's a bit strange. And now this government is going to spend billions on carbon capture when we know that that technology doesn't work in other places. So before spending that kind of money, is he prepared to listen to the scientists and rethink how that money's spent? The honourable member for Kings Hants. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Look, when it comes to the importance of our natural resources sector all across Canada, including the oil patch in Western Canada mainly, but also in Newfoundland and Labrador, that sector is very important to the entire economy of Canada, especially considering the amount of money that is shared with the provinces. And in Nova Scotia and in Quebec, the existence of that sector and the money and the revenues that come from that industry is very important to the industry in Quebec and Nova Scotia. And it also helps provide resources for the social system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleagues today. We're debating here the concurrence report on a committee report from the Environment Department on the path forward here. But in relation to this, of course, one of the main things we come at here in our dissenting report is that despite claiming that their costed carbon tax would address climate change, the current Liberal government has failed to meet any carbon climate target. This is something that has to be brought forth here very specifically. And in relation to that, the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development Canada provided a report to Parliament, a handful of reports, 5 actually here, just a few weeks ago, in which he illustrated exactly what the government was not accomplishing with all of their efforts in this respect. And when I say efforts, I mean up to 140 programs across government that effectively are spending money and not reducing emissions at all. And I'll go into a lot of the guts of what the report here, particularly the report when he talks about the net zero transition and where we are as far as getting towards net zero in our economy, because he makes some significant statements in this regard, Madam Speaker. He goes on about missing and inconsistent information, delays in launching important measures, and a lack of reliability in projections hindered the credibility of the plan. Now, before I go any further, Madam Speaker, I have to tell you that I'm going to be splitting my time today with my honourable colleague, the member from Louis Saint-Laurent, so that I'll only be speaking for 10 minutes here today. But this whole thing about missing and inconsistent information, delays in launching important measures, and a lack of reliability in projections hindered the credibility of the government's plans. Now recognize that you're getting zero emissions at the end of the day out of all these programs, tens of billions that are being spent on these climate changes, and effectively the latest one, of course, being the emissions cap, which is a pie-in-the-sky thing. We're going to eliminate emissions without putting down production. The only way we're going to actually eliminate emissions in Canada is to undo our economy at this stage. And undoing our economy, especially in our resource production, means those resources are being produced elsewhere, higher emissions, higher labor standards, and less benefit for the world. So we continue on this path of making sure the government is exposed for the folly of their approach to how they're actually trying to get emissions, because those emissions aren't appearing at the end of the day. But I'll go on with the Commissioner's report here. He said the recent decreases to projected 2030 emissions were not due to climate actions taken by governments, but were instead because of revisions to the data or methods used in modeling. Now, for 20 years, the Department of Environment has had a model that is not transparent about how actually they are measuring emissions in the Canadian economy. And that whole model is flawed, as the Environment Commissioner has stated. Nobody can see it, therefore it is effectively flawed. The only way to get emissions, of course, is to change the inputs somewhat in their own modeling. Changing inputs doesn't reduce CO2 in the atmosphere, Madam Speaker. All it does is make your model look like you're accomplishing something when you're accomplishing next to nothing. And what you are accomplishing is the shutdown of the most productive part of the Canadian economy, our resource industry. But that is part of what this government's virtue signaling is all about here. It's about saying we're doing something, but changing the metrics on how we actually measure what we're doing here. So they're trying to fool the Canadian public. And it is deceitful, Madam Speaker. It is something that has to be exposed at its highest level. The Commissioner, not Greg McLean, the Member of Parliament for Calgary Centre, the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development actually said very clearly, you're monkeying with the numbers. And the next monkeying they're going to do, of course, is to include the actual absorption of CO2 embedded in Canada's forests and include that in the numbers to make them look like they've actually accomplished something, although that wasn't part of the inputs from the get-go. There's a whole bunch of quotes here that are very important from the Commissioner, and I'm going to go through a few more of them. The issue of the lack of transparency in the modeling continues to be an ongoing concern, which can undermine the trust and credibility in the reported progress. Guess that. Hear that. Trust and credibility. This government has lost all kinds of trust with Canadians. It has also lost credibility with anybody who's paying attention to emissions and to our energy production systems in Canada that need to be sustained in order for us to continue with our prosperous economy, in order for us to continue as a world leader in emissions reduction. Fully 3/4 of the amount of money spent by private enterprise in this country on climate emissions reductions is spent by the oil and gas industry, making sure they get cleaner production. And that production, specifically in the oil sands, the emissions profile per barrel of oil produced has gone down by 26% in the last 20 years. That outperforms any other industry in Canada as far as the reductions that are associated with technological advances. So when my colleague across the way talks about technology, not taxes, we have clear illustrations of how that works. Businesses spending money on technology as opposed to spending money on taxes actually advance the science and advance the utilization of carbon-reducing emissions. This is what we're after at the end of the day. We want less carbon emissions per unit of production. We want to make sure we have a sustainable economy going forward. We want to replace carbon around the world that's being produced with more carbon efficient and less emitting options available here in Canada. Again, I'll finalize up with a few more quotes from the Commissioner of the Environment here. This lack of transparency meant that accountability for reducing emissions remained unclear. So I beseech my colleagues on the other side of the House. It's not the opposition saying this. It's their own commissioner. The government's Commissioner of Environment and Sustainable Development saying you're not getting anything done. The only thing you're accomplishing in the numbers, and the numbers are down slightly from their peak pre-COVID. They're down a very slight amount. That's not necessarily a result of anything that the programs have designed here. That is a result significantly of changes to the model. Now, you can change your input models all you want. At the end, the world is getting more carbon in the atmosphere. We've got to actually get some less carbon in the atmosphere. So find some programs and find some technology that actually accomplishes that. And this government seems strained in that because it's bent towards that whole regulation and control as opposed to innovation and market decisions that are going to be part of the future here that is the solution. I actually said to my constituents, when you've dug a hole this deep, it's time to stop digging. Stop digging. That's the main thing here. You've gone down the rat hole here, and making sure that you're actually producing less emissions is no longer your goal. It's a goal to push more money out the door And Madam Speaker, I'm particularly worried about this at this.
Yeah, so I just, when the Honourable Member is turning his pages, it's hitting the microphones. And so it's causing a lot of distraction and difficulties for the interpreters. So I just want to just caution him on that. I know that he's worried as much as I am about the interpreters. So the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's the first time I've heard that complaint, and I don't know if it's too loud when I flip a page or what, but I apologize. Anyways, I do have pages here, and I do have to flip them, so we do have to go off of significant preparation here. The issue, and I'll put this away for this time, Madam Speaker, because of that, and I'll just go from what I know of this subject matter as opposed to the notes I have. We have done a lot in this country. We've overspent tens of billions of dollars in this effort and gotten nowhere. And where's that money gone? I think Canadians need to know. Where has that money gone? It's gone into a bunch of self-serving organizations that this government uses, and I used the word before, and I mean it very clearly, they are paid propagandists. Effectively, you look at the International Institute for Sustainable Development getting $30 million from this government to pursue efforts that are all over the map as far as what it's measuring, and they have no expertise in actually delivering. The Canadian Climate Institute was at one of our committee meetings not long ago, and you take a look at what they're actually delivering here, and they're getting, at that point in time, $11 million, going up to $30 million. They are actually giving advice to the Department of the Environment. Now, giving advice to the Department of the Environment, because the Department of the Environment has no advice of their own, it effectively is now a department that is captured by special interest groups that gets paid a lot of money to be special interest groups, and therefore spins that wheel, Canadian taxpayer dollars going out the door, all kinds of organizations and individuals getting rich, and I can name who those organizations and individuals are, Madam Speaker, if we have more time, but I notice you've given me the 1 minute sign here, so I'm going to wrap up. We're not accomplishing anything in the environment. This government needs to acknowledge that. The Commissioner of Environment and Sustainable Development has acknowledged it. I beseech my colleagues on the other side of the House and the other two opposition parties to read the report. Read the report that says we're accomplishing nothing, we're spending tens of billions of dollars, and we're getting nowhere. What more clarity do you need in order to make this understandable that we need to actually focus on technologies that are reducing carbon emissions in Canada as a benefit for the whole world? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't expect the member to answer my question because he never really does, but I'll say this to counter some of the false narrative in there. He said that our emissions are just slightly reduced since before COVID. The reality is this, Madam Speaker. Our emissions right now are at the same level they were at in 1998. But what's the huge difference between now and then? Our economy was worth about $650 billion in 1998. Now it's worth $2 trillion. Our economy is 3 times the size that it was in 1998. We have the exact same emissions that we do now. But you know, I would love for him to reflect perhaps back on the days when Stephen Harper was Prime Minister, when the economy was stagnant or even going down, yet emissions were continuing to rise up. So although I appreciate his rhetoric, it is nothing more than that.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know how to respond to that member because I think I've answered every question he's ever asked in this House of Commons. But I'll say to him again in direct response to what he said, I don't know where he's getting his numbers, because the numbers that I've seen very clearly from his government's department on the emissions in Canada is that we are now around where we were in 2019, not 1998, and that's just pre-COVID. So we're going down to where we were before the economy collapsed at this point in time, and then we rose back up. 1998, I don't know where he's getting that number at all, but this is my answer to his question. I hope he appreciates the directness of the response. There's no rhetoric in my speech at all, Madam Speaker. What we're talking about here is spending tens of billions of dollars and accomplishing nothing. What Canadians need to see is where did that tens of billions of dollars go, and how do we make sure we're actually getting results for the money we're spending and what we're doing for Canadians. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Madam Speaker, it's clear that the holiday season is approaching because everything's a little bit surreal right now. We're not anywhere near reality right now, Madam Speaker. Earlier I heard a Liberal member saying that he was proud of his party's record. But listen, let's get back to reality here. In La Presse on November 7th this year, when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions, the article said that Canada has the worst record of the G7, the worst record of the G7. And, you know, our Liberal friends are apparently proud of their record, but now we hear the Conservatives who suggest that we do even less to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So, listen, this is, it's clearly the holiday season. Everybody's thinking about something else. So, according to a recent study in 2022, Canada spent $50 billion directly or indirectly subsidizing the oil and gas sector. I'd like to know if my colleague thinks that, I'll remind my colleague that this industry made $220 billion of profits in 2022. We gave them $50 billion in tax money. Does my colleague not think that this money would be better used if we had built social housing? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, but it's interesting, he's attacking the Liberals who aren't, accomplishing anything when it comes to the environment. And he's right to say that. But after that, he continued. He went on by indicating that the Conservatives, or rather the Government of Canada, had given $50 billion to the oil and gas sector. Well, Madam Speaker, that's a joke. They've given almost nothing to the least this sector. And he should recognize the facts that this needs to be revisited.
The Honourable for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate my colleague, but when he says, Conservatives want to be prudent with money, the Harper regime was the most outrageous shoveler of money towards billionaires and banks in our country's history. Just go through the numbers, Madam Speaker. $116 billion in liquidity supports to Canada's big banks. Harper regime. We have the overseas tax havens that cost us $30 billion a year, according to the BBO. Again, Harper regime, and shamefully, the Liberals have not ended that practice of $30 billion a year going to overseas tax havens and tens of billions of dollars going to oil and gas CEOs. So Conservatives shovel money off the back of a truck. If you're a billionaire or a banker, you get that money. But what they did cut were all the programs on clean energy, including Eco Energy, which Canadians stepped up to, and the Harper government cruelly ended and shut down so many of those small businesses across the country. How can the Conservatives possibly say they're credible when they did that?
A brief answer from the Honourable for Calgary Centre.
Well, a brief answer. I don't know where that member's getting his facts either, because the government doesn't give any money to executives of petroleum companies across the country. It is a productive sector, and when it's doing well, all the employees do well. When it's doing poorly, take a look at the employment losses that happened over the last 8 years while we were in Parliament here. It's only bounced back in the very near past here, the last 2 years. So there is some significant misinformation that I think comes from that member. I don't know what he's referring to in a government a decade ago that had to deal with fiscal prudence, but I do agree with him that the Conservatives are looking at where we need to spend money effectively in the economy, because frankly, this government is going broke.
Yes, and I just want to remind members, if they want to have conversations while someone else has the floor, and this is on both sides, that they should step out to do that or wait until their turn comes up to speak.
Resuming debate. Yes, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't take that personally, and I'll certainly take that into advisement in the years to come. It's a pleasure for me to participate in this debate, and I'll remind you that for the last 2 years I have sat in the Shadow Cabinet as Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change. As our Conservative leader, the leader of the official opposition, the member for Carleton, said 2 years ago, rather over a year ago at our convention in Quebec City, the founding or the underlying principles of the Conservative Party when it comes to the environment are: 1, climate change is real. We need to manage climate change. We need to reduce pollution. We need to reduce emissions. But where our paths diverge with the government is that you have on one side a dogmatic Liberal government that says that taxing and spending the wrong way is the right way to do things, whereas we have a Conservative approach that will be more pragmatic and directly focused on action, and I will come back to that later in my speech. So, Madam Speaker, after 9 years of this Liberal government, let's have a look at their record on the environment. The worst record in the G7. And we're 62nd out of 70. That's the countries around the world. That's the Liberal government's record after 9 years. And recently, Madam Speaker, we had the most obvious example of poor investments. These are two programs that this government, one that they put in place and another one that they've mismanaged, the Liberal way. Everything's been managed wrong, and there's a whiff of corruption as well. So first of all, let's talk about the Net Zero Accelerator Fund. This is a program, Madam Speaker, that cost $8 billion. That's a lot of money, $8 billion. It's a program that unfortunately has given zero results. And that's the problem. They say, oh, listen, we've got these great principles. We have ambitious targets, But, Madam Speaker, the results aren't there. $8 billion spent. And, knowing what we know, the Deputy Minister in charge of this file told us in committee that it's not possible to evaluate if the program has led to reductions in GHG emissions. We're talking about an accelerator to get emissions down to zero, but they're not able to measure if it's reduced emissions or not. And even worse, listen to some other points raised in committee. And this comes from the Environment Commissioner. When we asked how all of this was done, when he appeared on May 2nd and May 9th last year, the Environment Commissioner of Canada said that we saw that the department was not able to indicate what the greenhouse gas emissions reductions would be for most businesses participating in the Net Zero Accelerator Fund. Now, Madam Speaker, it's a net zero accelerator, and the Environment Commissioner says that they have absolutely no way of ensuring that it's actually going to reduce emissions. That makes no sense, Madam Speaker, but this is 9 years of Liberal government. In further testimony, the Environment Commissioner indicated that the majority of money that's been dispersed doesn't come with any guarantee that greenhouse gas emissions will be reduced. It's a net zero accelerator. We're supposed to be accelerating to get to zero emissions. And there's no targets and no engagement from these businesses that they'll meet the targets. What is it? Well, it's Liberal mismanagement, what we've seen over the last 9 years. Madam Speaker, we asked to get access to these documents. The government imposed a cone of silence around this. But parliamentarians can look at the documents, but only with our eyes. We can't take notes, we can't take pictures, we can't do anything with it, we can just observe. Madam Speaker, we firmly want these documents to be made public. What I saw, obviously, I can't say, and listen, I'm not going to tell you what was in those documents, but I can tell you that everything that I saw should be seen by all Canadians. It was troubling, Madam Speaker. All members of the Environment Committee have access to those documents, and we really want all MPs to be able to see these documents. Conservative members have looked at those documents, and that's why I say to Canadians, you deserve to know how this money that you contributed, $8 billion, is being spent. All Canadians should be able to see those documents.
So, Madam Speaker, that's the first thing, the Net Zero Accelerator Fund. Another program that was supported by this government, has been for 5 years, was the Green Fund for Sustainable Development Technology. So the Liberal Party, had it, but it existed before that, and it was going along well, SCTC. It helped companies to reduce their emissions. And, Madam Speaker, the Auditor General had as a mandate to study what happened at this famous green slush fund. And what we learned was very troubling. We weren't the ones saying it. It wasn't the Conservative Party. It was the Auditor General herself. So $500 million over the past 5 years was spent by the Liberal government. Almost 80% of this funds were not properly managed. People were giving amounts to themselves, taxpayer money, for their own companies. So, Madam Speaker, that's not how you manage funds. There's a lot of back and forth on the board in terms of the members. And, Madam Speaker, when you spend your time going in and out, it seems to raise a red flag. There should be an alarm bell that goes off, and we need to do things otherwise, people should say. But no, that's not what they did, and it's really unfortunate. And that's why what we're seeing from this government over the past 9 years, not only in the worst G7 country, also the COP29 also gave us a poor ranking. I asked them to table it to the document a few days ago. They don't know how to manage their investment funds. But we have had a more positive, constructive, efficient, and dogmatic approach. Like our leader said during the Quebec Congress roughly a year ago, in September, 2023, he defined the 4 pillars of our environmental action. The first pillar, tax incentives for R&D, for new technology to reduce GHGs. But we have to do so responsibly, not to help insiders like the Auditor General has said with this green fund, or not $800 million. No, we need real reduction measures and commitments. To many of these companies received millions without any objectives. No, we want a respectful way of managing taxpayers' money. Second pillar, we have to green light green technology, more wind, hydroelectric projects, geothermal, and nuclear power in Canada. Because yes, Madam Speaker, decarbonization does lead to green energy, and that's why we need it. We don't have enough of it, we need more. So we have to green light green energy. Third pillar, the Canadian advantage. In Canada, we all have the natural resources we need. When we think about lithium, like the member for Carleton said, we need Canadian lithium for Canadian electric cars. That's what we want. So we have to green light green energy and develop all our energy potential and the resources we have in Canada. This will allow this technology. So third, we have to work hand in hand with First Nations. Too often throughout our history, when we want to develop, we just signed a check for the Indigenous peoples and exclude them. But that's not the approach we need. We need a shared wealth creation approach. We need to work equal to equal, and we have to make Indigenous peoples partners in our prosperity. Yes, we take climate change seriously. With tax incentives for new technologies, we have to green light green energy, developing our natural wealth through decarbonization, and work hand in hand with First Nations. So we're looking forward to an election that will give a responsible government for all Canadians.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as opposed to focusing the attention in regards to the concurrence report, because I see the tactic of the Conservative opposition as just trying to continue an ongoing filibuster, my question to the member opposite is in relation to why it is that the Conservatives continue to move concurrence reports and then return reports back to the standing committees, thereby dictating more and more, and we're seeing this as a troubling pattern from the leader of the Conservative Party, who he wants to send reports back to active committees and instruct standing committees what to do. Does the member have any concern in terms of the power grab that the leader of the Conservative Party has in regards to trying to dictate the type of issues that they were going to be forced to talk about because he, as leader of the Conservative Party, wants and is instructing them to do so?
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you.
My colleague, it's very sad to see again that this government refused to accept an order of the chair. This is why we have no action in this House, because this government refused to put inside and to move forward a motion asking them to give some document to the RCMP. But this government refused. On the other hand, Madam Speaker, what I want to raise also is that he said they dictate what they want to say. Yes, I want to talk about climate change. I'm very proud to have defended our observation and our action that will make if we receive and we are honored by the people of Canada in the next election.
It's my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows. Monsieur Lamoureux, seconded by Monsieur Drouin, move that this question be now put.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division.
The Government House Leader.
Request a recorded vote, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until later this day at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. I'm sorry, I have a point of order. The Honourable the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as promised yesterday, I am rising to make a more structured intervention on the question of privilege raised by the NDP member for London Fanshawe. And I agree wholeheartedly with all my Conservative colleagues who have already arisen on this matter. There is no question of privilege here whatsoever concerning the behavior of the official opposition. If anything, Madam Speaker, the actual contempt here was when the NDP Deputy House Leader stormed up the aisle in a very physically and demonstrative and verbally aggressive fashion to confront the chair. She was quickly joined by the NDP member for Edmonton-Griesbach. That was, of course, in plain view of anyone watching the television feed of Thursday evening's proceedings of the House. She also confessed to it in her intervention Friday afternoon. Quote, "After we adjourned, I approached the chair to ask how this could have been allowed." That's a very polite way of putting it, Madam Speaker. If you look at the tape, the camera was still running after the Speaker had adjourned the House, and you can see the member in question, the NDP member, walking up very aggressively, waving wildly, pointing fingers, and basically yelling and admonishing the Speaker. Standing Order 16.4 instructs us that, quote, "When the House adjourns, members shall keep their seats until the Speaker has left the chair." That clearly didn't happen. If anything, the NDP Deputy House Leader's conduct reminded me of the incident described at footnote 345 on page 645 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice 3rd edition. Quote, "Perhaps the worst scene in modern times occurred in 1980 when closure was moved on a motion to establish a committee to study a constitutional resolution. Several members, angered by the closure motion, stormed the chair, demanding to be heard. The resulting disorder on the floor of the House led to the entrance behind the curtains of members of the protective staff on the orders of the Sergeant at Arms." End quote. Now, thankfully, it didn't quite get that far. We didn't need armed police in here to address the NDP's chaos and disorder. But the Deputy Sergeant at Arms did have to escort physically the NDP Deputy House Leader away from the Conservative benches after her unprofessional, erratic, and unhinged attack on several Conservative MPs who, in compliance with the standing order, had remained seated and remained calm. Like I said, Mr. Speaker, if anything gives rise, Madam Speaker, if anything gives rise to a contempt, it is the storming of the chair by the NDP House Leader. Had Conservatives wanted to, we could have raised our own question of privilege, which I believe would have been a slam dunk for securing a prima facie ruling from the chair. But Conservatives believe that questions of privilege should be raised to address serious violations of the authority and dignity of Parliament, not to score cheap political points to deflect from a given party's strategic errors. And that is what I believe is behind the NDP Deputy House Leader's question of privilege. And if you'll grant me a little bit of latitude, I do believe that motive and context matters in this. The NDP is suffering. What we are seeing is the lashing out of emotions that their predicament has built up. For 3 years, the NDP was in a coalition arrangement with this Liberal Prime Minister, aiding and abetting his disastrous policies for Canada, which has Canadians suffering. And
Of a point of order on the point of order. Just. So again, so there is a point of order already on the floor, so we're going to allow this point of order to end, and then we'll go to the honourable member for New Westminster, Bernie V, who's rising on on the same point of order from what I can gather. And I do want to indicate, if the honourable member is providing context to the event that actually happened, particular to that event, then that is acceptable. If it's other stuff that wants to debate, then I would say that that's not admissible. So the Honourable Deputy House Leader, no, the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Out of respect for you, Madam Speaker, I will quickly move through this part. I will just point out that in the NDP's interventions on this, they had no problem using the House's time to come up with all kinds of wild theories and conjecture about motivations or even fabrications of what was going on. But I will heed what you have said and quickly just point out that clearly the NDP were frustrated that night. And I believe what happened was they saw an opportunity to deflect and distract from their decision to no. This is what happened Thursday night. That they seized an opportunity to try to deflect from their own strategic error. That being said, Canadians are smart and recognize what they're seeing, and the NDP knows this. All this happened during Thursday night's vote. All that happened during Thursday night's vote was that 100 or so Conservative MPs, proud to be here to vote on behalf of their constituents, were voicing their opinion about the NDP's voting. And if you actually watch the video of the vote, Madam Speaker, you'll see the 4 or 5 NDP members who were voting physically in the House actually reacted in a playful and good-humoured way, like gesturing that they couldn't hear jokingly what the Conservative colleagues were saying. Not that they couldn't hear the chair or the vote callers. They were actually looking at our members, joking around and playing it up for the cameras. In the moment, that is how those MPs interpreted the noise that was coming from down the hall. You can actually see the NDP member for Port Moody Coquitlam jokingly asking Conservative members to speak up because she was pretending that she couldn't hear them. That was the flavor. That is visible on the cameras. That is without debate. That's not my opinion. That is what you will see if you look at the video from that evening. Now, I do believe that all that might have drawn a brief intervention from the chair, and the House moved on, as it naturally would. And it is the Speaker's job to enforce decorum and enforce the rules and apply them when he or she believes that it is getting to the point of being disruptive. And Conservative members heeded the call of the chair, and the House moved on as it would. As for specific allegations which were made, I understand, though that I have it on very good authority, Madam Speaker, that we can categorically reject the NDP's defamatory, spurious, and completely unfounded allegations of anyone being intoxicated. And if you really want to question, or if you really take a look at the validity of those allegations, the 2 members who the NDP accused in this chamber, that was again caught on video, are 2 members who are non-drinkers.
They do not drink.
And it's not only insulting to them, but it's incredibly dangerous that somebody can use the parliamentary privilege, like the NDP House Leader has done, to make these unfounded and baseless accusations, which now have gone out into social media that have really damaged members' reputations without any substantiation at all. That is really a problem. And if you look at the behavior of members that evening, if you want to question who might have been intoxicated, it certainly weren't Conservative members, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, the NDP House Leader made an intervention where he asserted a number of those outrageous...
Someone has the floor, and I think that it's very inappropriate for others to be yelling out while someone else has the floor. The other thing I just want to indicate is that, there may be all kinds of interpretation, but I think that if the honourable member wants to just put his case forward, I think that it's very difficult to interpret what somebody else was actually doing. So again, if the honourable member can wrap it up, the honourable official opposition Official Opposition House Leader.
I agree with you, Madam Speaker. But we find ourselves in this position because that is exactly what the NDP have done with these outrageous and baseless accusations. I think it's only fair and only just that after making these kinds of allegations, that the official opposition is allowed to not only defend ourselves and our integrity, but to put the actual facts of the matter before the chair, if the chair is going to rule on this. Now, my NDP counterpart also claimed that pages were withdrawn from the opposition lobby because of what he alleged was the conduct of Conservative MPs. Now, first of all, I was briefed by a representative of the House administration relating to the page program and was informed that the initiation, the baseline issue that led ultimately to a decision being made was actually have happened earlier and was completely unrelated to behavior in the lobby, but an administrative issue within the page program itself. I can also say that during the evening, there were requests from one side to the other, from the NDP lobby, to turn the volume down on the television that was on. A request that was accommodated. But this is in stark contrast to the actions of NDP members that evening. I would also point out that I've been in this place a long time, Madam Speaker, on both sides of the House. I've been in a situation where I've shared opposition lobbies with the NDP. They are often gathered together having a jovial time, just as Conservatives were. That evening I've heard them playing guitars and leading each other in songs. That is something that happens from time to time on late night sittings, and both parties usually just accommodate each other when they're doing that. We have to share the same space. We try to stay out of each other's way. And this all has come as a complete shock to Conservative staff and Conservative MPs who viewed the events of that evening of exactly that. Our MPs in our corner of the lobby enjoying the evening, and knowing that we were about to come in, vote on a confidence matter, and having a playful time in the House of Commons, chirping the NDP who are voting on another side of the issue, which they do from time to, not just from time to time, all the time, Madam Speaker. And they are now just being selectively sanctimonious. That being said, let me talk a little bit about the NDP members' conduct in the House. We saw unhinged conduct directed at the Conservative lobby coordinator by the NDP member for Vancouver East. Not once, but on 2 occasions Thursday night, she used profane language and likened him to a certain body part. On the second occasion, an NDP staffer had to physically come between her and the staffer in question, much like how the Deputy Sergeant at Arms had to direct the NDP Deputy House Leader away from the Conservatives she was harassing, as seen on the video which hundreds of thousands of Canadians have witnessed so far. That interaction between the NDP member and the Conservative staff was an exercise of a position of power to assert authority over and to bully an employee. There are witnesses to this conduct, as well as, I understand, a video, which I expect will be heard in other forums. Earlier in the evening, the honourable member, the Conservative member for St. Albert, Edmonton, was attempting to record a message for his constituents and Canadians about his work as our Democratic Reform Shadow Minister on Bill C-65, which proposes to delay the fixed date election by a week in order to secure the pensions of 28 Liberal and NDP MPs. Okay, well, let me get to the part where it's relevant. While attempting to record this video, the member for Edmonton Griesbach engaged in disruptive, harassing, obnoxious, and nuisance behavior directed towards my colleague and his work, trying to derail his ability to record the video. At the end of the night, another NDP MP delivered a bizarre, passive-aggressive rant to a second member of the Conservative staff for the simple courtesy of holding a door which otherwise would have automatically closed in her face. And it hasn't stopped there, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, in the lobby, the former NDP whip gratuitously addressed a gross slur to my Chief of Staff. And I raise this just as another example of the bizarre, weird, unhinged pattern of behavior which NDP members of Parliament are exhibiting around the parliamentary precinct. So if we're going to ask why pages were asked to remove the lobby, let's look at the behavior of the NDP MPs contributing to that whatever feeling they might have had in their workspace. So what is unusual here is that the NDP House Leader, whose conduct Thursday night was shameful, as seen on Parleview and in other videos published on social media, is trying to lead the charge for parliamentary civility and decorum. In June, she wrote to all MPs inviting us to sign a so-called pledge with 4 branches. Firstly, she wants MPs to pledge to, quote, support each other and call it abuse and harassment when we see it or experience it. Well, that's exactly what we're doing now about the excessive toxic behavior on open display by New Democrats. Secondly, MPs were asked to pledge to, quote, call on all our allies to stand with us to support women in office and call out all forms of abuse.
Honourable member is going on about other stuff that's not actually related to the matter at hand, to the situation that happened. It's more debate, before it can be a debate, then the honourable the decision has to be made by the Speaker on it. So I would just ask if the honourable member has any additional information he would like to put on record that has to do with that particular evening that hasn't already been raised in the House. The honourable official opposition House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, I will just sum up by saying what the NDP have done is they have made baseless and false accusations that damage the reputations of individual members of Parliament. The old saying that a lie goes halfway around the world before the truth gets its pants on is very appropriate here, because they can make these allegations, and just by defending ourselves, we are contributing to the propagation of the falsehood. And that puts all members in a very risky behavior. Any one of us could get up at any time and make false accusations about who they saw in the parliamentary dining room bar and what one member said or didn't or did, and not be held to account, because the effect of the accusation plants the seed in people's minds. Secondly, the behavior by individual NDP MPs themselves were the cause for the breakdown in order in the House, and the way they treated the Speaker. Someone that they have protected, that they have voted confidence in before, is absolutely shameful that they would march up the aisle waving and hurling insults and abuse. So I think it's clear, Madam Speaker, if anybody's privileges have been infringed, it is the Conservative MPs who are the subject of baseless allegations. If anybody's workplace was made toxic by behavior, it was Conservative staff in the lobby because of NDP actions. And I think what the proper thing to resolve this right now is for the NDP to withdraw their question of privilege, apologize to the Speaker for their behavior, apologize to the Conservative MPs whose reputations they have slandered, and put this matter to rest. Thank you.
I do have another point of order. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
And thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And all I can say to the official...
This is exactly what we have been seeing over and over again when someone else has the floor. Now, the honourable member rose to raise on the point of order. I told him he had to wait until this one was done. And now I would ask members to please be respectful, and let's hear what the honourable member has to say so we can go on with the business of the day. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was going to say to my colleague and friend, he's got a great future as a fiction writer ahead of him once he retires from politics. He did not address the question of privilege.
Just want to, so again, you know, there's been indication that there was falsehoods and all of that stuff. I just want to say that I would hope that all members are providing the feedback as they see it, but not trying to implicate others. I think that it's incumbent upon this House to be respectful of each other. We can put forward the views of what has or may have transpired, and that will be a decision that will be made during the decision that will be made by the Speaker. So at this point in time, I'm going to allow the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby to add any other information that he wishes to add to the debate that is before the House, or not the debate, to the question of privilege. Any other debate will be put over should it be considered a prima facie case. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. 3 points to make. First off, the official opposition House Leader basically rose on a point of order. He didn't address the question of privilege, and I think that's very relevant to the considerations you're going to have, Madam Speaker, and the Speaker is going to have. Secondly, the Speaker apologized for his failure to recognize the member from London Fanshawe, and so it's important that the Speaker rose and apologized. The member from London Fanshawe, the official opposition House Leader, knows this, and that error and omission, I think, is part of his torquing of this question of privilege. Thirdly and finally, I am glad to see Conservatives have finally recognized that the pages had to be withdrawn from the opposition lobby because of safety reasons, and I think that acknowledgement is important for you to consider on this question of privilege moving forward. I won't take any more time, and I certainly won't get into debate. thank you for a full consideration of this question of privilege. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On the same point of order for the point of privilege, the honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Madam Speaker, and my honourable colleague who was speaking, while he was speaking about the very thing that I too witnessed on Thursday while voting, of the member from London Fanshawe who stormed through this House and aggressively accosted many of the members just in the lobby while he was speaking, made a knifing motion toward Conservative staff that she was going to knife us.
So again, the Speaker generally does not rule on what is happening in the lobbies, but I think that there are better ways to address those issues. And as I indicated, I think that it is best just to bring forward the issues that happened here in the House of Commons, and then we'll be able to better determine whether or not the prima facie case has been put forward. I appreciate the honourable member for Vancouver East also on the same point of privilege.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm compelled to rise to share this additional information with you, Madam Speaker. With respect to the vote, the day of the vote, in fact, what had happened, of course, is that my colleague, the member from London Fanshawe, did walk up to the Speaker to raise and to register her concern for not being recognized and not being able to do her job, for the jeering and the loud noises that were coming from the Conservative side that was orchestrated and premeditated to violate the rules of the House, so that the NDP members, when they got up to vote, that I could not hear my name being called, whether or not my vote has been registered, Madam Speaker. I know that was the case for my other colleagues, the NDP colleagues that were in the House that same day. So as a result, my colleague, the member from London Fanshawe, was not able to do her job. Now, afterwards, Madam Speaker, in terms of the filming that had occurred, it's true that there were, in total, there were 5 members in this House from the NDP side, and some of us did walk up to support my colleague, the member from London Fanshawe. Why did we walk up there to support her? Because there were some over 100 Conservative side members on that side that were jeering at her, calling her pathetic, shaming her. And so as we were sitting here watching this, we thought that we should go and stand with her. And yes, and I did make a comment about the Conservatives deliberately violating the rules of the House with the standing order, because they were instructed by their whip staff to actually interrupt the proceedings of the House during the voting process when the NDP members got up to vote. So that's the sum of what had occurred. Madam Speaker.
The honourable member does not have the floor, and he should be very respectful in the House and allow others. This is becoming to be more of a more additional information during a debate. Excuse me. Now, if the honourable member does not want to respect what the chair has ordered, then I would ask him to step out. The honourable member for Vancouver East, if she could wrap it up, because from what I can gather, this is additional information. Again, the honourable member, I appreciate that he stepped out. It looks like he's having a hard time controlling himself. The honourable member for Vancouver East, if they could
finish. The member who just walked out of the House, to which you asked for him to respect the rules of the House, just did a gesture towards me in a threatening way. I just want to note that on the record here. Madam Speaker, I will just close with this. That's what happened in that night. And in fact, when I was in the lobby, I thought the lobby smelled like a brewery. That is also a fact, Madam Speaker. So I hope that the truth will prevail, because I know that there's a lot of spinning going on and twisting of the facts. And as is always the case, the bullies always use an aggressive offense as a defense, and that's what we're seeing here from the Conservative side.
I appreciate all of the interventions, some on all of the testimonial that was provided for this question of privilege were more on the area of debate. And again, I would just want to thank members for their additional information, and we'll set this aside as we, or we will take it into consideration as the deliberation is being made on this here. Another point of order, the honourable member for Lakeland, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess I'll just add my voice then as a person who was standing right here, which is, as you can see, 8 seats away from where...
As the member's adding her voice, I want to make sure that it is additional information and not a repeat of what has already been said. The honourable member for Lakeland.
I guess if I'm allowed to speak and continue, I'll try to do that. The unique thing would be about my perspective, given that I was standing right here 8 seats away from where the incident happened. It is categorically false that there were hundreds of Conservative MPs here at that time. That's just not true. Second of all, I was standing right here when the member stormed all the way down here. The poor guy holding this thing, Mace, didn't really know what to do. He's standing there like, what's going on? I watched her this many feet away storm all the way down here in very confrontational, aggressive comportment, and I certainly wouldn't be one, to lecture others about decorum when I'm in the course of doing my job as a member of Parliament, standing in my place as an advocate for my constituents. But that is certainly that is certainly a major distinction from storming physically all the way down here, an elevated voice to the Speaker and to all of the pages and everyone all around them. More and more Conservative MPs left the chamber while that was happening. There were Conservatives at the very back who had said, like, what's going on here? This is adjourned. Like, let's go. Let's get done. Then they did make accusatory and false accusations of our deputy leader. And then the member for Leeds, whatever, Thousand Islands, came over here and sat 8 seats away from me, right there. And I was in his own seat, and I was standing right here. And then at that point, she did come back across here and was joined by at least 3 members from over there who rushed over the table to my male colleague who was sitting down, who walked up and sat down. And then they stood over him aggressively, physically, over the front of the desk with their voices raised, pointing down at him. You can hear me in the video footage that has gone around saying, he's sitting down, he's sitting down. Well, no one in their right mind and seeing eyeballs can actually make the argument that the person who was being a bully and intimidating another was the person sitting in his seat with 3 or 4 others standing over top of him with their voices elevated, pointing down, yelling at like that. There's just no one in their right mind, which is also in video footage, that could be concluded or perceived to be anything other than the members of Parliament who are on their feet, physically and verbally bending over and intimidating the member sitting in his seat. And that is backed up by the comments of the member for Kelowna Lake Country, who sits right beside that member. She, like me, and like, I can't remember. The person, this isn't her actual last name, but Ferrari, I can't remember the name of her thing. Hopefully that's okay, because I'm not saying her actual name. Can't remember her riding name.
Mention the first name or the last name, you're not allowed to say that name. Yes, you did.
It's a different last name.
Peterborough.
Peterborough, so the member for Peterborough. Just as she said, I too have had professional jobs, many professional jobs before I was elected to this place almost a decade ago. And somewhat like the first incident where we all pretended the Prime Minister didn't do what he did, in, I don't know, our first or second year of being elected here, when he stormed down to that end because he was mad the length the vote was taking, and then our whip, Gord Brown, got frog marched by him down here, but was too much of a gracious man to say anything.
Going into some past information, again, the honourable member, if she has anything else to add, because a lot of what she's indicated has already been raised, and the Speaker was here, so he saw what was going on, he experienced it, and I'm sure that he'll be able to provide more context, and we have lots of videos. So again, if the honourable member can wrap it up, the honourable member Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, and what I dearly hope is that we don't run into a situation where he experienced it differently and we all pretend that what we can't see with our functional brains and our seeing eyeballs is the opposite of what happened. So, like the other member from Peterborough, and like the member for Kelowna Lake Country. Now, these are all tough women. Like none of us are shrinking violets. Many of us have gone through challenging things in our lives, which actually does include being in unsafe environments and sometimes physically and verbally intimidating situations. I can speak for myself in that regard. It makes me allergic to bullies as an adult. But I would share the comments that they made, that never in my life have I been in a workplace where that kind of thing could happen and where there are no consequences. So, Madam Speaker, I really am looking to hear from what are the consequences for members behaving in a way which is blindingly, obviously, physically and verbally intimidating in a workplace. And also, might I just conclude by saying, this place is one of vigorous debate. It is one where we have a duty to represent our constituents on the most important policy and political decisions that impact every day of their lives. These debates will get hot. These votes will be controversial. There'll be lots of back and forth between all of us. That is the heat of the political frying pan that we all volunteer to jump in. If people can't take it, they should probably get out of it. But I hope that there will be
is really going on to the debate side, and again, the information that has been provided has been already submitted. I appreciate all of the additional input that people have indicated, but for the most part, a lot of this borders is debate. And as I said, the Speaker was here. We've got lots of video to go through, and I'm sure that a decision is forthcoming. The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. A point of order, the honourable member again for Lakeland.
Thank you. So the new thing is, though, of course, my very close and direct perspective on everything, so therefore my unique perspective. But the new thing I'm really asking for is what will be the consequences? So hopefully
see that based on the decision that will be rendered. And as we have just witnessed as well, members do get a little hot under the collar sometimes, and sometimes they do things that they may regret later, or that is not acceptable in the House. So I would just ask members to please be respectful of each other. And now we are under the rubric of motions. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have two petitions to present today. The first is from residents living here in Canada, and they say that the Falun Gong is a traditional Chinese spiritual discipline which consists of meditation, exercise, and moral teachings based on the principles of truth, compassion, and tolerance. And in July 1999, the Chinese Communist Party launched an intensive nationwide persecution campaign to eradicate Falun Gong. Hundreds of thousands of Falun Gong practitioners have been detained in forced labor camps, brainwashing centers, and prisons where torture and abuse are routine, and thousands have died as a result. Canadian lawyer David Madison, former Canadian Secretary of State for the Asia-Pacific David Kilgore, conducted an investigation in 2006, concluded that the Chinese regime and its agencies throughout China have put to death a large number in tens of thousands of Falun Gong practitioners of conscience. Their vital organs were seized involuntarily for the sale at high price. The Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting has gotten about 1.5 million petition signatures from over 50 countries and presented to United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, calling for the immediate action to end the unethical practice of forced organ harvesting in China, calls for an end of the persecution of the Falun Gong. The European Parliament passed a resolution condemning the organ harvesting abuses in China and calls on the government of China to end immediately the practice of harvesting organs from prisoners of conscience. Therefore, the undersigned, the petitioners, request the Canadian Parliament and government to pass a resolution to establish measures to stop the Chinese Communist regime's crime of systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs, amend Canadian legislation to combat forced organ harvesting, and publicly call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong in China. I also have a petition here, Madam Speaker. It's not quite as lengthy as the last one, but it's asking, or it's indicating, first of all, that Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians recommended expanding euthanasia to babies from birth to 1 year of age who come into the world with severe deformities and very serious syndromes. This proposal for the legalized killing of infants is deeply disturbing to many Canadians, and infanticide is always wrong. We, the undersigned citizens, residents of Canada, call on the Government of Canada to block any attempt to allow the killing of children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I just want to remind members to summarize the petitions as opposed to reading exactly what the petition says. The honourable member for Brampton South.
Madam Speaker, I'm tabling the petition on behalf of over 27,000 Canadians who are calling for tax relief for those living with celiac disease.
For a minute, the honourable member's phone must be on her desk because it's vibrating, and that's not a good thing. No, not even on that desk, because it also the light will come on. So if she could put it on the chair, and the next time maybe she could also make sure that it's not on vibrate. The honourable member for Brampton South.
Madam Speaker, I'm tabling a petition on behalf of over 27,000 Canadians who are calling for tax relief for those living with celiac disease. Celiac affects 1 in every 100 Canadians, forcing them to live on a gluten-free diet that can be very expensive. The present medical exemption tax credit requires applicants to provide a receipt, making it overly burdensome. Only 1 in 5 Canadians living with celiac have claimed it. The petitioners therefore call for the creation of an annual $1,000 refundable tax credit for Canadians with celiac disease. I want to thank Celiac Canada and everyone who signed this petition. As a founding member of all-party Celiac Caucus, I'm proud to present it to the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to present a petition. Petitioners call on the government and the Minister of Finance to scrap plans to increase the capital gains inclusion rate to 66.6% so that Canadian businesses are not put at an unfair disadvantage. Petitioners note that increasing the capital gains inclusion rate will put Canada and Canadian business at a disadvantage. It is estimated that 1 in 5 Canadian businesses will be impacted by this change over the next decade. And finally, the petitioners note that a rise in capital gains taxes would strain healthcare resources, limit access to affordable housing options, exacerbate financial challenges for farmers, and compromise retirement savings for Canadians.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honour to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Madam Speaker, I rise for the 57th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The community of Swan River is struggling with the rising rate of crime in their area. Statistics Canada reports that after 9 years of this Liberal government, violent crime has risen 50%, and gang-related homicides have nearly doubled. Within the last 5 years, the crime severity index in Swan River has increased by over 50%. Over 18 months, 4 individuals in Swan River were responsible for 309 total offences, 53 which were violent offences. This is why the people of Swan River are demanding jail and not bail for violent repeat offenders. Madam Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft on crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. And I support the good people of Swan River.
Good for you. You're their man.
Presenting petitions, the honourable for Peace River, West Loch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 3 petitions to present today. The first petition is on behalf of many Canadians who are concerned about the human rights protections in India. The petitioner is saying that according to the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, that various actors are supporting and enforcing sectarian policies seeking to establish India as a Hindu state. The petitioners state that Christians in India are being targeted by extremists that are vandalizing their churches, attacking church workers, and threatening or humiliating their congregations. The petitioners also state that crimes against the Dalit groups, including Dalit women and girls, are increasing. The petitioners say that the Indian Muslims are at risk of genocide, assault, and sexual violence. The petitioners are asking that the Canadian government ensure that all trade deals with India are premised on mandatory human rights provisions and that extremists be sanctioned, and that the government promote a respectful dialogue between Canada and India. And the next petition I have to present, Madam Chair, is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about human rights protections in Turkey, Pakistan, and Bahrain. The petitioners say that Turkish, Palestinian, or Pakistani and Bahraini officials have committed gross human rights violations against thousands of Turks, including 8 Turkish Canadians. The petitioners state that the Turkish officials have killed hundreds, including Golan Aliku. The petitioners state that Turkish officials have wrongfully detained over 300,000 people without reason. The petitioners state that multiple human rights organizations have confirmed the gross human rights violations in Turkey. The petitioners are asking that the Government of Canada closely monitor these human rights violations in Turkey and sanction Turkish officials who have committed gross human rights violations against 8 Canadians. And they call on the Turkey, Pakistani, and Bahraini governments to end all human rights violations in their respective country. The last petition I have to present today, Madam Chair, is from Canadians across the country who want to draw to the attention to the House of Commons around the forced organ harvesting and the persecution of Falun Gong. Hundreds of thousands of Falun Gong practitioners have been detained in forced labor camps, brainwashing centers, and prison where torture abuse are routine, and thousands have died. They also want to call to the attention of this House of the work of the late David Kilgar, that he conducted an investigation in 2006 that concluded that the Chinese regime and its agencies throughout China have put to death a large number of Falun Gong practitioners of conscience, and that their vital organs were seized involuntarily for sale at a high price. They note that 1.5 million people have signed petitions from over 50 countries and presented it to the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, calling for immediate action to end the unethical practice of forced organ harvesting in China and to the persecution of Falun Gong. As such, they asked for the Government of Canada to pass a resolution establishing measures to stop the systematic murdering of Falun Gong practitioners for their organs, and to amend Canadian legislation to combat forced organs harvesting, and to publicly call for the end of the persecution of the Falun Gong in China. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague from Peace River had so many petitions, I was afraid I wouldn't get a chance, but here we go, Madam Speaker. I do have a few petitions to present to the House today. The first raises concern about this government's extreme euthanasia agenda, already the most liberal regime in the world, and we see continuing proposals for further radical expansion, including this one that draws the ire of the petitioners, a proposal to expand euthanasia to include, quote, babies from birth to 1 year of age. This proposal was made by Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians before a parliamentary committee. This proposal for the legalized killing of infants is deeply disturbing to many Canadians who believe that it is always wrong to kill or wish the death of a child. Petitioners call on the House to block any attempt to legalize the killing of children in Canada. The next petition is regarding human rights in Russia. Some aspects of this petition are a little bit dated, but it does raise concern about the serious domestic repression inside of Russia, including violence and other measures targeting those who are advocating for freedom and democracy within Russia. And we have seen, while Russia has been invading Ukraine, a escalating repression of democracy activists inside of Russia. Petitioners want the House to stand with the people of Russia by working with allies to pressure the Russian government to uphold democratic and human rights norms. They want to see additional Magnitsky-style sanctions imposed against those who are undermining democracy and human rights in Russia. The next petition that I'm tabling is in support of Bill S-210, a bill that seeks to bring about meaningful age verification for those accessing sexually explicit material online. Bill S-210 had the unanimous support of the Senate and the support of a majority of this House at second reading. Petitioners note that a significant portion of the sexually explicit material accessed online is not protected by any effective age verification method. And the average age of first exposure to pornography is very, very young. It's in fact 11 or 12 years of age. So many young children are consuming this material who should not be. In fact, exposing children to sexual material is a form of child abuse. Petitioners also note that there is a great deal of research on harms associated with this early exposure, including, quote, reinforcement of gender stereotypes, the development of attitudes favorable to harassment and violence, including sexual harassment and violence, particularly towards women. Petitioners also say that online age verification technology is increasingly sophisticated and can effectively ascertain the age of users without breaching their privacy rights in any way. Therefore, petitioners call on the House to pass Bill S-210, Protecting Young Persons from Exposure to Pornography Act. The next petition highlights the horrific ongoing persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in the People's Republic of China. Falun Gong practitioners are those who practice a spiritual discipline that emphasizes meditation and moral teachings based on the virtues of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. Yet they have faced horrific, violent repression by the government, and that repression goes back 25 years, and that repression includes forced organ harvesting. Petitioners want to see the House do more to combat the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. And I suspect this will be my final petition because of time. This petition draws the attention of the House to human rights abuses in Eritrea, as well as actions of the Eritrean government that constitute foreign interference. Eritrea has been called the North Korea of Africa. There is a complete lack of basic political freedoms, and many have gone into exile. And yet many of those who have gone into exile continue to face various forms of foreign interference, and their family members may be targeted with extortion as a result of the fact that members of their family have gone into exile. And petitioners also note that Eritrea's government is an ally of Vladimir Putin. So petitioners want to see the government engage Eritrean political and human rights activists and pro-democracy groups take a leadership role against Eritrea's human rights abuses and foreign interference activities, to enforce Canada's asylum laws, that is to prevent those that are associated with hostile regimes from being able to come to Canada. And petitioners also want to see strengthened sanctions against human rights abusers, and they're advocating for the release of various imprisoned parliamentarians and journalists in Eritrea. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand, please.
Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Privilege, in the name of Mr. Scheer, motion regarding the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, resuming debate on the sub-amendment of Mr. Kelly.
Resuming debate, the honour member for St. Albert Edmonton had... Oh yeah, we were down to questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. What we have is a continuation of a multi-million-dollar game. And that's really what this is all about. And it's quite unfortunate because, Madam Speaker, the people that are paying the cost of this is Canadians in all regions of the country. Why? Because we have a leader of the Conservative Party of Canada that is more interested in himself than he is in Canadians, Madam Speaker, at a substantial cost. For weeks now, the Conservatives have been playing this game, denying the opportunity to have all forms of other debates, whether it's government legislation or private members' issues, Madam Speaker. My question to the member opposite is, when is he going to give his leader a shake and ask the leader to behave in a more responsible way, because quite frankly, he is in borderline contempt of Parliament, Madam Speaker, and the leader needs to smarten up and do the honourable thing and allow the legislature to continue to do the work for Canadians, not for the Conservative Party of Canada.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, Madam Speaker, I would observe that it is this government, these Liberals, that are holding up the work of Parliament, because it is these Liberals that are defying a clear and unambiguous order of this House to turn over all documents related to the Liberal billion-dollar Green Slush Fund to the parliamentary law clerk, who in turn can turn those documents over to the RCMP. It is these Liberals that are hiding and obstructing that order in the face of one of the largest corruption scandals in modern Canadian history. And Conservatives will continue to insist that those documents be turned over, and it's up to the government if they want to continue this. We'll continue to hold up debate until that happens.
Comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Radio Canada reported yesterday that on the ongoing interference in the Conservative leadership race by the Modi government, the member for Calgary Nose Hill was approached by agents of the Indian government to step down from the Patrick Brown campaign. Now, we don't know whether a deal was cut or she was intimidated, but we do know now that there's a number of names that have been identified by CSIS who were involved in allowing the member who lives in Stornoway to take the leadership through now serious allegations of interference by a foreign government. I'm asking the member why the member who lives in Stornoway refuses to get security clearance and why he refuses to name the names. And will that member tell us if the member from Calgary Nose Hill is one of those who've been identified by CSIS as being compromised by foreign government interference?
So the questions that are being posed, I'm not sure that they're actually related to the question of privilege, but I see that the honourable member was standing up, so I don't know if he wants to respond. But I would ask members to please direct their questions regarding the question, or at least link it to the question of privilege. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition has been very clear. He has called on the Prime Minister to release the names of all MPs who have wittingly collaborated with foreign hostile states. The Prime Minister refuses to release the names. With respect to a security clearance, the Leader of the Opposition has also been clear. He will take the same briefings that this government provided the Washington Post. He'll take the same briefings that the Prime Minister receives, but what he won't do is allow the Prime Minister to pick and choose which pieces of information the Leader of the Opposition is presented with and which other information might be withheld, and then allow the Prime Minister to be the arbiter of whether he violated his oath of secrecy or not.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments, and I know the excellent speech that my colleague from St. Albert gave when this was debated yesterday. But my question is in particular, this Prime Minister has normalized constitutional crises. We are in unprecedented territory here. The fact that that Prime Minister and those Liberals supported by the NDP refused to abide by an order that was given to the government from Parliament. This is unprecedented territory, the longest privileged debate that has taken place in parliamentary history. And here we are, with that Prime Minister normalizing a crisis of what, in our system of governance, is meant to be Parliament's unfettered access to documents. I'm wondering if my colleague could expand a little bit on how unprecedented it truly is that they refuse to release the documents.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, my colleague from Bad Hole River, Crowfoot, is entirely right. This is unprecedented, and it's unprecedented because of the degree to which and the lengths that this government will go to obstruct a clear and unambiguous order of this House for the government to turn over the documents. But this is part of a pattern, as the member, I think, alluded to, because there have been other bad precedents set by this government, also in the context of defying the will of Parliament. This is a Prime Minister who went so far as to take the Speaker of the House of Commons to court to try to hide documents that Parliament and the Speaker had ordered with respect to the major national security breach at the Winnipeg lab. So yes, this is all the more reason, I would say, why Thursday's Opposition Day motion can't come soon enough, and why we need to vote non-confidence in this government and get on with it with a carbon tax election.
There's the honourable member still has just a little under 4 minutes, so the next time that this matters before the House. Déclaration de députés, statements by members. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. He who does not know where he comes from. I'll start again, Madam Speaker. I was second on the list, not first, so I was surprised. He who rises has the floor. The honourable member, Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. He who does not know where he comes from cannot know where he is going. In Portneuf, Jacques Cartier, history is rich and many historical societies make sure to keep it alive. We are currently preparing an annual calendar highlighting 12 historical events in the riding. We've been able to count on many people's collaborations. I'd like to thank these historical societies for their contribution. Thank you to the presidents and their teams. Michel Bertrand, Cap Santé, Louise Mercier des Chambeaux-Grondines, André Parent from Neuville, Jacques Mat from Pont-Rouge, Pierre Gignac from Portneuf, Bertrand Junot from Saint-Augustin, Pierre Quentin from Saint-Basile de Portneuf, Michel Tessier from Saint-Casimir, Alan Dawson from Saint-Brigitte-de-Laval, Joanne Boucher from Sainte-Catherine de la Jacques-Cartier, Sylvain Gingras from Saint-Raymond, Mike Noonan from Shannon, Réal Dufour from Stoneham and Tewkesbury, Davy Shakur from Valcartier. Thank you for keeping our history alive, and happy holidays to all.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Madam Speaker, today, December 3rd, we celebrate Giving Tuesday. Giving Tuesday is a global generosity movement for giving and volunteering. It's a day when charities, companies, community leaders, and residents join together to support their favorite cause by fundraising, donating, volunteering, and spreading the word. This Giving Tuesday across Canada, and including in my hometown of Mississauga, volunteers and donors are helping organizations like the Mississauga Food Bank to make sure there's food on every table, or the Luso-Canadian Charitable Society to make a difference in the lives of individuals living with disabilities. Amongst many other great causes, I encourage everyone to join millions of Canadians this Giving Tuesday as we unite to make a difference. Today and every day, let's celebrate Canadian organizations, communities across Canada, including Canada Helps, that founded Giving Tuesday in 2013 in Canada, along with several other founding partners. Thank you.
The honourable member for Laurentides-de-la-Belle. On the 15th of May, during a national meeting on sustainable tourism, many experts raised a warning. A lack of snow might plunge winter tourism into an unprecedented crisis. This Saturday, this threat became real. The International Federation of Skiing has cancelled the women's downhill ski competition because there wasn't enough snow. This event, which is essential for the Laurentide economy, won't happen this year because of climate change. Despite exemplary efforts from the station and the resort, this cancellation shows that climate change is shaking our economy and our regions to the core. Yet the federal government remains an absolute dunce in the face of this global challenge. The ministers for the environment, for the economy and for tourism are Quebecers. They know how important winter tourism is to the Quebec economy. When will they finally act for us? The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard and Saint-Michel.
On December 7th, we will celebrate the 80th anniversary of the signing of the Convention on International Civil Aviation, a landmark agreement that has shaped global vision and aviation. This historic treaty laid the foundation for the development of a safe, efficient, and interconnected air transport network that has brought nations closer together in the spirit of cooperation and nurtured the growth of international travel and trade for the past 8 decades.
At the heart of the convention is the International Civil Aviation Organization, a specialized agency of the United Nations which coordinates global air navigation standards, promoting safety and ensuring the development of air transport.
ICAO plays a key role in fostering international cooperation and advancing the principles that keep our skies safe and accessible for everyone.
On this 80th anniversary, we celebrate not only the global impact of the convention, but also Montreal's ongoing contribution to the advancement of international civil aviation.
The Honourable Member from Lambton, Middlesex, Kent.
Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. Mr. Speaker, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every person in my home riding of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. It has been an honour of a lifetime to be your Member of Parliament for these past 5 years. I also want to thank each and every one of you for your incredible support and dedication in helping me to achieve this dream. In the time I've travelled countless miles and enjoyed working alongside such talented and committed individuals who have continuously inspired me and strengthened our shared goals. It has been a privilege to listen and bring feedback and build relationships throughout our many valued communities. I will still be your Member of Parliament until we can finally put an end to the incompetence and corruption of this NDP Liberal government. Please know that I carry forward the invaluable memories and experiences we've shared. Thank you for everything. I look forward to earning the ability to continue to represent many of you in the new riding of Middlesex, London following the next election. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, last week I was thrilled to welcome over 700 changemakers from across Canada and around the world to the 3rd Annual Sustainable Finance Forum in Ottawa. Innovators, industry leaders, investors, academics, and nonprofits spoke on building a clean and prosperous economy for the 21st century. We shared innovative strategies to align our financial system with sustainability goals, discussed the remaining barriers, and explored how we can foster an inclusive and just economy for all. Finance plays an integral role in addressing climate change, social inequality, economic resilience, and some of the greatest challenges of our time. Competing globally for capital investment, creating good-paying jobs, and enhancing productivity remain key to Canada's economic success and resilience. I look forward to building on this year's momentum and working towards shaping federal policy that aligns with these goals. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Together, we're bending that arc."
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise today to wish to the representatives of the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs welcome. They are here in Ottawa to highlight the key issues of concern to the country's fire services.
A record number of Canadian fire chiefs, 46 of them from across the country, are on the Hill to meet with parliamentarians about some of the main issues facing Canada's fire services, involving equipment renewal, housing development, electric vehicles, and explosives. The Chiefs will also be sharing the results of the 2024 Great Canadian Fire Census, an invaluable tool that gives legislators and policymakers a snapshot of the current state of the fire and emergency sector in Canada. I urge all members of this House and the other place to avail themselves of this important opportunity to hear directly from these key representatives of Canada's 3,200 fire departments. I also invite everyone to join me tonight at the Fire Chiefs reception to show our support and, of course, to enjoy a little early holiday cheer. Thank you. Merci.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
I have shoulder-length blonde hair, a royal blue blazer, and a black blouse. Today, we recognize International Day of Persons with Disabilities. 27% of Canadians have one or more disability that impact their daily lives, causing many to face significant disadvantages. The rising cost of living crisis in Canada has disproportionately affected many persons with disabilities, with 1 in 6 people with disabilities living in poverty in 2022. 72% of persons with disabilities in Canada reported experiencing barriers to accessibility in their daily lives. Canada must do better to work towards a barrier-free country. Let's recognize the contributions of persons with disabilities in our communities and to Canada, as well as recognize the many advocates and those who support and help care for persons with disabilities, who are the voices of some of the most vulnerable Canadians.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Monsieur le Président, International Day of Persons with Disabilities. This year's UN theme is amplifying the leadership of persons with disabilities for an inclusive and sustainable future.
We remain strongly committed to achieving the UN's Sustainable Development Goals.
Persons with disabilities play key roles in creating accessible and inclusive communities and workplaces.
We need to ensure that their leadership and contributions are recognized and appreciated.
Principle, nothing without us. We are taking concrete action to implement the Canada Disability Benefit. We are ensuring that Canadians with disabilities have the support and opportunities they deserve. I want to thank all the advocates working within the disability community to making the disability benefit a reality. Happy International Day of Persons with Disabilities. Merci.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. As Christmas approaches, a sad reality is taking hold of Quebec. Nearly 1 in 4 Quebecers expects to have to tighten their belts for holiday meals. Food inflation is hitting hard, and many are having to choose between food or housing. And yet, the Bloc Québécois voted in favour of $500 billion in inflationary Liberal spending. The result, Mr. Speaker? Food aid, once a temporary measure, has now become a permanent necessity under this Prime Minister. Instead of standing up to families, for families rather, the Bloc Québécois is helping this out-of-touch government stay in power and continue its excesses. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers deserve better. With the Conservatives, they'll have a government that lowers taxes, fights inflation, and puts money back in families' pockets.
The honourable member for Niagara West.
It was the Liberal Minister of Public Safety that said that bolstering the power of the CBSA to secure our borders is, quote, not a priority. He said this despite U.S. threats of 25% tariffs, which, if put in place, will kill Canadian jobs and crush our economy. Last week, in just 4 days and on 3 separate occasions, 16 people crossed from Quebec into the U.S. illegally. 6 of them were pursued by authorities in a high-speed chase, putting many lives at risk. In addition, we have as many as 500,000 people who are in Canada illegally, 260,000 unprocessed refugee claims, over 3 million temporary residents who the Liberals expect to leave voluntarily. It's astonishingly incompetent, and it creates chaos and a total loss of control at our border. But help is on the way, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives have a plan to fix this Liberal disorder at the border. Conservatives will put Canada first and ensure we secure our border to protect our security and our economies. Call the election once and for all so we can get to work. Hear, hear.
Order, please. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know that foreign interference is a very serious issue. We can talk about murder, we can talk about extortion, we can talk about political interference. And yesterday we find out that we actually have a member of Parliament in the Conservative Party who has, in fact, been in touch with, either directly or indirectly, with foreign interference related to the leadership of the Conservative Party of Canada. That's the same leadership in which which the current leader was elected, Mr. Speaker. Is there any question why, for weeks, I've been asking and challenging the leader of the official opposition to get the security clearance, and he continues to hide? I've been saying he has something that's in his past that he doesn't want Canadians to know. And Mr. Speaker, this is not just it. There's more to it. But what we do know is his leadership is a fraud, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker. We need to have a foreign interference investigation across the way.
Hear, hear.
Order. 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 Colleagues. Colleagues. Okay. Order. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
December 3rd is International Day of Persons with Disabilities.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
December 3rd is International Day of Persons with Disabilities. The theme for this year is Amplifying Disability Leadership. In my community, there are so many outstanding organizations like Kinsight, SHARE, Special Olympics, and Community Living BC who do that work every day. This day also opens up an opportunity for this Liberal government to recommit to their obligations under Article 28 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities by fixing the inadequate and inaccessible Canada Disability Benefit. Yep. They must increase the amount of the benefit and remove the inaccessible disability tax credit. Yes. I have another solution for them too. Yesterday I introduced a bill that would protect the CDB from clawbacks to end the injustice people with disabilities face under the current household income testing system. The Liberals need to act on my bill immediately and protect the Canada Disability Benefit from their cruel and callous clawbacks.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. On this International Day for People Living with Disabilities, I'd like to commend 3 organisations here on the Hill today: Capfish, Copan and ASEC. They are here to demand concrete action from the government. It's been 18 months since Parliament passed a bill creating a new disability benefit, which is a crucial measure designed to lift thousands of people out of poverty. Yet, 18 months later, the regulations needed to implement this benefit are still not in place. Meanwhile, people living with disabilities continue to be poorer and poorer, trapped in a system that fails to meet even their most basic needs. How much longer will people living with disabilities have to wait before the government finally acts to protect their dignity and their right to a decent life? The Bloc Québécois is with them in this fight.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the ultimate test of who he is as a leader, the head of the NDP will soon be forced to vote on his own words. Does he mean what he said, or is he a complete phony? That leader said just before a recent by-election that, quote, "The fact is the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people," end quote. I may not agree with that Maserati Marxist on much, but I do agree with him on that. But the question is now whether or not he agrees with himself, because he is the one keeping putting that Prime Minister in power. Despite saying he ripped up his coalition agreement and he even flip-flopping on his support for the carbon tax, despite voting for it 24 times. It's hard not to believe that this isn't simply a self-serving ploy for him to qualify for his pension. Well, he continues to give confidence to the Liberals. So, Mr. Speaker, the question is simple. Will the leader of the NDP support Canadians, or is he only in it for his pension?
The honourable member. Order. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Public Safety Committee summoned 2022 Conservative leadership candidate Patrick Brown to appear to answer questions on foreign interference, a motion that Conservative members on the committee, unsurprisingly, voted against. Yesterday morning, a bombshell news report came out that alleges agents of the Indian government interfered in Patrick Brown's leadership campaign. The interference, unsurprisingly again, was to the benefit of the current leader of the opposition. The reporting specifically alleges that Patrick Brown's national campaign co-chair, the Conservative MP for Calgary Nose Hill, was pressured to withdraw her support from him in that race. We need to get to the bottom of these allegations, Mr. Speaker. Who exactly was in contact with the member from Calgary Nose Hill and what was said? Only then will we start to understand the true depths of the foreign interference that took place.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef de...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, whatever we may think of Mr. Trump's tariff threats, whether we think they are negotiating cards or a real plan, either way, we can focus on what we can control. But the Prime Minister has lost control. He has lost control of the border. He has lost control of immigration. He has lost control of spending. And Canadians are suffering through this difficult time. Will the Prime Minister reverse his decisions to repair what he has broken? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, when I spoke with President-elect Trump last week, I told him that we and the U.S. work well together to meet the major challenges facing our citizens, whether by stimulating economic development, whether by protecting our borders, whether it be by protecting our citizens from the impact of fentanyl and other hard drugs. We will always be there to work together, and I reassure the President-elect of that. On this side of the House, we will continue to invest in Canadians and be there to support people during difficult times. For example, with the tax rebate we're offering over the next few weeks, a tax rebate the Conservatives voted against. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister gave some gifts to President Trump, doubling our debt, increasing taxes. The red tape that is preventing natural resources projects from going forward. This has pushed $500 billion net dollars of Canadian investment to the U.S. and has created American jobs. Meanwhile, Canadians' net income, which used to be equivalent to the Americans' income, is now $20,000 less. Will the Prime Minister reverse his destructive policies and fix what is broken? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, if the Leader of the Opposition really cared about the well-being of Canadians, he would not have opposed the tax holiday we're giving Canadians over the next few months. He would not have stood against investing in school lunch programs for 400,000 additional children throughout the country. He would not have opposed dental care, which has delivered services as of today to more than 1 million Canadians. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition only wishes to instrumentalize and benefit from the difficulties facing Canadians, rather than trying to fix these problems like we are.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, whether one thinks that President Trump's tariff threats are a negotiating tactic or a real plan, what we do know is what we can control. And the Prime Minister has lost control of everything. He's lost control of the borders, lost control of immigration, lost control of spending and the deficit, lost control of inflation and housing costs, lost control of his own caucus. This has put Canada in an unbearably weak position. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister reverse all the damage he's done, or will he just call a carbon tax election so we can do it for him?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I think the Leader of the Opposition needs to reflect carefully on whether he really wants to amplify the erroneous narratives that the Americans are putting forward around, for example, our border, when less than 1% of migrants coming into the United States irregularly come from Canada, where 0.2% of fentanyl coming into the United States comes from Canada. These are things that we would all do well to stand up and say, yes, there's things we can and are working on together at our border, but amplifying these broken narratives is simply not responsible leadership.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Breaking things is not responsible, Mr. Speaker, and that's what he's been doing for 9 years. My job is not to cover that up for him. In fact, he's broken our economy. He's doubled the cost of housing, doubled the national debt, doubled trouble across our economy with higher taxes on working Canadians. He's in the process of raising taxes on investment and energy right now, while an American incoming president wants to take our jobs and our businesses. It's understandable why President Trump wants Canadian jobs to go south, but why does this Prime Minister want to help him do it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that Canadians are facing challenging moments, which is why we are stepping up to deliver for them, whether it's by delivering a tax break over the next few months that the Conservatives are totally opposed to, whether it's by delivering a national school food program that is already helping thousands of Canadians across the country that the Conservatives oppose, whether it's delivering dental care that's making a real difference in the lives of over 1 million Canadians that the Conservatives not just opposed but did everything they could do to scuttle. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader just wants to exploit the challenges Canadians are facing while we will solve them.
That's right.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, he created all of those problems. And a food program that hasn't served a single meal, or a temporary tiny 10-cent tax cut on a bag of potato chips will not fix what he broke, especially considering that his next plan is to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. You can just picture President Trump calling our businesses, encouraging them to leave Canada and set up south of the border where there is no carbon tax and where other taxes are falling. Again, it's clear why the incoming American president wants to take our jobs. Why does this Prime Minister keep helping him do it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Let me say it once again, Mr. Speaker. The price on pollution puts more money back in the middle class's pockets across this country than it costs them. The Canada Carbon Rebate is a check that arrives 4 times a year and helps 8 out of 10 Canadians in jurisdictions where it arrives with more money than they pay on the price of pollution. It's how we fight climate change and build a strong economy for the future while putting money in the pockets of Canadians. That is what we are doing, while the Conservative leader wants to abandon not just the environment, but the economy as well.
That's right.
L'honorable
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, every day teaches us more about the twists and turns of our relationship with the Americans. And we know that the President's threats caused confusion. Was it about trade, drugs, or border security? Now, better late than never, the government is promising a detailed plan. I hope that will be budgeted as well. When will they help reassure Canadians and Quebecers about this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we shared our immigration plan several weeks ago, and we will continue to invest to reduce the number of irregular migrants who are crossing our border in one direction or another. We have already significantly invested in staffing levels. Unlike the Conservatives, we will invest. The Conservatives cut staffing levels at the border. We will invest to protect our border security and Canadians. The honourable member. Well, we really need a plan for the future, not the past. The sooner we do, the sooner we'll realize that we're not actually talking about trade in the discussions. There are issues here about the cultural exemption, softwood lumber, aluminum, in addition to the 25% tariffs that are threatened. Will the Prime Minister reassure us that a representative designated by Quebec will be part of Team Canada and will be part of a future negotiations committee? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that in addition to speaking about the borders on Friday with the President-elect, we also spoke about trade. We talked about steel and aluminum. We talked about energy. We talked about softwood lumber. We talked about all the issues that we will be facing with the American administration. But like 4 years ago, we will defend Canadian jobs, and we will also show how we can benefit our relationship on both sides of the border by working well together. Thank you.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
The last Conservative government fired 1,100 border officers. That allowed illegal guns and drugs to flow freely into our country. We are all paying the price of that callous Conservative cut. I want those border officers rehired. I want thousands more recruited, and I want their mandate expanded so they can patrol the entire border. Will the Prime Minister do that?
Hear, hear.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague is exactly right. Conservative cuts hurt Canadians. Conservative cuts hurt our border security. Conservative cuts just hurt the Canadian economy. That is why it is so bewildering to see the Conservative leader continuing to stand up in cuts for dental care, cuts on housing investments, cuts for the kinds of services and benefits that Canadians need, whether it's a tax break for the next few months or school food programs. The Conservatives only know how to cut. That's not how Canadians prosper.
I ask all members please not to take the floor unless recognized by the Speaker. L'honorable député de Burnaby Sud.
Prime Minister's inaction allow those Conservative cuts to continue to hurt Canadians. Il faut embaucher.
We need to hire thousands of agents at the border, and we need to keep good Canadian jobs. Donald Trump has said that he wants to balance his budget thanks to tariffs, so he will destroy Canadian lives to cover the American deficit. It's completely inappropriate, and the Prime Minister should be clear about that. Why did the Prime Minister come back from his dinner at Mar-a-Lago with empty hands? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the Conservative cuts at the border have harmed Canada. And that is why we are continuing to invest, and we will be there to invest even more to protect our borders. We have already taken several measures over the last few years to reduce the number of irregular arrivals, to protect our borders from American weapons and drugs. We know there is still more to do, and we will do that in partnership with the American administration, with whom we share these security priorities.
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Despite 25% tariffs threatening to kill Canadian jobs and crush the economy, the Liberals have created border disorder between Canada and the United States. Yesterday, the Minister of Public Safety said that bolstering the power of CBSA to secure our borders is, quote, not a priority. After 9 years, this hands-off approach is no surprise. There's 500,000 illegal people here in Canada. Unprocessed asylum claimants are up 2,500%, and they think 3 million temporary residents are going to leave voluntarily when their visa expires. Where is the Canada First plan to fix the border disorder?
The honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we have made clear, the Prime Minister just repeated that again a few minutes ago, that we will continue to support the important work done by the women and men who work for the Canadian Border Services Agency and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. We think it was unfortunate the previous Conservative government cut the money available for this important work. We've also said that we're prepared to increase both the human resources and technology and equipment to support the important work they do. We'll do that in collaboration with our American partners, and we still have a lot of confidence in this work that's being done.
That's right.
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Here is further proof of the Liberals' border disorder. Today at committee, the Minister of Public Safety was asked, will more CBSA officers be deployed on our border? The minister doesn't know. Will CBSA officers be authorized to patrol between border crossings? The minister doesn't know. Will RCMP officers be redeployed to patrol the border? The minister doesn't know. The only plan the Liberals have is the plan to have a plan. It's creating border disorder. Where is the Canada First plan to fix what they broke?
Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. It would appear the only plan the Conservatives have is to think up silly new rhymes in question period. Mr. Speaker, what we've said at the committee that the member referred to a few moments ago, we've said it for many months, that we will continue to invest additional resources in the important work of the CBSA and of the RCMP. We're obviously looking at all ideas that would help strengthen the security posture at our border. We believe that the security of our border is currently ensured. We believe in the integrity of our borders. We believe in working with the Americans and continuing to always look to do more.
That's right.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
The Public Safety Minister said yesterday that bolstering CBSA powers to secure our borders isn't a priority. That's a direct quote from him. Meanwhile, 3 million temporary resident visas are set to expire at the end of next year. Illegal border crossings are rising, and the newly elected U.S. president is threatening a 25% tariff on all Canadian goods. That's an economic challenge that we can't ignore. Where is the Canada First plan to end this border disorder?
The Honourable Minister for Citizenship, Immigration and Refugees.
Mr. Speaker, it comes down to this. Do you trust the guy who renegotiated NAFTA with Mr. Trump? Do you trust the guy who secured the border during pandemic of the century? Do you trust the guy who went down on President Trump's playing field to fight for Canadians to secure the border against the guy who spent 20 years making up interesting rhymes, spent 20 years securing one only thing, his own paycheck and a bloated pension?
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of breaking the immigration system, do you trust the guy who did this? He has over 260,000 unprocessed asylum claims right now, a record high. That's a 2,502% increase since 2015. There's around 500,000 people in Canada illegally here, a 630% increase in U.S. border control encounters of people illegally attempting to get into the United States, the longest wait times for many visas right now, and a 2 million application backlog. So when will the Liberals stop making up excuses and end the border disorder to help Canadians?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees.
I guess broken border was too dumb to reuse today, so they tried something else. Look, we proposed, and you can't make this up, we proposed a set of asylum reforms in May as part of the last budgetary exercise while we were putting money into the Immigration Refugee Board to increase processing. What did they do? They voted against it. Look, same thing last week when they voted against a tax break, the thing they've been harping about for well over a year. Look, Mr. Speaker, these guys, again, and I'll say it, are all flannel and no axe.
I'm just going to ask members, in particular the member from Dufferin-Caledon, please not take the floor unless recognized by the Speaker. L'honorable député de Charlebourg.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we've had border disorder since 2017. Hundreds of thousands of people crossed the border, And now we have 500,000 people, irregular migrants in our country, in addition to people who may stay here after receiving a temporary visa. The Prime Minister has lost control of immigration and the border. What is his plan to fix this? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. You can't make this up, Mr. Speaker. In May, we proposed asylum reforms. We know we need them. And what did the Conservatives do? Nothing. They spend their time making up rhyming slogans. They try to pretend they're tough, but actually, when the chips are down, they don't do anything. They are completely useless. The Honourable Member for Charles-Saint-Charles. The first thing that we have done since 2017 is that we criticized this Prime Minister's stunt that made no sense and that led to more immigration problems. And of course, there's limits to what we can do from here, but when we're on the other side, we'll fix the problem. But there's meanwhile a problem at the border. Weapons trafficking, human trafficking, all sorts of major issues. These human traffickers are being paid millions of dollars to help people cross the border, which is creating even more disorder. Does the Prime Minister have a real plan, or should we have an election and we will show that we have a real plan? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, it is completely irresponsible for the Conservatives to claim that we could fix this problem by adding to the existing level of misinformation about our border security. I would ask our colleague to be more responsible before repeating slogans that were probably handed down by the leader's office, because this is not in the interest of Canadians or the Canadian economy. What's in our interest is to work with the Americans, support our police services and our American law enforcement partners in order to have a safe border, as it is now. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by offering the Bloc Québécois solidarity to the workers who are losing their jobs at Lion Electrique. We are at the 11th hour for this important Quebec company in the electric transportation sector. Ottawa needs to do something. The company believed the Prime Minister when they said that they would be investing billions of dollars in transit electrification in Canada. The company invested a great deal to be ready, but the zero-emission transit plan never delivered. Will the government finally do something about this and actually meet its commitments? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Everyone in this House cares about the workers at companies like this, and we know that Lion Electrique is a real flagship company in Quebec. It is an important part of the sector of electric transit, and we have been working closely with them. Thanks to these plans, hundreds of electric buses will be manufactured, and we will continue to work with Lion Electrique and the government of Quebec. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the Rassemblement pour la laïcité is now adding its voice to the government of Quebec's position. They are both asking for the religious exemption in the criminal code to be abolished. The exemption that makes it possible to engage in hate speech with impunity. The Liberals keep saying that they're going to do the best thing that they can for Canadians. Well, how convenient. The Bloc Québécois has proffered Bill C-373, which will do exactly that, and it is supported by 66% of Canadians and 75% of Quebecers. So will the government finally commit to supporting our bill? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank our colleague for raising an issue that we all care about. I'd say there's a fair level of consensus here. We all have the right and responsibility to do what we can to promote solidarity and coexistence in a country where diversity is one of our core values and strengths. In this wonderful country that we've had for a long time already, and we are constantly working closely with the government of Quebec to promote that. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that was an answer to my question. I might have to go back and check. Mr. Speaker, listen, hate speech is supposed to be a criminal offense, period. Either you believe that or you don't. So Quebec is asking for this religious exception in Section 319 of the Criminal Code protecting hate speech to be repealed. Great. The Bloc Québécois has created Bill C-373 to do exactly that. It's the only bill that is going to do that. And this is a clear principle that deserves clear support. Will the government finally support the Bloc Québécois in amending Section 319 of the Criminal Code and getting rid of the religious exemption? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General, I completely agree with what the Bloc Québécois is proposing. Given that there is such a serious situation in Canada, the increase in hate and hate speech throughout Canada, in Quebec and elsewhere. So if we could just manage to move forward on this bill, we need the help of the Bloc Québécois to end the filibuster in this House so we can actually talk about that. We also have a Bill C-63 that would also touch upon the same sections of the criminal code as the Bloc Québécois bill. So we're simply asking the Bloc Québécois to work with us to fight hate.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister's report card is in. Canadians have the highest consumer debt in the G7. Per capita GDP has fallen for 6 consecutive quarters, and Canadians now make $30,000 less than their American counterparts. This is a made-in-Canada per capita GDP recession. And in the face of global trade and economic uncertainty, the Finance Minister's plan increased taxes on energy, on entrepreneurs, farmers, and physicians. So will this Finance Minister reverse her tax increases so Canadians can keep their jobs and investments at home?
The Honourable Minister for Finance and Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives seem to have an inferiority complex vis-a-vis the United States. But on this side of the House, we are proud to be Canadian. We are proud that the inflation rate in Canada has been within the Bank of Canada's target range all year. We're proud that we have the lowest debt and deficit in the G7, far lower than the United States. And we are proud of our universal single-payer healthcare system, which means Canadians live 4 years longer than our friends south of the border. We're proud to be Canadian. They should be too.
Yes, we are.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, every day you turn around, it's another scandal coming from this government. We're proud to be Canadian, and we're going to fix it after the next election. But since the Finance Minister doesn't like answering the complex question, let's start with an easy one. Last year, she made a commitment that the deficit would be no greater than $40.1 billion. Mr. Speaker, this goes exactly to the Finance Minister's credibility. Will she confirm that last year's deficit was less than $40.1 billion, or has she broken yet another deficit promise?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. One moment, please. The Honourable Member from York Simcoe, please. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives are so keen on supporting Canadians, as they like to claim every single day in this House, I have a great idea for them. Why don't we together give Canadians a tax break for the holidays? That's right. Why don't we lift the GST on prepared foods so a working mom can pick up a rotisserie chicken on the way home, make it easier for parents to buy toys for their kids for Christmas? If the Conservatives were honest, true to their professed ideals, they would be supporting us in this measure.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, the holidays are coming right up. But because of inflation, Quebecers are struggling. 25% of people in Quebec won't be able to spend as much over the holidays, which is a sign that the food inflation we've experienced over the last 9 years is still causing problems. And the Bloc Québécois is complicit in this government's inflationary spending. It has also betrayed Quebecers by preventing an election this fall. Everyone wants to know, when will we finally have an election? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, it would seem that the member across the way is not looking at our economic data, because what the numbers show is that inflation has been within the Bank of Canada's target range for 10 months. And because of that success, the benchmark rate has already decreased 4 times. But we do agree that we need to support Quebecers over the holidays, and that is why we will be giving them a break on the GST. I hope the Conservatives will support us in that.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the best gifts that Liberal Santa Claus and the Bloc Québécois elves have managed to offer Canadians for Christmas are inflationary policies. Canadians are struggling. They will spend less during the most wonderful time of the year because of this Liberal government's incompetence. The Bloc Liberal coalition is not a gift to anyone, Mr. Speaker. When will Canadians no longer need to make a wish list? When will they be able to receive the greatest gift of all, a Conservative government? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, once again, this question is incoherent and it doesn't make sense when it comes to the economy. I am happy, though, to hear Conservatives talking about inflation because we have good news for Canadians. The good news is that for 10 months now, inflation in Canada has been within the Bank of Canada's target range. That is why we can afford to give Canadians a real Christmas present. A tax holiday, the GST break. The Conservatives should help us do so.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, according to an investigation by the Ontario Coroner's Office, an additional 220 deaths occurred at an Ontario residential schools, more than 50% higher than previously believed. This confirmed what we already have known. The Indian residential school system was a genocidal project. Yet this government has not acted to protect survivors from rising residential school denialism, undermining truth and justice. So will the Liberals support my bill to include in the criminal code the protection of survivors from denialists inciting hate?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, I think the more we find out about the residential schools, the more Canadians realize the horrific tragedies that occurred there. As a nephew of multiple aunts who went to the residential school, we continue to focus on support. We continue to focus on healing. That's why we have a National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, for us to continue to have these discussions, for us to open Canadians' mind to the experience of many First Nations who went to the residential schools, the Métis, Inuit, but also their descendants. And Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to be focused on that support for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, today there are nearly 1 million Canadians under the age of 29 who are neither employed nor engaged in training. Wow. We haven't seen a youth unemployment crisis this severe since the Conservatives were in power. No. According to Deloitte, this will cost our economy $18 billion over the next decade. Will the Liberals listen to New Democrats and set up a youth climate corps so young Canadians can gain the skills and experience they need while protecting our environment? Yeah.
The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
Mr. Speaker, it has been a tenet of our government to support young people, and we've done that in so many ways. There are 70,000 young people, Mr. Speaker, that have benefited from Canada's summer jobs. And I'll tell you, the Auditor General confirmed this just this week, Mr. Speaker, that those young people that attend CSJ actually do better in the workforce after having done so. We have always supported young people and will continue to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, the federal government has introduced a GST tax break that will put money directly into the pockets of Canadians, especially for families who need it the most. In my constituency of Davenport, every penny counts, and a temporary GST tax break for the holiday season and early New Year is very welcome. My question to the minister is simple. Can she explain why the Conservative leader and his party voted against this tax break, especially when they claim to be champions of tax cuts and affordability?
Very good.
Eric? I'm going to ask the honourable member from Davenport to please repeat the question, because I did not catch the end of the question, which the honourable member from Davenport.
Okay, twice.
Mr. Speaker, the federal government has introduced a GST tax break that will put money directly into the pockets of Canadians, especially for families who need it most. In my constituency of Davenport, every penny counts, and a temporary GST tax break for the holiday season and early New Year is very welcome. My question to the minister is simple. Can she explain why the Conservative leader and his party voted against this tax break, especially when they claim to be champions of tax cuts and affordability?
Good question.
I'm sorry, say that again. Although the preamble of the question dealt with a government initiative, the question itself was asking the government to comment on the in terms of colleagues. I'll have more to say about this at the end of question period in terms of questions, but I will mention to the honourable member from Davenport that unfortunately that question does not deal with the administration of government. And so I'm afraid that question is considered out of order, and I will be moving on to the next question. The honourable member, order please. The honourable member from York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General has revealed that this NDP Liberal government has paid out $3.5 billion in taxpayer funds to tens of thousands of people that were never entitled to receive it in the first place. This Prime Minister loves to spend Canadians' money, and he doesn't care if it's wasted or misspent, just as long as he can pose for the photo. Will the Prime Minister admit he has lost control of spending and his only solution is to raise taxes on Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have seen many versions of the Conservative Party leader during the 20 years in office, including the 2021 version that campaigned on the GST holiday. Unfortunately, this version hasn't supported small businesses. Our government is giving Canadians a GST tax break starting December 14th that will benefit retailers across Canada. In fact, the Retail Council of Canada affirmed that our tax break will create major tax savings for Canadians, along with the economic stimulus for our industry. And having more money overall in consumers' wallet should also benefit sellers of other goods not captured in the announcement. We will be there for small business, Mr. Speaker, and that will never change.
The honourable member from Charleswood, St. James's, and Namboya, Headingley.
Every day there's a new scandal after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government. That's right. Now the Auditor General reports another billion-dollar boondoggle. $3.5 billion in taxpayers' money was paid to 77,000 people who weren't even eligible under the CEBA program. And Liberals to boot, Liberals gave Accenture $313 million to run the program without even having to bid on the contract, to hire workers in Brazil. Never ascribe to malice that which can be explained by incompetence. When will the Prime Minister stop the incompetence and stand up for taxpayers for a change?
The Honourable Minister for Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises.
Mr. Speaker, I've already addressed this question. What Canadians really want to know is why the leader of the Conservative Party refuses to get his security clearance. Our leader has a security clearance. The NDP leader has a security clearance. Well, the Bloc leader has a security clearance, and the Green Party leader has her security clearance. Two former CSIS directors have made it clear there is no substitute for a clearance. He owes his caucus and Canadians an explanation why doesn't he get a security clearance, and what does he have to hide?
I'm not going to recognize the honourable member with what appears with something that is not normally worn in this House, or that the member is normally worn in this House. I'll ask the honourable member to please remove her winter hat. The honourable member from King Vaughan.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberals, it's just more waste and mismanagement. The AG's scathing report slammed the Prime Minister's treatment of seniors. This government broke the New Horizon program. Value for money concerns with identity of nearly half of the approved projects. In one case, the government paid $23,000 for a door in a senior's residence that was never installed. Mr. Speaker, when will this Prime Minister actually start caring for seniors, end the waste, and call an election?
The Honourable Minister for Labour and for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, how dare the Conservative Party of Canada stand up in this House and talk about the treatment of seniors. I will remind that member that her former leader, Stephen Harper, went to Davos, the World Economic Forum, instead of going to, say, King Vaughan, to announce to Canadians that from henceforth the retirement age will be moving to 67 from 65. We reversed that. That member should be ashamed of herself. And we also built the door, Mr. Speaker.
À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, 9 years of this Liberal government has meant 9 years of fiscal irresponsibility. Yesterday, the Auditor General of Canada revealed that 77,000 ineligible businesses received a total of $3.5 billion from the CEBA Emergency Business Account. Mr. Speaker, why does this Liberal government choose to enrich foreign companies and expensive consultants instead of supporting our Canadian local businesses? The Honourable Minister of Small and Medium Businesses. Mr. Speaker, our government helped approximately 900,000 small businesses through CEBA, and over 80% of them have paid back their loans. We extended the repayment deadline not once, but twice. We did exactly what we had to do to help small businesses, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. The Auditor General's report proves that the Liberals have no idea what they're talking about when they say that seniors are too wealthy to deserve support. The Auditor General's report shows that Ottawa is not collecting any solid data to determine whether its programs, such as old age security, are really meeting people's needs. They have no idea. They don't know whether their programs are working now or whether they will work in the future. So, when Liberals say that seniors deserve neither a pension nor a $250 check, well, according to the Auditor General's report, saying that is a strictly political choice. So why are Liberals choosing to forsake retirees? The Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors. Mr. Speaker, when the member says it's a political choice, well, was it a political choice as well to vote against increasing the GIS, Guaranteed Income Supplement? Would that have been good for Quebec seniors? What about support for the Canada Dental Care Plan, which is available to the most vulnerable seniors in Quebec and everywhere in Canada? The Bloc Québécois made another political choice then. They voted no. They voted against dental care for seniors. Mr. Speaker, the political choices are being made on that side of the House. On this side, we will always be there for seniors.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Well, I have to repeat myself then. According to the Auditor General, the federal government has no data whatsoever to determine whether its programs such as old age security are sufficient to meet the needs of seniors. And yet, the federal government apparently knows for a fact that $3 billion to increase seniors' pensions is too much. Meanwhile, this same government claims that $6 billion in election goodies is just the ticket, just the right thing to do. No other party supports their election goodies, but all other parties are in favor of increasing seniors' pensions. When will the government stop improvising and hyper-focusing on the upcoming election and do the right thing by giving royal recommendation to C319? The Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois' political choices, I could list a bunch of them. They've made many poor choices for the future of Quebec and for the future of Quebec's seniors. Now I'd like to bring up another example, Mr. Speaker, of what we've done. We also enhanced the Canada Pension Plan to offer future generations and also seniors an enhance in their retirement pensions. The Bloc voted against it. We voted for it. We're here for today's seniors and tomorrow's seniors, unlike the Bloc Québécois. I often rise to encourage members to please listen to those who have the floor. We should not be talking out of turn so that those who use interpretation services are able to hear.
Regina Capel.
The NDP leader put on a big phony show this summer on the eve of a by-election, pretending to rip up the coalition deal. And recently he said, quote, "The Liberals will always cave to corporate greed and always step in to make sure unions have no power." We couldn't have said it better ourselves. And Conservatives have put forward a motion agreeing with the NDP leader. So Canadians will soon find out whether or not he means anything he ever says, or if he'll sell out union brothers and sisters to keep this corrupt Liberal government in power just so he can keep his pension. So, question to the government, have they put the coalition deal back together so the Prime Minister keeps power and the NDP leader keeps his pension?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, my question...
I'm sorry. One moment, please. Eric? So again, I will speak to this near the end of after question period, but I'm going to encourage, that was again not about the government business, but I see that I do see that the Honourable Leader of the Government, Government House Leader wants to rise to answer. So the Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish you had afforded the same courtesy to the Minister of Finance, who also wanted to answer a question. And I think it sure that we apply the same standard moving forward. But what I would like to say to the Leader of the Opposition is that we gave him an opportunity to debate that, and instead of taking it, they ran away afraid. So, Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that he's even bringing this up, because when we gave them an opportunity to hold that vote, they said no, Mr. Speaker. But that's just another pattern of their behavior where they say one thing and do another. Thank you.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
That's just not true. They just got mixed up on what day the debate is going to be had. It's going to be held this Thursday, and the vote will be on Monday, and all Canadians will be watching who's on the side of Canadian workers. Because this Prime Minister launched a brutal assault on workers. He devalued their paychecks with his inflation. He drove up prices with his carbon tax. He's doubled housing costs. He's hiked taxes, canceled big projects that put union members back to work, and issued edicts that undermine their collective bargaining rights. So once again, question to the government. Have they put the coalition deal back together so that the NDP will qualify for his pension while Canadian workers suffer?
The Honourable Minister for Labour and for Seniors.
The member seems to be referring to incidents last summer where, I might add, I consulted with the Conservative Party, who were urging me, as we did at the time, to come to the aid of farmers in Saskatchewan and throughout Western Canada who were trying to get what was a bumper crop to the ports and to international markets, which is the pride of Canada, Mr. Speaker. We intervened to save Canadian farmers and to save Canadian union jobs. That's what we did. The Conservatives sat on the sidelines. We'll always stand for Canadian workers.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Speaker, the NDP leader claims to have ripped up the deal with the Liberals, calling this government weak, selfish, and beholden to corporate greed. Yet he's voted over 24 times to hike the carbon tax, driving up the cost of everything. Meanwhile, 2 million Canadians visited food banks last month, 18% of them workers. Will the leader of the NDP sell out Canadians again, or has the Prime Minister made another backroom deal with the leader of the NDP to secure his pension at the cost of Canadian workers?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'm not sure that that question had anything to do with government business, but on this side of the House, when we do that, whether it was the member from Kingston or whether it was the member from Davenport, our questions were taken away, even though they were with regards to government business. However, what I can say is that the Conservatives keep running scared. Whenever we give them an opportunity to do what they say, they vote against it. Whether it's cutting taxes and giving people a GST holiday, what did they do? Vote against. Whether it's actually coming forward with a motion to vote confidence in the government, what do? Vote against. Mr. Speaker, they're too scared to actually act on their issues. They'd rather provide slogans than solutions. On this side of the House, we're acting for Canadians. Thank you.
L'honorable député d'Ottawa-Vanier.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, the government is introducing a GST break that will put money directly back into Canadians' pockets, especially into the pockets of those who need it the most. But unfortunately, we know that the Conservatives are against it. They continue to vote against all of our affordability measures. Can the minister explain how all of us in this place should be supporting Canadians during these tough times? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. I thank the member for Ottawa-Vanier for her excellent question. Indeed, the Conservative leader doesn't really make sense. He says he wants to axe taxes, but he voted against our tax break last week. He voted against the Canada Dental Care Plan, which is helping 3 million Canadians. And he says the dental care plan does not exist. He is against our plans because he says that they are like Soviet investments. He says he wants to build more houses, but he's against all of our housing plans and initiatives. How much more nonsense and talking out of both sides of his mouth are we going to get from the Conservative leader?
For 9 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians cannot afford their rent or mortgages. The NDP leader has called the Liberals too weak, selfish, and beholden to corporate interests to fight for Canadians. But it is the NDP leader himself that is keeping the Prime Minister in power. Conservatives have tabled a motion of confidence using the NDP leader's own words. Will the NDP leader stand behind his words, or has the government made another spineless backroom deal at the expense of Canadians?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative members of Parliament are really getting to be pretty ridiculous around here. You know, they have an opportunity to ask real questions of the government, but instead they choose to play petty politics. I'll be honest, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I introduced a motion that would give them the opportunity to do that. Remember, the Leader of the Opposition tweeted about that over the weekend, but when given the opportunity, they said no, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because they're too afraid and too weak to actually do what they say, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we're going to stand up for Canadians. We're going to provide real affordability measures, even if they try to stand in our way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Battleford's Lloydminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what is ridiculous is Canadians are struggling to feed, heat, and house themselves while the NDP leader waits to get his pension. In a by-election stunt, he claimed to rip up his agreement with the Liberals. Yet the NDP's actions prove that the carbon tax coalition is driven by his pension and the Prime Minister's lust for power. Canadians cannot afford this costly coalition. Will the NDP vote non-confidence, or has the Prime Minister crafted yet another spineless backroom deal?
I know members are having some questions, but I will have an opportunity to speak to this after question period. The Honourable Leader of the Government of
Mr. Speaker, it kind of boggles the mind that the Conservatives are talking about pensions for their members when the Leader of the Opposition has a $2 million pension from the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. It's unbelievable what they say. They say one thing, they do another. You cannot trust these Conservative members of Parliament with anything that they say, because pretty much what they're accusing others of is exactly what they do. Thank you.
the Honourable Member from Kamloops, Caribou Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, Tara D'Souza sexually assaulted a 3-month-old baby. That baby needed reconstructive surgery. Tara D'Souza is in a woman's jail in BC. That woman's jail also has the mother-child program, which allows mothers to raise their children. I visited that jail, and I saw exactly where D'Souza was standing. There was a straight line that took me less than a minute from where D'Souza was standing to the mother-child house. No large fences, a straight pathway. What is this government doing, allowing sex offenders near children in jail?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the safety and security of children who participate in the Mother-Child program is obviously a top priority for the Correctional Service of Canada. Mr. Speaker, it's important to understand that this program has existed for decades, including during the time that Mr. Harper was Prime Minister of Canada. There are eligibility criteria and protocols to participate in this program. It includes child welfare screening done by competent provincial authorities. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite should be careful before he tries to politicize such tragic circumstances and these most heinous crimes.
Shh. Order. Order. The Honourable. Order. Members have had an opportunity to ask a question, and members have an opportunity to answer. The Honourable Member from Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, our plan for a national school food program is moving forward quickly. We know that access to healthy food can make all the difference in a child's day. Children deserve to be properly fed at school, and the benefits to families are obvious. On Friday, we saw more great news. To the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, what's happening on school food?
The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Last week in PI, we announced that 1,500 more children will receive lunch this school year, and 800 more kids will get breakfast or snacks at school. Because of this program, Mr. Speaker, 184,000 more kids this school year will receive food at school, almost 1.5 million meals. Now, the leader of the Conservatives said even today that this doesn't exist. I challenge him to ask the 184,000 kids, and they'll school him, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
The Liberals are letting seniors down. They don't even track the impact of the programs meant to support them. Seniors are falling through the cracks, and this government has no plan to fix it. And they excluded them from the recent $250 rebate.
Shame.
And the Conservatives, they want to cut support for seniors altogether.
Oh, yeah.
Seniors have been saying for years that the OAS doesn't cut it, and cruel and callous GIS clawbacks are putting them even farther behind. Why do the Liberals care so little about seniors?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister for Labour and the Minister for Seniors.
Well, I want to thank that member for the question. Happily, she and her party have supported the Liberal record of success in supporting seniors. Things like dental care, things like expanding old age security, things like topping up the guaranteed income supplement. That we have managed to accomplish in this Parliament, and it is a great tribute to those members who have voted for those things. Unfortunately, we've had to do so walking into the headwind across the aisle from the Conservatives et le Bloc Québécois, who vote systematically every time, Mr. Speaker, against seniors.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Member from North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, veterans with mental health conditions don't need more red tape to get help. Like support with home care services, like cleaning and mowing the lawn. They must prove their condition every year. This policy is discriminatory, sexist, and completely unnecessary. The Liberals are letting veterans down just like the Conservatives did when they cut veteran services. Does the minister recognize the extra burden she's placing on MST survivors, veterans, and their families?
The Honourable Minister for Veterans.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we have always been there to help support veterans. Since 2016, we've invested more than $11.5 billion additional dollars to help support veterans and their families. Unlike the Conservative Party of Canada that closed the 9 Veterans Affairs office, on this side of the House, we opened them. We also hired additional staff to make sure that the appropriate assessments and adjudications were done in a timely fashion. And Mr. Speaker, when it comes to mental health benefits, we have made improvements to ensure that veterans, when they apply for the benefits, have access to them immediately. On this side of the House, we will always there to help support our veterans and their family as they deserve it.
I see that the Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in light of what happened in question period today from the question from the member from Davenport, as well as the question that was posed last week on Wednesday by the member from Kingston, in terms of taking away a government's response, the precedent that had been set in this place is that even if a member asks a question that is not related to government business, if the minister gets up, the Speaker had recognized that minister to speak. And so I'm just asking for some consistency and fairness in the practice so that we all know as members of Parliament in the frame of how these questions should be asked and whether an answer is respected or is given or not, as well as what if a member from the opposition is asking a question that is out of order, what the consequence would be for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good
point of order. The Honourable Member from Battle River Crowfoot is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the same point of order, it I think is important to highlight that while the government did ask in their questions and you challenge them on their relevance to the administration of government, which is articulated very clearly throughout the course of our standing orders, when it comes to asking questions directly related to the confidence of the government, of which the coalition agreement and the fact that the fourth party continues to back up the government in this place. Mr. Speaker, that has direct relevance into the administration of governments, for if a government cannot command the confidence of the House, they cannot administer the government.
I have two other points of order which have been recognized by the Speaker. The Honourable Member for Kingston Island, followed by the Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands. And I see that the Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby is also rising, as well as from Brantford Brant. The Honourable Member.
To add to the intervention of the House Leader, Mr. Speaker, I would like to submit the following to you. There seems to be a precedent that's developing that if you are of the side of the government, you belong to the political party of the government, your question will not be answered if you deem it not to be in line with government business. The problem with that is, Mr. Speaker, is that neither the member from Davenport nor myself are members of the government. We're not parliamentary secretaries and we're not cabinet. Therefore, we're entitled to the exact same rights that you afford to every other member of this House. So, if you're deciding that a precedent will be set, that they will be able to have their questions answered, you must afford the same, you must afford the exact same respect to our questions. Otherwise, I would argue that you're breaching our privilege.
The Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands is rising on a point of order. The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, it's a different point of order but related to the same question, which is this. When a member stands and poses a question which you find not to be within the proper frame of government business, if someone had stood and asked a question which used an inappropriate word, that member would be given an opportunity to rephrase the question and ask it again. In this instance, the Honourable Member for Davenport has lost that opportunity to ask a question forever. And I wonder, Mr. Speaker, if we could if you could see the latitude to see if a member can quickly reframe a question and make it within the proper framework of government business.
I thank the Honourable Member for Saanich and the Gulf Islands. I'm going to add the Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby is rising on a similar point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, if you look at the jurisprudence, the traditions of this House, you have just to point to references from decisions made by the member for Regina Capel when he was Speaker of the House, when he determined that you were absolutely correct in cutting off a Liberal question that wasn't dealing with government business. You would be equally right in cutting every single one of those frivolous and vexatious questions coming from the Conservative Party. It's not as if they don't know the rules. They just refuse to respect them. So I would ask you to have them respect it by, if the question is not dealing with government business, you cut it off immediately. You don't let them finish, because that's what the member from Regina Capel put in place in this House.
I thank the Honourable Member. I have to admit I could not hear the last sentence that he had said, but I will read a Hansard to inform myself as to what he had said. The Honourable Member from Brantford Brant is rising on the same point of order.
No, different point of order.
Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm asking for an apology and retraction from the Minister of Labour in his use of unparliamentary language and an ad hominem attack against the member of Kamloops, Caribou Thompson. Referred to him as a slime ball. Clearly heard it. Colleagues beside me heard it. I asked him about it. He doubled down. Unparliamentary, unprofessional, Mr. Speaker.
See that the Honourable Minister is rising on his feet.
Speaker, there was a time in this House where the honour of members was to be presumed. And the question that came from across there was strongly intimating that the Minister of Public Safety willingly put children in danger. We don't do that in this House. We should not do that in this House. That is not cool, and that is not correct. that member should apologize to the Minister of Public Safety for impugning his character and raising such an absurd question in this House of Commons. And I withdraw the insult if those snowflakes cannot take it.
It is perfectly clear to this chair, as well as order. It's perfectly clear to this chair that members are in need of returning to their homes for the holidays. I'm going to the Honourable Minister. I'm going to ask him to withdraw that last comment as well, and I hope he'll also. I'll ask the Honourable Member to withdraw that last item, and then I will come back to the House on the rest.
In the spirit of the season where white stuff is indeed on the ground, if members take offense to being called a snowflake, then I certainly withdraw the snowflake comment that I said about the snowflake thing.
Okay, so we are, the chair is going to come back to the House on this matter. I do see the Honourable Member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou is rising on his feet, and I hope the Honourable Member will be very germane. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a member of His Majesty's Cabinet. There's no place for that. And secondly, to address the substance of the point, I did not say that the minister is putting people in danger. There are facts, and the government.
So
you let him go on.
Go on.
I'm going to start from the top here, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Member. I'm going to come back to the House on this matter. So, the Honourable... One moment, please. So the only reason I'll address myself to the member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou. The only reason why I was getting to the point is because I made an engagement to members that on the issue that was raised by the member of Brantford Brant that I would come back to the House on this matter. But I'll certainly invite the member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou to get straight to the point, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality is it's the government policy that puts people in danger. 3-month-old babies with sex offenders.
Now this is clearly in debate. The chair will come back to this matter. But to the matter that was raised by the Honourable Member, the Honourable Government House Leader, as well as a member from Kingston and the Islands and a member from Davenport, there's a few, as well as Battle River Crowfoot. It's really important for the chair to order, please. It's important to recall that at oral questions are to be addressed, of course, to the government, meaning to the minister or to a parliamentary secretary, and that regarding matters of the administrative nature of any government. The only exceptions are questions addressed to committee chairs regarding the agenda of a committee, or to a representative of the Board of Internal Economy. It is not the order to ask questions of members of opposition parties, or nor to ask the government to answer for positions taken by opposition parties. And I would like to remind all members that when they are preparing their questions, they clearly should take that into account. Members have been very good about, of course, having some preambles, or maybe perhaps at the very end, putting in a hook that relates to the administrative matters of government, or to a committee, or to the Board of Internal Economy, and those questions are considered in order. But there are occasions, when questions arise are determined to be out of order, and I allow the minister to respond. But that is where, especially in cases where there is, and I'll be very careful about this, where the question contains criticisms of the government, and I want to afford the government an opportunity to respond. In the cases where questions from members of the governing party contain criticisms of opposition parties without it being under the responsibility of the government, then it is allowing a response from the minister would only seem to compound that criticism without giving the opportunity for the party that's being criticized to respond. So that is the reason why we have these rules. This is the reason why this has been brought forward. I brought this forward last fall in a ruling to members, and I will come back with a more detailed version of this, but I just want to give members a quick top-line view on this matter. The honourable member from Kingston-Leon is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, could you then please explain why the party that comes from the governing side even has 3 questions? The point is for us as MPs who are not part of the government to still hold the government accountable. That's the whole point. So you have to afford the exact same treatment to every member who is not a member of the government.
I thank the honourable member for Kingston-Leon Islands raising this point, and I will come back to the House with a fuller explanation as I had just promised earlier. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the previous question to the motion to concur in the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. I'm sorry, this is not the correct... I apologize to members. It being 3:34, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Cooper to the motion to concur in the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Call on the members. The question is as follows. Mr. Zimmer, seconded by Mr. Malillo, moved that the 18th report on the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs presented on Monday, November 25, 2024, be concurred in. Mr. Schmale, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moved the following amendment, that the words be may I dispense? The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. To all those in favour of the motion, please rise.
Ms. Gould. Ms. Suds. Ms. Suds. Ms. Scroll. Ms. Scroll. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey. Ms. Cara. Ms. Cara. Ms. Sahota. Ms. Sahota. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Bibeau. Madame Bibeau. Mrs. Valdez. Mrs. Valdez. Ms. Jazik. Ms. Jazik. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sheehan. Miss O'Connell. Miss O'Connell. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Gerritsen. Madame Fortier. Madame Fortier. Ms. De Brusen. Ms. De Brusen. Monsieur Lauzon. Monsieur Lauzon. Miss Dillon. Miss Dillon. Ms. Zerowitz. Ms. Zerowitz. Monsieur Lightbound. Monsieur Lightbound. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Badaway. Mrs. Atwin. Mrs. Atwin. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Kellaway. Mr. Kellaway. Ms. Vandenbelt. Ms. Vandenbelt. Monsieur Sanson. Monsieur Sanson. Madame Brière. Madame Brière. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Long. Mr. Long. Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Miss Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Miao.
Madame Lapointe.
Oh, correction, Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Gainey.
Miss Gainey.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Bertol.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abouteif.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Cramp.
Mr. Cramp.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
Will all those opposed to the motion please rise?
La Chambre attendra maintenant la...
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If a member was unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. I ask unanimous consent to be able to vote. I vote in favour. I experienced technical difficulties and was unable to vote. You do not need unanimous consent to do so. I thank the member for indicating his vote.
Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 325, 325. Nays contre 1.
Je déclare l'amendement.
I declare the amendment carried.
La prochaine mise aux voix porte sur la motion principale.
The next question is on the main motion as amended. The question is as follows. Mr. Zimmer, seconded by Mr. Malillo. May I dispense? Thank you. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion as amended be carried or carried on division, or the Honourable Government Whip. Mr. Speaker?
It's going to be recorded. Mr. Le President.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you will find that there is unanimous consent to apply the result of the previous vote to this vote. The Liberals vote in favour.
The Honourable Opposition Whip.
Conservatives agree to apply with Conservatives voting in favour.
Yay!
L'Honorable Whip.
The Honourable Bloc Québécois Whip. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply. And the member from Manicouagan as well, and we vote in favour.
The NDP.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The New Democratic Party agreed to apply the vote, and we will be voting yes.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party also agrees to apply the vote and will be voting yes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply the vote. I vote in favour.
Noté.
Noted.
Bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 325, 324. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion as modified carried. Mr. Scheer on a point of order. The honourable member from Regina Capel on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, while I was voting, there was a glitch on my app, and I believe that my vote was recorded as a nay on the first vote on the amendment. I would just like to have that clarified and recorded as a yay, and just ensure that on the subsequent vote, which was applied, that it would be counted as a yay as well on that.
Right. Cela demande le consentement unanime.
That would require unanimous consent. Does the honourable member for Regina Capel have unanimous consent?
Merci.
Thank you.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the previous question to the motion to concur in the 10th report on the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. The question is on the previous question. Mr. Lamoureux, second.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Drouin.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically. Sorry, the Honourable Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that if you seek it, you'll find agreement to apply the results of the previous vote to this vote, with the Liberal members voting in favour.
The Honourable Opposition Whip.
Conservatives agree to apply, with Conservatives voting against.
The Honourable Bloc Québécois Whip. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote. We vote in favour.
The Honourable Whip for the NDP.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agreed to apply the vote, and we will be voting yes.
The Honourable Leader of the Green Party.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, le parti...
Mr. Speaker, the Green Party also agrees to apply the vote. We will also be voting in favour.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Richemont-Arthabasca.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply the vote. I vote in favour.
Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 207, 207. Nays contre, 117, 117.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
La prochaine question est la suivante.
The next question is as follows.
The Honourable Government Whip.
Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent for this vote as well, to apply the results of the previous vote to this one, with Liberal members voting in favour.
The Honourable Opposition Whip.
Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting against.
L'honorable Whip du Bloc.
The Honourable Bloc Québécois Whip. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote. We vote in favour.
The Honourable Whip for the NDP.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The New Democratic Party agreed to apply the vote, and we will be voting yes.
L'honorable chef du Parti.
The Honourable Leader of the Green Party. Mr. Speaker, the Green Party also agrees to apply the vote. We vote yes.
Et l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Richemont-Arthabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply the vote once again, and I will vote yes.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats du vote.
Yeas pour, 207, 207. Nays contre, 117, 117.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
The motion is carried.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, the time provided for government orders will be extended by 19 minutes. Colleagues, I am now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on November 7, 2024 by the member for Cowichan Malahat Langford concerning the refusal of a witness to answer questions at a meeting of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. I'll invite members, please, to carry their conversations outside so that all honourable members who wish to can hear this message, especially the member from Cowichan Malahat Langford. Very good. The committee had reported earlier that same day in its 14th report that a witness, Ms. Lauren Chen, who appeared before the committee on November 5, 2024, had refused to answer questions even after being formally ordered to do so. According to the member, the witness showed contempt for the committee and the House for refusing to answer. The member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford asked the chair to find a prima facie question of privilege, so that he could, according to his notice, move a motion calling Ms. Chen to the bar of the House to receive an admonishment and answer questions. La députée d'Avignon,
The member for Avignon-Lamatisse-Matane-Matapédia argued that this situation constituted a breach of privilege and even a contempt of the House. She noted that the witness refused to answer even the simplest questions and that these types of refusals are unfortunately becoming a trend. However, she did concede that Ms. Chen's refusal was based on the fact that she is facing a criminal investigation in the United States. This raises questions about the extent of the usual protections that a committee witness can expect from the cloak of parliamentary privilege. For that reason, the member suggested that the matter should be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
The member for Kildonan St. Paul contended that Ms. Chen's refusal to answer the questions of committee members was contrary to House committees' well-established expectation to receive answers from witnesses. She emphasized that allowing witnesses to disregard committee questions hindered their ability to seek accountability from individuals appearing before them. She urged the chair to ensure that Ms. Chen was held to account for her flagrant disregard for the House's authority. The parliamentary secretary to the government House leader also intervened. He stated that Ms. Chen's reasons for not answering questions were based on her concerns about the risk of self-incrimination while under criminal investigation in the United States. He suggested that, while the House has the power to compel responses to members' questions, the House needs to use its authority thoughtfully. According to the parliamentary secretary, the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs is the appropriate body for examining the circumstances and making recommendations to the House on a way to proceed. He also asserted that making a prima facie finding now would be premature, and that both the chair and the House should wait for the committee to report on the matter first. La Chambre a toujours eu tendance à considérer avec beaucoup.
Historically, the House has tended to view the refusal by witnesses to answer questions with great seriousness. Having reviewed the committee proceedings of November 5th, 2024, and having also considered the committee's report, it is clear to the chair that Ms. Chen repeatedly refused to provide answers to questions posed by committee members. She stated that her refusal stemmed from concerns about self-incrimination in relation to ongoing investigations and court proceedings in the United States. As stated in House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, at pages 1078 and 1079, and I quote, "Witnesses must answer all questions which the committee puts to them. A witness may object to a question asked by an individual committee member. However, if the committee agrees that the question be put to the witness is obliged to reply. On the other hand, members have been urged to display the appropriate courtesy and fairness when questioning witnesses. The actions of a witness who refuses to answer questions may be reported to the House." Unquote.
Understands Ms. Chen's concerns about self-incrimination in the United States. It is not the chair's role to rule on legal matters. My responsibility is to ensure the House's authority is respected. Accordingly, I am satisfied that this matter touches on parliamentary privilege, and I'm prepared to find that the matter constitutes a prima facie question of privilege. However, in the case before us, the chair is also obliged to consider other unusual factors, especially in light of the course of action the member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford proposes to take. La compétence de la Chambre à l'égard.
There are limits on the House's jurisdiction over an individual located outside of Canada. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, on page 981 in footnote 155, confirms that an order of the House to compel the attendance of a witness depends on the witness being in Canada. This is similar to a summons issued by a House committee. On the same page, it states, and I quote, "The standing orders place no explicit limitation on this power. In theory, it applies to any person on Canadian soil," unquote.
Erskine May, 25th edition, at page 977, in a section entitled Witnesses from Overseas, states, quote, "Committees sitting abroad cannot exercise a power formally to send for persons, papers, and records, nor are witnesses summoned from overseas to give evidence in the United Kingdom," unquote. Further on the same page, in respect of foreign nationals, May states that the power to summon is unlimited as long as the individual is, quote, "present within the jurisdiction of Parliament," unquote. To my knowledge, Ms. Chen is currently in the United States. Ces ouvrages en référence.
These procedural authorities point to a central truth about the House's power to compel the attendance of an individual, namely, that in using this power, the House must ensure it has the means to guarantee the desired outcome it seeks. The motion the member for Cowichan Malahat Langley appears to want to move would call for Miss Chen to be found in contempt and be ordered to appear at the bar. However, it may not be within the control of the House at this time to compel Miss Chen's presence before it.
And as indicated already, I am prepared to find a prima facie case of privilege. I believe in the circumstances, the best course of action would be for the member for Cowichan Malahat Langford to move that the matter be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. This would enable the committee to properly consider the unique elements of this case and suggest an appropriate and timely course of action to the House that ensures that its privileges are respected. It may also provide more general guidance for any witness in similar circumstances to Ms. Chen's. I would like to make one last point. The House is currently seized with 2 motions on different matters of privilege. Only after the proceedings on the 2 questions of privilege are adjourned or disposed of will the member be in a position to move his privilege motion. This will afford time for the member to consult the clerks at the table for advice before finalizing the wording of his motion. Given the unanimous report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security on this matter, it is the Chair's hope that members will be able to quickly come to an agreement as to how to best dispose of this motion and, if adopted, allow the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs to undertake its study expeditiously. I thank all members for their attention. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I would like to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset.
House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Privilege, standing in the name of Mr. Scheer. Motion regarding a failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Kelly.
The honourable member from Esquimalt Saanich Sooke, and I wish to let all members know that there will be great latitude in this honourable member's intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning I handed a letter to your office informing you of my resignation, effective in January. After more than 4 years waiting, I now have a family doctor, and it's time to listen to his advice about putting my health first. This means that these are likely my final remarks as the Member of Parliament for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, and I want to thank the Speaker and the House in advance for granting me some latitude today, and by doing so, perhaps saving me from having to write a book. Let me start by thanking all those who've supported me over what's been nearly 14 years as a Member of Parliament. First and foremost, I want to thank the constituents of Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke for giving me the privilege of representing them here for 4 terms. It has been and continues to be an honor to work with the diverse communities that make up this riding, including 6 municipalities, 4 First Nations, and the large contingent of military families. In particular, I want to say thank you for the support I've received from the South Asian community, the Jewish community, and of course the 2S LGBTQI+ community, both in my riding and from across the country. Special thanks also go to my campaign teams in 6 elections and all the volunteers and donors and the many trade unionists who always come out to support me. And my biggest thanks, of course, goes to my husband, Teddy Pardee. When I first told him I was considering running for office, he said, "Okay, honey, you go do that." But steadfastly has stood by me as a public figure, despite it turning out to require just a little more than that from him, and to be a little more complicated all around. And he supported me as a public figure for 20 of the 25 years we've been together. So you all know I'm a crier, and I promised I wouldn't cry completely through the speech, but I'm going to get a few opportunities. First I have to confess that sometimes I'm still a little astonished to actually be standing in this house. How did a queer kid from a farm in Nebraska and from a working class family riven by domestic violence and child abuse, both shrouded in silence, how did that person become a Member of Parliament? It was never part of my plan, but I will always be grateful to Canada for providing me a refuge more than 50 years ago, when it was still illegal for men to have sex with men in the United States. And for giving me so many opportunities to build a life here. But who's to blame for me being a New Democrat MP? Well, it started with Tommy Douglas, who signed me up as a party member when he was my MP in Nanaimo more than 45 years ago. And that resulted in my working with and for the party for over a decade. I had to sign the card before I got dessert. That also included a stint on Ed Broadbent's staff here in Ottawa, also nearly 40 years ago. After that time, I spent over a decade involved in human rights and international solidarity work. And when I arrived back in Canada, after a year of human rights work abroad and took up teaching again, I fell for an invitation from the new NDP leader, Jack Layton, to have lunch to discuss my human rights work. At the end of that lunch, we did discuss human rights, but Jack said, "I'll bet you think there should be gay members of Parliament." And of course I agreed. Then he said, "Well, how do you think they get there if people like you won't run?" So I agreed, despite repeatedly having said no before, and despite the many, myself included, who thought the path for a gay New Democrat running in the second largest military ride in the country was more than a little uphill. When I came to this house, it was after 2 losses, but more importantly, after more than 20 years teaching criminal justice, after serving as a municipal police board member and city councillor, and after working as an international human rights researcher in Indonesia, East Timor, and Afghanistan, where I was often in the field alongside Canadian peacekeepers. I've tried to be true to who I am and to bring the expertise I acquired along the way to my work here in the House. As an out and proud member of the queer community, I hope I've demonstrated that diversity is one of our strengths as a nation, and that more diverse parliaments do indeed make better laws.
Here, here. Here, here.
From 2011, I've been privileged to serve as the NDP spokesperson for queer rights, and 14 years as the critic on one topic may be some kind of record, I'm not sure, and we're still the only party to have such a position. I'm proud to have successfully led initiatives in the House to add transgender rights to the Canadian Human Rights Code and the hate crime section of the Criminal Code, an initiative to ban conversion therapy, an initiative to bring an end to the gay blood ban, and an initiative to provide a path to safety in Canada for queer and trans refugees whose lives are at imminent risk. But I want to stress that any progress on queer rights that have been made here has only been possible because of years of struggle at the grassroots level across the country by the queer community, and the always unwavering support of my caucus leader, and I have to say, key MPs in other parties. In the House, I've also served as the NDP Public Safety, Defence and Justice Critics over the years. Again, I've been able to lead initiatives in the House which have led to the elimination of criminal records for the personal possession of drugs in this country, and to expand access to community-based bail supervision, both to help make communities more safe and also more just. Some things are still left undone. My initiative to make coercive and controlling behaviour in intimate partner violence, now in the form of the Member for Victoria's Private Members Bill C-332, remains stuck in the other place, despite having passed here unanimously last summer. I remain disappointed that my repeated attempts have failed to convince both Conservative and Liberal governments to remove self-harm from the Military Code of Conduct as a disciplinary offence, an initiative which would signal an important changed attitude toward mental health in the military. I've been privileged to be able to bring the whole of who I am to my work here in the House, despite increasing levels of harassment and threats for doing so. So I'm disappointed that we failed to pass my private member's bill to add the queer community to federal employment equity legislation so we can have a workforce that fairly represents the whole of the country that we are. As a gay man who lost many friends in the first round of the AIDS epidemic, I remain perplexed by this government's failure to take the measures necessary to eliminate new cases of HIV in this country by 2030. All it would take is decriminalizing HIV non-disclosure and modest annual expenditures on community-based testing and treatment programs. As an MP, I have also worked to provide strong service to my riding, and I did successfully secure better protections for southern resident killer whales. I did get federal funding for the initial cleanup of Esquimalt Harbour, and I did deliver support for the local shipbuilding industry, as well as providing strong advocacy for individual constituents in their dealings with the federal government. And let me stop to say how important the support is that I've received from my staff here in Ottawa, my constituency office, most of whom, breaking the rule, are here in the gallery right now. They have been loyal and long-serving. And again, maybe I've set some records here. I've had one staff person who's been with me from day one, and we refer to the other person in the office as the junior staff person because they've only been here 12 years. And the same is true in my constituency office. None of this that I've been able to accomplish would have been possible without their support. I'm especially proud to be part of this, my fourth NDP caucus. This one, which is particularly skilled and particularly hardworking, and which, under the leadership of Jagmeet Singh, has secured many important victories for ordinary working Canadians.
I hate to do this to the honourable member.
My last speech, so I did that on purpose. This includes dental care, an Indigenous-led housing program, and anti-scab legislation. But I'm also proud to be part of a caucus which recognizes that we truly live in a climate emergency and that there is so much more that has to be done. I came to this House believing, as most of us do, that we can work together despite our differences to make both Canada and the world a better place. I have worked with MPs from all parties on common initiatives, and much of that work was done at the committee level. During my time at the Defence Committee, over 5 years, I worked with the Liberal Chair, Stephen Fuhr, and the Conservative spokesperson, the member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman. And together, we were able to do things like visit Canadian Forces trainers working in the Ukraine, visit members stationed with NATO in Latvia, and to visit the Canadian peacekeepers in Mali. As well, we managed to send the House more than 20 unanimous reports on how to improve Canadia's defences to this House. 20 unanimous reports. I only wish that committee work like this would get half the public attention as the theatre that is question period gets from both the media and the public. Unfortunately, we now live in the midst of a rising tide of hate and violence, and it is more important now than ever that each of us continues to speak out against hatred. I remain appalled by the constant attack on transgender Canadians, and especially transgender kids. I am disturbed by the ongoing wave of incidents of anti-Semitism, nationally and even in my own riding. Solidarity matters when fighting against hate, whether it's directed toward my community or yours or any other community in this country. And as once a new Canadian myself, I will always speak against attempts to blame newcomers for all our ills. None of this hate, none of this attack on immigrants, none of this attack on transgender people is part of the Canada that most of us have always been so proud to be part of. While remaining a firm advocate for my riding, the queer community, and greater equity in Canadian society, my time in Parliament has always been devoted to finding common ground to advance all Canadians, and especially the most marginalized among us. I hope that those of us, members of Parliament, who still believe we can find common ground necessary to move forward, will stand against those who wish to make MPs nothing more than cheerleaders for opposing teams seeking power. There's always a choice for each of us as a member of Parliament, and I am hopeful MPs from all parties will make the choice to rise above these current challenges. Thank you all. It's been great to be a colleague of yours, and it's been an honor to serve my constituents and all Canadians. Bravo. Bravo.
Before I recognize the Minister for Justice and Attorney General of Canada, I'd like to, on a very personal note, to thank the honourable member. His work and his career has deeply affected many Canadians, including certainly members of my own family, my own community, people whom I love deeply and cherished. And I thank the honourable member for always standing up for to us LGBTQ plus rights. Much appreciated. The Honourable Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And when I learned that the member from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke would be back in the chamber, I was delighted. But then I learned that he will be in the chamber for a very short amount of time, even right now. He informed me, as he has informed all of us, that he is leaving this august place, but that I believe his last day will be actually maybe tomorrow here in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, I've given a lot of speeches in this chamber, but here I'm just going to speak personally about a person and a gentleman whom I've come to know personally. And the first adjective that comes to mind is simply the word class. The member from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, it's a mouthful just pronouncing his riding, is just a classy individual and a classy human being. He started by recognizing his constituents, for whom he stood for office 6 times, 4 times successfully. And I've always known him as a fierce defender of his riding and his community. And I want to join him in saluting actually his staff for all of the work that they have done to make this member such an accomplished member and a person who contributes so much in this chamber. The second thing I've known him for is obviously his work on justice files. We had a lot of interactions both in my time as parliamentary secretary, but also now in my time as minister on passion projects of his. But he also spent time to teach me about the other things that he'd be working on, whether that related to public safety, whether that related to defense causes, etc. And with respect to his passion with which he approached the fight and the causes that he believes in, you will not find a more dedicated advocate for the 2S LGBTQI plus community than this member from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke. I also remember him telling me that, Arif, Minister, that's such a mouthful. Why don't we just use SOGI, with sexual orientation and gender identity? And I thought, actually, that made a lot of sense. But I'll use whatever terms he wants because I take my cues on these issues from this member. I've known him as a passionate advocate for working diligently on projects that really affect all Canadians. And you've heard him talk about the fact that the fight for rights of the queer community extends all of the time to people right around the country, but never more so than the rights of trans people right now, and particularly trans children. And I salute him for that leadership that he's shown on a cause that really shouldn't be partisan in this chamber or anywhere else, because ultimately we're dealing with a subset of a community and young, vulnerable kids. And that is a testament to sort of what he puts his priorities into and where he dedicates his energies. but working together on issues such as medical assistance in dying and how you move from where we were in 2016 through 2019 through 2021, I've always actually relied upon his wise counsel and advice. There's obviously been a partisan element to the work that we do. That's part of what we do here in this chamber. But what I've always found in this member is that he understands where you take partisanship and you replace it with principle in terms of collaborating productively to advance the causes. And in terms of advancing the fight against hate, again, I've not seen a more cooperative or more collaborative member who is willing to step up not just to the task at hand, but to make it personal, because ultimately politics is personal. And when he stands up with such alacrity and such a candor and talks about his own life experiences, as he just did here in a very emotional moment for him, talking about how his own life has taken him through different twists and turns and brought him to the place where he stands as a 4-time member of Parliament. He's spoken honestly and compassionately about what he believes in. And I applaud him for that. I remember distinctly the conversations we had during the blockade of the city and what he faced as a gay man in terms of particular targeting during that time, and how we talked about what we need to do collaboratively together as all parliamentarians of every political stripe to combat that kind of hatred. We've also had important conversations about abuse and about children, and we've talked about that. And what I'd say to him is that I salute him for always putting the needs of kids above all else. And I'll say, here's one tangible example. Mr. Speaker, I represent the largest Tibetan diaspora in the world outside of South Asia. And what I found in this member through his work with constantly taking on Tibetan Canadian youth as interns in his office is not just an effort by him to do right by those young people and to provide them with mentorship, but he's actually taken it to the next level where he both provides mentorship to the young people, but he also uses tools on the floor of this chamber to actually advance causes. What I'm talking about are things like the effective use of order paper questions, the effective use of petitions. So in doing so, he's not just taking on that young person who might not otherwise get a chance, but he's actually advancing the yardsticks of causes that they believe in, which is, I think, the best of both worlds in terms of a mentorship exercise. And what I would say in just concluding about this member is that he's not just committed, but he's savvy about the parliamentary tools. And he mentioned some of those tools in the work he'd done on the Defence Committee in terms of advancing the yardsticks. So what I would say about this member and why I insisted on my staff that I'm going in to listen to this speech and I'm going to provide some words about the member from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke is because simply from my perspective, he represents the best of what it means to be a parliamentarian in this chamber. He is committed to his riding, he is committed to his portfolio, and he's committed to defending the interests of which he believes. And if politics is the art of the possible, I would say that this member, the member from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, shows always what is possible and what can be achieved with tremendous success. He has distinguished himself in committee, he has distinguished himself in this chamber as a man of principle and as a man of integrity. And what I would say with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, I would say to him quite directly that, Randall, you will be missed, and enjoy that retirement. You deserve it, my friend. Merci beaucoup.
And since in farewell speeches we don't normally have a list of who's speaking next, so I'm just going to see the honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It was very powerful when the member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke shared that Jack Layton recruited him. If Jack can take credit, or Jack should have the credit for recruiting him, I'll take a little credit for trying to keep him in the House as long as possible. And I mean that really personally. I had to ask Randall to stay on as a member of Parliament multiple times, and I owe him a life debt of gratitude for him agreeing. And I asked him for many reasons. One is I trust his counsel very dearly. He's someone that gives me lots of really great advice. And as you can see, he does lots of really important work in this House. One of the things about the member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke that I want to share is that he shared the pain that he endured as a child, the trauma, the violence that he saw and that he himself experienced. And what you can see in his life's work and in the way he brings himself to the world is that he did not let that pain extinguish his joy and his deep belief that we can build a better world. And despite that pain that he endured, he approaches his life with that passion that better is possible. And another thing that you might know about the member is that he wants no other child to ever experience that same pain again, to feel like they don't belong. And it's a big part of what guides him in the work he does. And I see that, and I feel we are all better off because of that passion that he brings, that care that he brings, that personal tragedy that he turns into the powerful motivation for the work that he does. On a personal note, remember when he first told me that he was going to message me on my cell phone, but not often, but whenever he thought it was appropriate. I didn't realize it meant he would send me essays on my cell phone. But those essays that he would send every now and then, true to his word, not all the time, but when he did, would guide me in the right direction, would encourage me when times were tough. He reminded me often that he chose me and endorsed me early on, and that he never regretted his choice. And there was times when he might have, or times when it was hard to say that he continued to support me, I would say. But I really value his friendship and his commitment and his loyalty, and the fact that he reminded me often that he was proud of his choice. I'm proud to call him a friend. I'm proud to call him an ally. I'm proud that he chose to be a part of this movement. I'm so thankful he said yes to Jack. I think all of us in this chamber have seen the difference that he has made. Kids in this country are safer because of him. There are more little Randall Garrisons that are going to be less scared, less afraid, less feeling like they don't belong because of his work. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'm not a member of the NDP caucus, but were I a member of that caucus, I would have had so much esteem for our colleague, the Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich. I had the privilege and pleasure of being on the Justice Committee with him over the last few years. While I don't know him extremely well, I can guarantee that he is a man with integrity, who's devoted to public service and has passionately represented his constituents, as well as all members of persecuted groups. Canadians who need to be represented in our parliamentary institutions. Randall Garrison is someone who is deeply humane, who cared about these causes. We didn't always know for sure whether he shared certain points of view, but that's not really what matters. We felt that he cared about different points of view and that he cared about each and every individual's suffering, and he represented people honestly and with devotion. In summary, Mr. Speaker, he is a caring and extremely hardworking and ultimately moral person. We will miss you. Thank you.
And the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just to add my voice of thanks to Mr. Garrison, hopefully that's okay to share that on what could be his last day. You know, often in this place, it's defined by the disagreements that we have with each other. But for all Canadians that are watching this, to see that there are times where, despite those disagreements and policy differences, there is common ground that can be found. So just to thank this member, and specifically, I know I have a few family members that live in his constituency. I'm not sure that they vote for him, but nonetheless, I know his dedication to his community, and in particular, we share something when it comes to the areas we represent, and that's having a military installation. And the care that I know that member has shown throughout his time for, and to put the policy issues aside, but for the people of our armed forces, I know is deeply, deeply moving to those who he has had an opportunity to connect with. So just to thank him for his service and to wish him all the best in what is next to come in his life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to join colleagues in paying honour to the member for Esquimalt-Saanich. As a newer MP in this place, I can say he is an honourable member that I have been just really grateful to have had the chance to learn from, that our time here has overlapped. In my time prior to being here, he was someone I really looked up to as someone who continued to stand up for the queer community across the country, as you heard from his speech, has had such an impact on the laws of this country and the ways that so much more needs to be done. As we close this round of speeches, though, I wonder, Mr. Speaker, to me it's appropriate that he would have the last word, and so if you would allow me, I would remark that the tenor of this place at times, and certainly now, can get somewhat partisan, and he had some important reflections for us on how important it is that the reasons that that MPs arrived here, the causes that they care about and their communities care about, should come first. I wonder if he could offer some advice for those of us here, particular newer members like myself, on how to ensure we continue to ensure that the issues we're looking to address remain more important than the parties we happen to be here representing, that our constituents should remain first. Can he offer some reflections for us on that?
I think the honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, maybe a last few comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank all those who spoke for their kind words. I said what I said in my speech, and I really mean it. I think that the great majority of us come here wanting to work together to do good for Canadians, and I think we sometimes lose sight of that in this chamber, and we need to remind ourselves regularly and to rise above those forces of partisanship to try and make this a better country and a better world. Thanks.
Before letting it, I'll just say, I will just say we will miss you, but I'd rather use the French way of saying it. Tu vas nous manquer. We will be missing you tremendously. You'll be missing from us. Thank you for your service, and I know you'll be around for a little bit, so I look forward to saying goodbye. It's my duty to pursue in Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions we raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre, Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Member for Bow River on carbon pricing, and the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands on natural resources. Moving on to the next speaker, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just before I dive into the substance of what will be, I have no doubt, of great interest to all those in this place when it comes to the SDTC scandal that has continued to paralyze this place, and the Liberal government's, and specifically that Prime Minister's, refusal to simply release the documents. There's just a couple of quick things that I would like to note, and one is very personal. You know, I often hear that from when I get home on the weekends and I see, in particular, my grandmas. I know my one grandma, she texts me, and my other grandma, I just see her, whether it's at church on Sunday or when I go to visit her. They often say, will compliment me on my speeches and whatnot. So sometimes I think we wonder if anybody is actually watching these proceedings. Well, I know that my grandma, both my grandmas Linda and my grandmas Nora are. So just a shout out to both Grandma Linda and Grandma Nora, two fine women, and my grandfathers who have passed on, but just the incredible legacy they have there. So I love you, Grandma, and I love you, Grandma. That's a shout out to you because there's a good chance that you're watching here. So thank you for that latitude, Mr. Speaker. Here we are back debating the Green Slush Fund, where we have an instance of nearly $400 million of taxpayers' money. And let me pause there, because I think there's an important distinction that I'd like to elaborate on a little bit. We have an instance where there's this $400 million that has been misallocated, wrongly allocated, allocated to organizations, companies, etc. That it's been called into question, close to $400 million. But what is important is not just the dollar amount. Don't get me wrong, it's a huge number. But what is key in understanding, and why it is such a significant thing for us to get answers and for us to get a true clarity when it comes to what happened here, is because that is $400 million not of the government's money. Not of the government's money. The government doesn't have money in and of itself, but rather it has money that it derives from taxes. And it's the money that it derives from taxes, Mr. Speaker, that it then spends. And I think that often that is forgotten about in this place. And as parliamentarians from all parties, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that we need to take seriously that it is not government's money to spend, but rather it is us being stewards of the dollars that are paid in taxes by Canadians. And I think that that fundamental premise is so often forgotten. And we have seen time and time again over these last 9 years under the NDP Liberals where they have forgotten where the money comes from. And Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that the result of that is an utter disregard that leads to scandals like which we are seeing today, where you have an unbelievable amount of money, close to $400 million being misallocated, allocated where there was conflicts of interest, etc. And then I'll get into the privilege side of that here in just a moment. But Mr. Speaker, what is absolutely key is that the amount of money that this relates to is truly astonishing. And when in comparison, most Canadians that will be watching, whether it's my grandmas that I referenced earlier or whether I know it is so many others that are wondering, well, what's the deal with this $400 million? It is said, and when economists do evaluations when it comes to the dollars in an economy, quite often the most easily understood dollars and in terms of the amounts is not the numbers and figures that parliamentarians quite often throw around, or when an announcement has, millions or billions of dollars associated to it, Mr. Speaker. But when it really comes down to it, you have an average Canadian family, the biggest the biggest expense that they will make is the purchase of their home. Now, while we have seen a doubling of house prices over the last decade under these NDP Liberals, and we have seen some real challenges in terms of Canadians being able to afford the basics and the carbon tax impact on all of these things and the inflationary effect it has across our economy and everything related to that, the average Canadian spends less than $1 million on a home. Less than $1 million. So you have an example where the largest purchase that the average Canadian family ever makes is 1/400th of the tax dollars that have been abused when it comes to this green slush fund. That is truly astonishing, the scale and the impact. You can break that down further. A common investment within most households is that of a vehicle. Now, I know that it's been called into question. The NDP leader certainly drives, I didn't even know Maseratis were made SUVs, but that's certainly been publicized here as of late as the choice vehicle of the leader of the fourth party in this place. And when I looked at the price, it was, that was quite for somebody who claims to be from the middle class, that is quite a claim when you drive that type of vehicle. But Mr. Speaker, you have the average vehicle. When it comes to what Canadians spend, kind of the average between the average between many Canadians buying used vehicles versus those who buy new, and you have before you what is an average price of a vehicle that often equates to about $40,000. So that's average across it, from the very expensive Maseratis, like the leader of the fourth party drives, or Canadians that are just starting out, whether that's a 16-year-old that is buying their first vehicle for several $1,000s. You have about this average of about $40K. And you think about the scale of $400 million versus $40,000. And it puts into context, and the reason why, Mr. Speaker, I am flagging this and providing that context is because it is truly astonishing the scale of which this scandal is, the dollars, those hard-earned dollars that taxpayers earned, paid to the government through taxes, and we saw misallocated, misappropriated, and through a scandal-ridden process, we have this abuse. And Mr. Speaker, it bears, I would suggest, repeating that because of the failures that have been exposed, and the former Minister of Industry that took an organization that under the previous Harper government and under the scandal-plagued Martin and Chrétien governments before was operating fairly well. had a high efficiency rate, a good return on investment, and certainly didn't have the types of scandals that we're seeing today. So you had 3 successive governments that under their leadership saw this organization do its job, which is invest in sustainable technologies, ensure that there is including at times where there might be a business case but a little bit higher risk, so going with partnerships in terms of private lending and whatnot, and you saw a good return on taxpayers' investment, those hard-earned dollars that the government takes that could see leveraged for economic development. Yet it was in 2018 when the former minister, Navdeep Bains, fired Harper's board and installed Liberal insiders where the problems began to brew. And we have seen over the last 5 or 6 years how the result is that this $400 million that have been called into question. It truly is astonishing, Mr. Speaker, the scale to which the scandal we have before us. And the fact that now we have, I believe this is week 6, maybe going into week 7, where Parliament has been seized with this issue, paralyzed by this scandal that has shook the very foundations of our democratic infrastructure, which is calling into question for so many Canadians about whether or not they can trust government. And Mr. Speaker, I talk often about trust in this place, because trust is a key element of what we do here. It's the idea of the social contract. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I spoke to a class this morning, and it was a very interesting a discussion. I always appreciate it. It was a grade 9 class from the Prairie Christian Academy in Three Hills, Alberta. Great group of kids, great questions, very, very engaging conversation. It truly was a great opportunity to talk about how to get involved in government, citizenship, and the responsibility of that. And an incredible conversation. But one of the things that we talked about was the idea of the social contract. And although that's often a topic of conversation that happens in university philosophy classes, the reason why I bring up the idea of the social contract is it is this back and forth, this tension that exists, that citizens have a responsibility in order to have freedom. There's that back, there's a tension there that exists. We have to be able to trust government for government to be able to function appropriately in our country. And I think that where we see the social contract being called into question is after 9 years of these Liberals. We are seeing there's been an erosion of trust that's taken place. And the erosion of trust that has taken place is forcing many Canadians across our country to lose trust not only in the person who's in charge, and the current Prime Minister and those in the Liberal Party and the NDP that continue to prop them up, but they are losing trust in the very foundational institutions of our democracy. Those institutions that have persisted in the case of Canada for 157 years, and then I know responsible government coming several decades before that and different types of administrations prior to that point in time. But our history of our democratic system dating back more than 800 years to the United Kingdom, where in the first few sentences of the British North America Act, now known as the Constitution Act of 1867, it talks about being in similar form to that of the Parliament of the United Kingdom in this Westminster system. We are seeing this mismanagement call into question the trust that Canadians should be able to have in their institutions. And Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you today that of all the things that we debate, this truly is one of such significance because it's the keystone on which we can continue to ensure that we have a strong and functioning democracy. We have to be able to trust that our government works. Now, let me unpack that for just a moment. We need to ensure that it is not simply trust in an individual, because no government is an individual. But what is the reality here, Mr. Speaker, is that we have a trust eroding of the institution in and of itself. Whereas we used to be able to say we might not like the guy or gal in charge, but we could respect the office. Mr. Speaker, it has come to the point where truly It is, there are so many instances where people are losing trust in the institutions themselves. And I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that that is something that should seize each and every one of us as parliamentarians. So, Mr. Speaker, we have the basic premise of trust in our institutions that underlies the debate which we are having. So now when it comes to the very basics, which is that we have to release the documents. Simple, 3 words, release the documents, right? It's not that hard. Release the documents. Here we have Parliament, which has constitutionally unfettered access and ability to demand for documents. In fact, in the constitutional framework, which was written long before the advent of computers, we have the ability for government to demand any document that exists in Canada, period. Any Parliament can demand that. It is within its rights to demand any document. And over the last 9 years, we have seen something that I'd like to unpack a little bit here. That not only is it a refusal of the government to release the documents in relation to this $400 million in taxpayers' money that has been misallocated, allocated where there was conflicts of interest, etc. But, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing how in the midst of this, we are truly, it's truly the continuation of a pattern. You see, and this pattern is what I would suggest can be summed up by a phrase that these Liberals, under that Prime Minister, have normalized constitutional crises. And I say that not flippantly, but with all seriousness, because time and time again, we see how they have utter disregard for the Constitution. Now, when most Canadians think of the Constitution, they think of the thing that is often on the walls of classrooms, and that's the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And that is an important aspect of our Constitution, which has Pierre Elliott Trudeau's signature at the bottom of it. Although the history of that, for those who might be watching, you look at the history and what was eventually adopted is certainly different than what Pierre Elliott Trudeau envisioned. But he's certainly happy to take credit for it. But we have that part of our Constitution, as well as a host of other constitutional documents, one of which I referenced earlier, the British North American Act, or the Constitution Act of 1867. We have a host of constitutional documents dating back from the foundation of this country all the way to where we are today, where there was a minor constitutional amendment just a number of years ago when it came to the number of MPs that would be representing each province in this place. So you have this series of documents, and when it comes to constitutional law, it's a series of written and unwritten laws. That defines the Westminster system. So we have before us that this government has such utter disregard for constitutional convention, for the role that the 800+ years of constitutional history that has built this Westminster system, they have utter disregard, Mr. Speaker, for the things that have allowed us to function as a free and open democracy. Not without its challenges, but certainly these Liberals are putting our institutions at risk, the normalizing of constitutional crises. And I would highlight one that comes to mind whenever, and I hear from constituents often about this, is the Winnipeg lab scandal, where you had documents that Parliament demanded. It was a minority Parliament, and it certainly seems that the 2021 election, despite the Prime Minister promising that he wouldn't call it and then called it anyways, and certainly seemed to leverage much of the fear that Canadians had around the COVID pandemic, that certainly seems to be a big part of it. But, Mr. Speaker, what happened during that summer was absolutely astounding. You had the government take Parliament, specifically the Speaker, to court over a documents request, a constitutional crisis. Unbelievable and unacceptable. You had the election that took place. Was that the reason why they called the election? Was there some things that that was so revealing, that would have brought down that Prime Minister and that government, that would have exposed them? I don't know. But, Mr. Speaker, what is very, very clear is that they will stop at nothing, including ripping up the Constitution to try and cover up their scandals. And then we have had time and time again. We had in 2020, those Liberals proposed to give themselves unlimited spending and taxation power. Mr. Speaker, just to give some context to that, that would have torn up 800 years of tradition that demands responsible government, including money only being spent with permission of the House and taxes only to be levied by Parliament. You see, we have before us what has been an astounding a series of events that lead us to the privileged debate that we are having today. The Liberals could end this immediately. They could. They simply have to release the documents. And in doing so, would put to rest the crises that they have brought forward that have not only kept them from being able to accomplish their agenda, but have caused an erosion of trust in the very institutions of this place. And I would conclude, Mr. Speaker, my remarks by referencing some of the extraordinary Canadians to whom we work for. I had the opportunity to meet with the constituents, Fire Chief Mole from Hanna, Alberta, and a couple of his colleagues, one from Redwater and the other from Grande Prairie, small town, small city fire chiefs. And it was a good conversation. They came and saw a question period, and what was encouraging in the midst of that is to see Canadians at work. In this case, small town emergency services personnel that are ready to do the work when called upon. So I compliment them, and I know there's advocacy that is taking place on the Hill this week, and I wish them the best in that. I appreciate the opportunity to have met them earlier. But, Mr. Speaker, when it comes down to it, we need to take seriously our responsibility as parliamentarians. We need to ensure that we are responding to the call. And when it comes to the very crux of the issue here, we have to restore trust in our institutions, Mr. Speaker, and that can start by the Liberals releasing the documents so we can get back to work.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Despite 2.5 months of this, no one's talking about this, Mr. Speaker. Nobody cares about this issue. If this member keeps talking, and Conservatives have now put up over 200 people on this issue. Canadians are not talking about this. What they are talking about, Mr. Speaker, what they're talking about on the news tonight is that 5 people within Patrick Brown's campaign have now come forward to say that the member from Calgary Nose Hill knew exactly that Russian or that Indian diplomats were affecting Patrick Brown's campaign. She even had a conference call, according to what's being reported, where she brought it up on a conference call. Does this member not agree that the member from Calgary Nose Hill should be going to the Public Safety Committee and answering about what she knows when it comes to foreign interference in the Patrick Brown leadership campaign?
Just a reminder to honourable members, I know the one of our speakers did rule that we want to try to keep the questions and the comments as close to the topic at hand as possible. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the official opposition won the leadership of our party by the largest margin of any major national leadership campaign in Canadian history, Mr. Speaker. I think the evidence speaks for himself and is commanding a massive amount of support. And quite frankly, unlike it seems many Liberals, we actually like our leader and the work that he's doing and the message that he's offering to Canadians. And I would suggest that Canadians are increasingly on our page. Certainly, I'm hearing increasingly from Canadians from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker, that are ready for change because they're sick and tired of the corruption, they're sick and tired of the waste, and they're sick and tired of those Liberals dividing Canadians for political gain. But, Mr. Speaker, I would like to reference something that member said. He said Canadians don't care about this. Well, 400 million reasons would suggest otherwise, and the fact that member and those Liberals supported by the NDP would so flippantly not care about $400 million in misallocated, misappropriated tax dollars, that is an absolute shame, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. We are living through difficult times. The American president-elect, who will soon be president, has made some serious threats to Canadian jobs and sectors, and he says that we are not taking proper care of our borders. Would my colleague agree with me that this is partly because of Stephen Harper's government? He cut 1,100 border services agent jobs. Now, today, we're being criticized for having a border that is like a colander.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting, a member of my staff just texted me and said, I've actually received thousands of emails about the green slush fund. So to the member from Kingston and the Islands, he's simply out to lunch. But when it comes to the issue of our borders, absolutely, Mr. Speaker, we need to take this seriously. But after 9 years, including for 5 of those years where this government has been propped up by the fourth party in the corner over there, the fact that crime was on its way down when Stephen Harper left office and the Prime Minister took over. I withdraw, and reference the Prime Minister when he took over. The fact that illegal border crossings were down. The fact that smuggling was on its way down. Mr. Speaker, by almost every objective measure, life in Canada was getting better, despite at that point in time where there was much global economic uncertainty. Yet Canada was well positioned. And then those Liberals and that Prime Minister took over, and for the last 5 years have been supported by that fourth party, the NDP. Mr. Speaker, we are seeing the consequences of that each and every day, and now it is putting our country's economic future at risk. I understand why the President of the United States wants to stand up for American jobs, but Mr. Speaker, why does this Canadian Prime Minister want to help that American President?
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The Honourable for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to my colleague's speech and he was bang on. This is about our parliamentary democracy and our privileges. I'm going to be speaking next, and it's going to be talking about censorship and how this government has really ramped that up. But I want to ask him about these repeated crises, because he talked about, the sponsorship scandal, the border crisis, and we could go on and on. But I wonder if he thinks that the Liberals are actually normalizing these constitutional crises, because it seems it's a means for them to grab more power. We saw it, during COVID, where they were going after people's bank accounts. They were stopping people from traveling. It just seems that they want to normalize these crises as a power grab. Could he comment on that, please?
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that Liberal Prime Minister seems to want to be like his dad when it comes to doing things that are truly unprecedented, and that includes the invocation of the Emergencies Act. First Prime Minister in history to do so. The previous version of that, the War Measures Act, outside of wartime, the only Prime Minister to have invoked it was Pierre Elliott Trudeau. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what it is about these Liberals, but more in particular, I think the left in general. They are so desperate and hungry for power that they would trod over the Constitution. In the case of our country, they would trod over the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, including that has Pierre Elliott Trudeau's, that Prime Minister's father's signature on it. They would trod over it to fulfill their political objectives. But, Mr. Speaker, what we have before us is a normalization of constitutional crises that has taken place. It seems like every which way you look, these Liberals are trotting over the very institutions that were built up over, in the case of our country, 157 years to serve Canadians. These Liberals are trying to turn them into servants of themselves. Mr. Speaker, that's wrong. That needs to be rejected outright, and Conservatives will fix what that Prime Minister and those Liberals have broke.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the current context, it's interesting to think about as DTC. It's also interesting to think about the next president of the US. We need to think about how Canada and Quebec will be able to be different to Americans. We are interdependent. We have to be able to confront together China, for example. So I'd like to hear how important this kind of fund would be to help SMEs, to protect our SMEs so they can invest in the future. That's how we will be more competitive compared to the States, compared to China. We need this kind of fund. Yes, we have to study if the funds are misused and if there's fraud, but does he agree with this kind of fund, fundamentally speaking, so that investments can be made well in the future?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think the evidence speaks for itself. This fund was performing with exemplary ratings, with great integrity, prior to that Prime Minister and the former Industry Minister, Navdeep Bains, going in, firing all of Stephen Harper's appointments and appointing their own, which have led to this incredible level of mismanagement, incompetence, conflicts of interest, et cetera, et cetera. But I think the member from the Bloc raises an interesting point, and that is the idea of Canada's place in the world. We have seen under that Liberal Prime Minister and that Liberal government propped up by the fourth party, the NDP in the corner over there, we have seen an erosion of Canada's reputation internationally. And I found it interesting in question period today, actually, Mr. Speaker. One of the ministers stood up and listed off what they call their accomplishments. And I kept thinking to myself, is he listing his accomplishments or that government's failures? Because every single one of those things, Mr. Speaker, it certainly was not in the best interest of the country, the results, and I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, as a result, Canada is weaker today in its standing in the world, let alone all the challenges we face domestically, but are weaker in our standing in the world today than it was when that Prime Minister took over. It's time for Conservatives to come in and fix what that Prime Minister broke.
Very quick question and answer. The honourable member for St. John Rosse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And actually, talking about a party being desperate for power, I mean, this party opposite has tried to have government for 15, 19, and 21. The member opposite is a straight shooter. I respect him for that. But, Mr. Speaker, here's my question to him. There's clearly something going on with respect to the fact that his leader will not get a security clearance, number one. Two, what is up with the foreign meddling in the leadership contest? The member opposite is a straight shooter. I want a straight answer as to why his leader will not get his security clearance. Canadians want to know. Thank you.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
To that member from St. John's, I would simply say it is time for that Prime Minister to do what he is legally allowed to do under the Official Secrets Act, and it is release the names. In fact, there are very clear provisions, Mr. Speaker, that allow that Prime Minister to, in the public interest, release the names. He refuses to do it. And the question I think many Canadians have is, what does he have to hide?
We are out of time. Resuming debate. There you go. Just make sure. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Much, Mr. Speaker. I am not pleased to rise to speak to this yet again. I am aware that we're now at the point where we've had over 200 Conservative people speak to this particular issue. I think it's extremely troubling that the Conservative Party of Canada is completely disregarding the needs of Canadians and have chosen to filibuster this entire House and to prevent it from doing any work whatsoever. And, Mr. Speaker, all we have to do is look back at what has happened over the last couple months. The Speaker had made a ruling on a point of privilege in favor of the individual who had raised that point of privilege, and the Speaker in that ruling agreed that this issue should go to PROC, which is the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, to be dealt with. And unfortunately, Conservatives chose and used that opportunity to force this issue to be debated endlessly. Let's just reflect on what has actually happened here. What has happened here, Mr. Speaker, is that the Conservatives moved a motion based on your ruling that this issue go to PROC and that PROC deal with this particular issue. Conservatives moved that. It was their motion. They've now put up over 200 speakers. They don't have 200 members in this House. They've had multiple people speak multiple times. I've seen people get up and give speeches that were written for them or generated by AI on a number of occasions. People that I haven't even seen in this House in so long are coming out of the woodwork and giving speeches in this House on this issue. Their interest is one thing only, Mr. Speaker, and that's delaying the ability for the government to do any work whatsoever. And they say yes, and they cheer yes. They are intentionally filibustering their own motion. So I do have the exact number, just because I think it's important for anybody watching this and trying to weigh in on the seriousness to which Conservatives take this issue, including those that are heckling me now. I would like to bring to the House's attention and Canadians' attention the number of people that have spoken to this particular issue. 2 independents have spoken to this. 1 Green Party member has spoken to this. 7 New Democrats have spoken to this. 7 Bloc Québécois members have spoken to this. 8 Liberals have spoken to this. I guess that makes this 9, with me speaking now. How many do you think spoke from the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker? 50? More. 200? More. 213 times Conservatives have gotten up, not splitting their time with anybody, consuming the entire 30-minute period, 213 times. Because Conservatives are not interested in sending this to Proc, where their own motion calls for it to go. What Conservatives are interested in, Mr. Speaker, is preventing this House from doing any work. And up until this point, it would have been on meaningful and important legislation that genuinely impacts Canadians. But now, we're actually needing to deal with really serious issues facing this country that Conservatives are preventing us from talking about. Namely, foreign interference. I asked in one of my questions, and I'm glad that the member answered. He tried to answer it. I asked him earlier in this debate, just moments ago, I said to the member from Battle River Crowfoot, I asked him a question about the serious issue we could be debating instead of this right now on foreign interference, and the member from Calgary Nose Hill. And I asked him, I said, there are serious allegations from 5 people within the member from Calgary Nose Hill's own campaign, or the campaign that she co-chaired for Patrick Brown, that said that she was contacted by Indian diplomats and pressured not to continue supporting Patrick Brown. And what did the member from Battle River Crowfoot, in response to my question, say? He said, well, the member from the leader of the opposition one-handedly, yeah, I bet he did, especially with a little bit of help, but I bet he did. He one-handedly, but that's not the question. The question is not whether or not the member from Carleton, the leader of the opposition, one-handedly. The question is not whether or not the member from Calgary Nose Hill was coerced or ultimately made a decision based on those conversations that were had with her. The question is this: did anybody that is a foreign diplomat or a foreign individual say anything to the member from Calgary Nose Hill? Because if they did, and if they were trying to influence the outcome of that campaign that she was involved in, then that is considered foreign interference. It doesn't matter who won. It doesn't matter whether or not she was influenced by it. What matters is whether or not the interference took place. They will try to cloud this and say, oh, well, he one-handedly anyways. He took all of Alberta. There's absolutely no issue. And the member from Calgary Nose Hill will say, oh, no, I wasn't nobody. I'm a seasoned politician. You wouldn't know that by the way she ran away from the CBC yesterday. I'm a seasoned politician. I know how to handle myself. That's not the issue. The issue is whether or not she was contacted and somebody tried to influence her. That's foreign interference. And Canadians have a right to know, Mr. Speaker, if she was approached. We have a right to know who those actors are so that we can properly deal with them, so that they don't continue that behavior. That's in the public interest. That's in Canadian interest. But instead, everybody lines up behind the Leader of the Opposition, the member from Carleton, recite his ad nausea, his slogans. It works. It works. You know what it works for? As was reported earlier this week, it works for gold stars in caucus meetings so that they can parade them around and celebrate how many times one member said a particular slogan. So it works. Okay, so let's just go. I will pick up on that heckle. The heckle was, it works. Okay, great. And now thank you. So it works. So what this member is basically saying by saying it works is he is fully admitting that they are just throwing out slogans there to try to persuade people. That they don't care about policy or anything. They're just throwing out stuff to try to fool Canadians. And what is the response I get when I say that? It works. So Conservatives are admitting that their plan to fool Canadians with their slogans is working. And that's ultimately where we're at. And why this is so important and how it ties back to this particular motion, Mr. Speaker, is from what I said earlier on. Conservatives are just absolutely interested in their own political agenda. They're only interested in what they can possibly gain politically and have zero interest in what they could actually do to support Canadians. So this is where we are. But I say to my friends in the Bloc and my friends in the NDP, we know how to work together. We've done that before. There's no reason to continue allowing Conservatives to do this. They do have to come to terms with the fact that they have to accept the fact that maybe 213 times Conservatives getting up to speak for a half an hour is enough. Because at some point, people are going to start to ask why. People are going to start to ask, hey, there's really important legislation that I thought the government would be debating this fall, and they're not debating it. Why is that? And I think that, and I hear Conservatives saying, guys, spend more money. The amount of money that Conservatives have spent on this charade, everything that makes this whole place function, the millions of dollars that have been spent supporting this filibuster exercise, that is what Canadians should be genuinely concerned about. They will have to miss no opportunity to remind people about how it is absolutely unacceptable to be spending money recklessly on behalf of Canadians, but then they come in here and they do it every day, every single day, filibustering their own motion. You would think that at least they could stand up and explain to Canadians why it is. Why would you filibuster your own motion? You put forward a motion asking for an issue to go to proc. Usually, you're going to hear from the opposition giving you every reason why that shouldn't happen. But instead, what do you hear? You hear from people who are... I got distracted there, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. But instead, what you hear from is you just hear from Conservatives that routinely get up and speak ad nausea. So, Mr. Speaker, I genuinely hope that we have come close to the end of this. I hope that it's an opportunity for my friends in the Bloc and the NDP to realize that Canadians really want us to get back to business so that we can do what's important for Canadians and we can do the work on their behalf. Because this charade that's been going on for so long needs to come to an end. People have things that need to be taken care of, and that's our job. It is not the job of the Conservatives to hijack Parliament. It is their job to hold the government accountable, and they have failed in doing that. The only thing they're looking out for is their political interests. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And, there was a time a couple of years ago when this government decided it didn't want to do any work, and the only government in the world that I'm aware of that did not function as a government during COVID, we were suddenly simply a committee of the whole, and nothing was done. How long did that last?
Well, Deputy House Leader.
But she voted in favor of it. Those were unanimous consent motions. I sat in here till 5:30 in the morning while they were worked out and debated and negotiated amongst the parties. And so for every conservative that gets up, Mr. Speaker, and decides to be critical of the measures that this government took during COVID, I would remind them that they voted in favor of all of those measures. We unanimously voted in favor of all of those measures, including that member who just asked the question.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. I have a question. Is he not ashamed of his government that doesn't want to be transparent in this SDTC file? For me, it's a major issue. Why? Because this government's credibility is at stake. It's also an issue of credibility for SMEs that need investments for a greener future. They need to be able to trust SDTC. They need to trust in where the government invests its money. We cannot be dependent on Chinese lithium. We need to invest here in Canada. We need to be able to trust these investments. So what does he think about this? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy House Leader.
As it relates to this issue, if you want to be credible, you have to be responsible too. And the reality is that the responsible thing in this particular issue is to send this matter to PROC so that PROC can look at it. You know, when it comes to the documents that the Conservatives continually demand that be released to Parliament, Mr. Speaker, that be released for everybody to see, we've heard from the Auditor General, we've heard from the Commissioner of the RCMP saying this is not the right way to distribute information. We don't need Parliament to get in the way and tell us what evidence we need. We have the ability and the authority, and if necessary, the courts, to obtain that information. So, yes, it is very important to be responsible, and responsibility is incredibly necessary if you want to be credible. And I think that, unfortunately, the Bloc and the NDP found themselves in a weird predicament because they supported this last spring, but now are probably starting to have second thoughts on that, and perhaps they should have not acted the way that they did.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, and no, not having second thoughts. I sat at an industry committee where I actually had the SDTC file there, and they could actually solve this if they want. And he has mentioned, as the member has, the RCMP. One of the things I would like to get to is his opinion about the CBSA officers right now. Under the Conservatives, they laid off and fired 1,100 officers who have not been restored by this government. And second to that, the proposal is actually to give CBSA officers the powers back that they lost in 1932. And I want to make sure that the member understands that these are things we can control and do right now. While the House may be bogged down, there's not a reason why we can't increase staffing, enforcement powers for the CBSA officers who have been left on their own.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
It is true, Mr. Speaker, that when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, CBSA officers were laid off in droves. As somebody who comes from a riding that is very close to a border, I'm very familiar with this. This government has continued to invest in significant resources into our borders, with the most recent comments made by the President of the United States, or the President-elect. We have also committed to working with him to ensure that our border with the United States in particular can remain safe. But for this NDP member to suggest that we haven't done any of that is just completely false. The reality is that we have been investing in our borders, and we'll continue to do that to ensure that they stay safe and secure.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Speaker, my question to the member opposite is I know that he represents many young people in his community. And I'm wondering if perhaps he can highlight some of the things that we are unable to move forward because of this privilege motion that young people are counting on us to achieve. Because I know that we've done so much. So perhaps he can let the House know.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, it is true, Mr. Speaker. There are a lot of young people in my community, but there are a lot of young people throughout the entire country that are waiting on this Parliament to adopt important legislation that will positively affect them. The reality is that we know it can happen. We know it can happen because it happened just a few days ago. The NDP were willing to set things aside to allow us to debate one thing for one day. When the NDP found a motion or an issue that was important enough to them, they allowed us to set aside the games that Conservatives have been playing in order to bring forward legislation that actually impacted all Canadians, not just young Canadians. So the NDP now need to come to terms with what's important enough to them. There's a lot of legislation out there right now, Mr. Speaker, that we would love to debate. And so is the NDP basically saying, well, the GSC was important, but other issues that other people care about aren't important? It's time for the NDP to come to terms with the fact that this has gone on long enough after 213 Conservative speakers speaking for 30 minutes, and now's the time to put this to rest so that we can get back to working on behalf of Canadians.
Go quickly, we can get another full round in here. Questions and comments? The honourable for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, I was really wondering about the Net Zero Accelerator. It's an $8 billion fund, $8 billion fund that basically was for the heaviest emitters in Canada that was supposed to reduce emissions. The Independent Auditor General Environment Commissioner found that over 70% of the contracts gave no commitment to reduce emissions. $8 billion fund, Mr. Speaker. Of that, so flash forward, we went, the Environment Committee demanded to see the documents and why these contracts were not transparent. What the Prime Minister ended up doing was putting a gag order on all of us, and upon review of the contracts, we found over 360 pages of these contracts ripped out. Does the member know why those 360 pages were ripped out for $8 billion?
The honourable member for Kingston Islands.
Does this member know that if he lets this issue go to committee, he might get answers to the questions that he wants? See, this is the irony, Mr. Speaker, is that Conservatives are going to stand in here and just lecture all day long, but actually letting this get to committee, he might start to get answers. And by the way, I thought that this whole issue was about getting the documents for the RCMP. I mean, that's what they kept talking about. And now suddenly they're trying to suggest that it's something else. The reality is that Conservatives are just hell-bent on ensuring that this issue just jams this place so that they can keep talking about it. He doesn't really want an answer to that question, Mr. Speaker. He just wants to keep asking hypothetical questions that can make people go, oh yeah, and draw conspiracy theories and go down rabbit holes. That's what that line of questioning is all about. It's not actually about getting to the truth, because if it was, he would let this motion pass and go to committee.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know the old adage, where there's smoke, there's fire? And Mr. Speaker, there's clearly something smoldering across the House here. The Leader of the Opposition now for months has refused to get a security clearance. In my riding, more and more people are asking, what's up with the Leader of the Opposition? Then we hear about the foreign interference. The member from Calgary-Nose Hill has apparently been approached by foreign actors instructing her to back away from Patrick Brown. So you know what? Where there's smoke, there's fire. There's something smoldering over there. I asked the member to give me some comments on that. Thank you.
The minute that's remaining, the honourable member for Kingston Islands.
Tonight, it was reported that five people close and tied to the Patrick Brown campaign were aware of the member from Calgary-Nose Hill being approached by Indian diplomats. She needs to come forward and tell the truth about what happened. I'm not suggesting that she was influenced or that she was coerced or that it was of her own volition. If she says so for her reasons for leaving that campaign, I will accept them. But that's not what's important. What's important here, Mr. Speaker, is whether or not people and in particular, Indian diplomats approached her, because that's considered foreign interference, and that's what Canadians deserve to get an answer to.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's always an honour to rise on behalf of the outstanding constituents of Oshawa and speak to this point of privilege. And I just want to take this opportunity as well to wish members in the House, but my constituents in Oshawa, a very Merry Christmas. I don't know if I'll have an opportunity to rise in the House again, but certainly we need some more Christmas spirit around here. But I think, Mr. Speaker, the best Christmas gift we could get the people of Oshawa would be a carbon tax election, because this government is not worth the cost or the corruption. My speech this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, is going to be more or less about censorship, disinformation, and misinformation. The Liberal government is moving down a spiral of authoritarianism, and this is a very deceptive government that is definitely not about transparency, as they originally promised, but it's a government using every single legislative tool to censor and control. Mr. Speaker, around the world, we're constantly seeing government censorship to silence opposing opinions, suppress transparency and accountability, and consolidate power. We see this form of government censorship in several countries: Russia, China, North Korea, and Canada? Yes, Mr. Speaker, Canada. After 9 years of the NDP Liberal government, we are witnessing a new level of government censorship, more than ever before in Canada. Mr. Speaker, the issue today is about contempt of Parliament, and fraud. This government's censorship threatens the very foundations of our democracy. Without the ability to demand production of documents, speak our minds, express our views, and challenge the status quo, we are left with nothing but the hollow illusion of freedom. The government censorship we are witnessing here today is not about protecting Canadians from harm or ensuring public safety. Instead, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, it's about silencing dissent, shutting down debate, and consolidating power. It's about covering up for corruption and fraud. On this point of privilege, Madam Speaker, we are addressing government censorship regarding the failure to produce documents ordered by this House on the scandal involving the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, otherwise known as the Liberal billion-dollar green slush fund. However, while the power of the House is supposed to be supreme, the Prime Minister's personal department, the Privy Council Office, decided to execute the order by telling departments to send in documents and censor them through redaction, to cover up corruption and to cover up fraud. This form of government censorship completely breaches a member's privilege because the order from the House did not say redact. The government has opted and chosen to defy the House, censor information of the STDC documents at every single step of the way, as they don't want Canadians to know that through this green slush fund, $400 million has gone to Liberal insiders. Madam Speaker, and it may be twice that amount because the Auditor General couldn't complete the full audit. This scandal as well, which is really important to recognize, it compromises 2 current cabinet ministers and 1 former cabinet minister. Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that this is a surprise that the government would behave in this manner, but based on this government's track record, government censorship and fraud is nothing but the expected. In other words, Madam Speaker, for this government, it's business as usual. And perhaps this is a very good time for my colleagues to talk a little bit about a history lesson. Okay, remember the Liberal sponsorship scandal, Madam Speaker? Last time the Liberals were in power, they funneled $40 million. $40 million to their friends and orchestrated a sophisticated kickback scheme. Then they got caught. Fraud, corruption, cover-ups, Madam Speaker. And the best predictor of future behavior, I would suggest, is past behavior. So the question is this SDTC scandal part of the latest Liberal kickback scandal? Where did the money go? This one scandal is at least 10 times greater than the sponsorship scandal. This is another in a long list of scandals that the Liberals are trying to cover up through censorship. And Madam Speaker, I should probably define what I mean by censorship. Censorship is the suppression or prohibition of any parts of books, films, news, etc. that are considered obscene, politically unacceptable, or a threat to security. And I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that politically unacceptable is why the Liberal NDP government champions censorship. I should probably define a few other terms. Misinformation is the inadvertent spread of false information without intent to harm. Disinformation is false information designed to mislead others and is deliberately spread with the intent to confuse fact and fiction. And another word, Madam Speaker, it's a controversial new term. It's called malinformation. Okay, this is used to describe this Liberal NDP government, a term for information which is based on fact but removed from its original context in order to mislead, harm, or manipulate. In other words, malinformation, it's true but inconvenient for the government and its narrative. Madam Speaker, under the guise of combating disinformation and hate speech, this government has implemented policies that give it the power to silence voices, censor information, and withhold documents that do not conform to its own woke ideological agenda. And this censorship is spreading across Canada through our institutions, not just here in the House of Commons. We saw this last week when an independent journalist, Ezra Levant, was arrested for simply filming and reporting on a pro-Hamas rally occurring in his own neighborhood. Instead of arresting provocative pro-Hamas supporters who spewed hate, celebrating genocide while chanting from the river to the sea, an independent member of the press was arrested for simply doing his job, arrested by the very police who have sworn to protect his charter rights. Madam Speaker, and we wonder why Canadians are questioning whether or not this is the country they grew up in. When a Jewish man gets arrested by Toronto police in his own neighborhood while supporting a vigil for families whose loved ones were massacred and kidnapped on October the 7th, while members of the hateful mob are allowed to continue their mockery of the victim's suffering, we have to ask ourselves why the government condones this hateful behavior and censors first-hand accounts of cruel anti-Semitism and supports police who discriminate. When governments and our institutions condone this behavior, it is as if it gives a stamp of approval, and that definitely is not okay. And what about this government's history of pushing through authoritative legislation? Let's take a look at that, Madam Speaker. Bill C-11, the Online Streaming Act, according to the NDP Liberals, aims to modernize the Broadcasting Act. However, it harms Canadian digital creators by limiting their services and ability to reach global audiences. It also allows government boundless powers to regulate digital content and give it the authority to control what Canadians can and cannot access online. This is a direct assault on the freedoms of expression and access to information that have flourished, Madam Speaker, in this digital age. Instead of letting Canadians choose for themselves what to watch and listen to, the government seeks to impose its own narrative, prioritizing state-approved content over independent voices and diverse viewpoints. Our young, bright Canadian content creators are being stifled. If other jurisdictions also decide to put forward legislation like this, that will mean that Canadian content will be a lower priority for the rest of the world, and that could damage our entertainment exports. And the government's censorship doesn't stop there, Madam Speaker. Bill C-18, the Online News Act, also allows this government to get in the way of what people can see and share online. This bill requires internet companies to distribute royalties to newspapers whose content is shared on the site. It demonstrates the government choosing to side with large corporate media while shutting down small, local, and independent news, as well as giving far too much power to the government to regulate without limitation. As a result, local and independent media outlets that might challenge the government's narrative are left vulnerable, and those who conform, Madam Speaker, are rewarded. Common sense conservatives believe that we need to find a solution in which Canadians can continue to freely access news content online in addition to fairly compensating Canadian news outlets. However, when we offered amendments to the bill that would address these several issues, the NDP and the Liberals voted them down. Another bill, Bill C-63, is another testament to this government's continuous commitment to censorship. The Online Harms Act creates costly censorship bureaucracy that doesn't make it easier for people experiencing legitimate online harassment to access justice. Instead, it will act as a regulatory process that won't start for years and will happen behind closed doors where big tech lobbyists can pull the strings. The common sense conservative alternative to the bill, to the Online Harms Act, Online Harms Act is Bill C-412, proposed by my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill. It will keep Canadians safe online without infringing on their civil liberties. It'll give Canadians more protections online through existing regulators and the justice system, and outline a duty of care for online operators to keep kids safe online while prohibiting a digital ID and giving parents more tools. And for another outrageous example of withholding documents and censoring information, let's not forget the cover-up at the Winnipeg lab, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Liberals allowed scientists loyal to the Chinese Communist Party to work at our most secure lab. They gave them a Canadian taxpayer-funded salary, allowed them to send dangerous pathogens back to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, where they work on gain-of-function research, then would expose the Liberals, who we know admire the basic dictatorship of China, let these scientists escape the country without proper investigation. When Parliament asked for these documents, Madam Speaker, the Liberals actually took their own Liberal Speaker to court and then censored our ability to disclose those documents by calling an early election. And we still haven't found out what happened there. Madam Speaker, on top of censoring Parliament, let us not forget about this NDP Liberal government's track record of censoring individual expression. We have seen countless individuals, physicians, scientists, and organizations being punished for simply speaking out against this government policies. The government froze bank accounts. People were labeled as promoting hate speech and disinformation or conspiracy theorists, racists, and misogynists by their own Prime Minister. And we were warned that this could happen. Madam Speaker, in one of his final interviews, esteemed scientist Carl Sagan noted that we've arranged a society on science and technology in which nobody understands anything about science and technology. And this combustible mixture of ignorance and power sooner or later is going to blow up in our faces. I mean, who is running the science and technology in a democracy if the people don't know anything about it? We've seen this technocracy weaponized by governments during COVID pandemic through various unjustifiable mandates and government censorship surrounding medical research. Madam Speaker, and now the new head of the Food and Drug Administration in the United States, Marty Makary, has on the record said that the greatest perpetrator of misinformation during the pandemic has been the United States government, and it's the same here in Canada. The weaponization of medical research is not just an American issue. Dr. Regina Wattil, a PhD in statistics, has written Fisman's Fraud, an excellent expose on the rise of Canadian hate science. Her books expose how the Liberal government, through repeated grants from CIHR, the Canadian Institute of Health Research, hired Dr. David Fisman, a researcher for hire from the University of Toronto Medical School, to manipulate COVID statistics to support a failing government policy. He was touted, Madam Speaker, as an expert, but his only expertise was manipulating statistics to support government overreach. His sham studies were used to justify some of the most draconian COVID policies in the world and were quoted extensively by the Liberal-friendly media. And any criticism of Fisman's fraudulent statistical analysis has been shut down and censored. Again, Madam Speaker, this is a Canadian example of a result that Carl Sagan warned us about decades ago, the fall into technocracy where government-sanctioned expert opinion trumps hard scientific data. Sadly, the government's censorship has now extended to our judicial systems and other institutions, including the Parole Board of Canada. Madam Speaker, while the Liberal Justice Minister brags about appointing 800 judges out of the 957 positions, we can see that the soft-on-crime consequences of this woke ideological agenda. We saw an outrageous example of this last week when the French Mahaffey families desired to participate in the parole hearing of their daughter's brutal murderer. And locally, Lisa Freeman, a constituent in Oshawa, and the inspiration behind my private member's bill, Bill C-320, was recently informed by the Parole Board of Canada that the axe murderer who brutally murdered her father while on parole at the time will be subject to a closed-door review. In the past, Ms. Freeman has been denied her rights as a registered victim and as a result has been continually re-victimized, only this time by the very institutions that should be putting the safety and her mental health and safety and the safety of victims first. Attending and meaningfully participating in an in-person hearing to deliver a victim statement is not only fair and reasonable, but well within Ms. Freeman's rights as per the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights under the right of participation. It's crucial that Ms. Freeman be able to express the emotional pain and turmoil that the murder of her father caused and continues to cause. She also deserves to be able to gauge for herself accountability of the offender. This is something she has previously been unable to ascertain. The brutal murder of her father has not only vastly impacted her life and the lives of her loved ones, but also continues to cause post-traumatic stress exacerbated by the complete lack of care by the Parole Board of Canada for her rights as a victim. It is completely unacceptable that Ms. Freeman is now once again being censored by the Parole Board of Canada as they plan to make a closed-door decision regarding the offender's continuation of day parole and full parole without holding a hearing. And Madam Speaker, it's shameful that this NDP government seems to care more about censoring victims than keeping repeat offenders off the street. What they don't understand is the government's censorship does not fulfill the requirement of protecting people from harm in society. Instead, government censorship is the harm to society which threatens our fundamental democratic values that we should be championing. To quote the famous author George Orwell, "Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past." The Marxist communist Vladimir Lenin once said, "Why should freedom of speech and freedom of press be allowed? Why should a government which is doing what it believes to be right allow itself to be criticized? It would not allow opposition by lethal weapons. Ideas are much more fatal than guns. Why should any man be allowed to buy a printing press and disseminate pernicious opinions calculated to embarrass the government?" Madam Speaker, more and more we are seeing these quotes and these Marxist ideas becoming implemented under this NDP Liberal government. And we must stand up for the idea that truth is not something that can be determined by the state. We must insist that Canadian citizens, not censoring politicians, should be the ones to decide what information they believe, what opinions and values they hold, and what content with which they engage. We must continue to reject the government's idea that censorship is the solution to every problem, and it may be the solution to their problems, and instead embrace the idea that freedom of expression and freedom of conscience are part of the solution to a more free and prosperous Canadian society. Justice Potter Stewart said, "Censorship reflects a society's lack of confidence in itself. It is the hallmark of an authoritative regime." And that's what we see with this tired, divisive, Liberal government today, Madam Speaker, and Canadians have indeed lost confidence in this weak Prime Minister and the corrupt Liberal Party. If we allow government to censor the rights of the people's elected representatives, the internet squash individuality, opinions, expression, curtail our freedoms of movement, then indeed the Marxists have won the ideological war. Madam Speaker, in closing, Canada is not the greatest country in the world simply because I say it is. Canada is the greatest country in the world because we care and fight for our fundamental democratic values. We have a history of that, which people from around the world in other countries would love to have. So these values must not be taken for granted. When we in Oshawa sing our national anthem, we take the true north strong and free to heart. This current STDC scandal, the refusal of the NDP Liberal government to release requested unredacted documents to the people's representatives, threaten the very essence of our democracy. And our democracy that generations, Madam Speaker, of Canadians died to protect must be respected and fought for. At our cenotaphs, at our service clubs, and in the sacred House of Commons, the people's voices will be heard. Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that Canadians are listening today, and they have a core identity. We are proud Canadians. We are not a first post-national state. And when people ask us which country we admire the most, we don't say that we admire the basic dictatorship of China. We say we admire Canada. And thank you, Madam Speaker. And hopefully, like most things that criticize the government, such as this speech, the Liberal NDPs don't decide to censor it. So let's see what they have to say.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And actually, where I wanted to pick up was exactly where that speech ended, because I am sure that all the members in this place are well aware that we just heard a long speech that was highly critical of this government that will not be censored. In fact, that is exactly what happens in this country. We do actually allow for freedom of expression. It is in our charter. But if I just wanted to pick up on the beginning of the speech where I believe the member opposite said that we were akin to North Korea. And I was hoping that perhaps he could elaborate on that, because that certainly doesn't seem to be the experience of most Canadians, but I would like to know how he sees us being akin to North Korea. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Madam Speaker, what I said is the rise of censorship around the world. And what I did is I included Canada in that and this government. The reason I did that, Madam Speaker, is because the evidence is very clear. If you look at the last time they pulled this stunt, a very similar stunt, it was with the Winnipeg lab, where they refused to give this House documents. And what were they hiding, Madam Speaker? This is what Canadians really want to know. We've heard the Liberals throughout this entire debate. They don't want to actually talk about the essence of what we're talking about here today. And it's the right of Parliament, the supremacy of Parliament to be able to order these documents and see them for the people's representatives. And what are they doing? Instead of releasing them, they're making this debate go on and on and on. And each time they get up, instead of actually debating us on it, they bring up another issue. So when I'm talking about censorship and comparing us to other countries that are perhaps much more authoritarian, it's a warning, Madam Speaker, because we're heading in that direction and Canadians don't want us in that direction.
Des commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. I mean, it was a crazy speech, just wacky. The first part being, of course, that is because of NDP MPs that we got to the bottom of the SNC-Lavalin scandal and getting to the bottom of the STDC scandal as well. In each case, the We Charity as well. NDP has played a key role. But we do know when authoritarian tendencies took place in this country, and that member was in this House during the dismal nightmare years of the Harper regime, where Parliament was shut down and padlocked by Harper and his cronies so that we couldn't get to the bottom of any of the scandals. And I can just mention them because he's well aware of them. The G8 scandal was $1 billion. The ETS scandal was $400 million. The Phoenix Pay scandal was $2.2 billion. And I could go on and on. The Senate scandals, it was a scandal every single day. Every single day, the Harper regime and the cronies in the House of Commons shut down any sort of debate, shut down any sort of parliamentary inquiry, shut down committees. It was a nightmare. And the nightmare ended in 2015 when we finally got rid of the Harper regime and the corruption and the scandals and the cronyism and the refusal to allow Parliament to do its job. Does the member have any sense of shame of his participation in all of those events?
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Madam Speaker, we see again the NDP standing up in this House, and instead of actually debating me about what I was talking about, censorship, they're taking action that I guess the person that they really respect and look up to. I'm going to read a quote from one of the NDP's favorite authors. His name's Vladimir Lenin. He said, "It is, of course, much easier to shout, abuse, and howl than attempt to relate or to explain." Now, Madam Speaker, this is...
For New Westminster Burnaby on a point of order specifically.
The appalling ignorance of this member is really...
It's not a point of order. That is a matter of debate. I am going to let the Honourable Member for Oshawa attempt to answer the question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I always enjoy this member when he gets up and he goes way over the top, because what we're talking about is $400 million that has gone missing, that his party has stood in this House repeatedly to support this government. Now, the last time it happened, it was $40 million with the sponsorship. This one scandal, Madam Speaker, $400 million. And the principle is that Parliament is supreme. We have the right to see these documents. And he's causing this mess because he's supporting that government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
We'll bring everything back into the $400 million, just in details. $58 million to 10 ineligible projects. $334 million in over 186 cases to projects where board members were in conflict of interest. $58 million to projects without guaranteeing terms and conditions were met. This is what we've been standing on our hands and heads and trying to get the government's attention to release these documents. And the Liberal government does not seem to give a wing-ding about this. So can the member please let me know what he thinks about these numbers?
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Yep. Yeah, wingding actually does work, Madam Speaker. And you see how the Liberals are heckling right now because what they want to do, Madam Speaker, is talk about anything else than the corruption and scandal and what they're actually trying to hide. And we see heckling from the NDP again as usual. But, Madam Speaker, Canadians in Oshawa, my constituents, are actually sick and tired of this. I actually did a survey in Oshawa, and I asked my constituents if they're sick and tired of this. Are they fed up, and do they want an election? And out of the 600 responses we've gotten so far, and we're getting a lot of responses, 98% of respondents want a carbon tax election now because they're sick and tired of the corruption of this Liberal government and sick and tired of an opposition party, the NDP, supporting them in each and every step of the way.
Honourable Member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to the member opposite. You know, Madam Speaker, I come here week in and week out. I want to do work for my constituents. I want to do work for the country. I want to be up on this House. I want to be talking about things like the housing accelerator. Some Conservatives wanted it, some didn't, some wanted it but couldn't speak for it because their leader wouldn't let them. It was unbelievable. I want to speak, Madam Speaker, about the Canada Child Benefit, childcare, the school food program, but we can't because we are involved in this debacle week in and week out. There's obviously one speech, it's like a Christmas fruitcake that gets handed from member to member. I'm tired of listening to the same thing, but the question I have for the member opposite is, what is up with the foreign interference with respect to the leadership? That's what I want to know. What's up? Calgary Nose Hill was clearly approached by foreign actors asking her to pull out. So I want to ask the member, what happened? Clear the air. Let's be transparent. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Madam Speaker, again, the member wants to talk about anything other than what we're talking about here today. This is one of the members, too, of the Liberal Party who actually signed a letter to kick out the Prime Minister because he has no confidence in it, which I think you'll get a lot of support on this side. Madam Speaker, as far as foreign interference is concerned, let's just talk about the Prime Minister statement that he admires the basic dictatorship of China, okay? And the cash for access fundraisers that he had early on. Do people around here actually remember that? Does he remember the $100 million, or what was the amount that they gave to the Trudeau Foundation in order to buy influence with this Prime Minister who openly receives it? Madam Speaker, his ideology is not Canadians' ideology. Like I said in my speech, when Conservatives are asked which country do they admire the most, they do not say they admire the basic dictatorship of China. They say they admire Canada and our democracy and the principles that we stand for. And Parliament is supreme. Release the documents.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Yes. Conservatives are continually avoiding to answer one of the questions that is out there in the media right now, Madam Speaker. Right now, today, tonight, it was reported that 5 people very close to Patrick Brown's campaign team in 2022 that led to the leadership of the member from Carleton, the current leader of the opposition. 5 people knew that the leader, or that the Conservative member from Calgary Nose Hill was approached by Indian diplomats trying to influence her support away from Patrick Brown. Does this member not think that Canadians have the right to know if there are foreign actors that are trying to interfere in the electoral process in Canada? Yes or no? Do they have the right to know? And should the member from Calgary-Nose Hill come to the Public Safety Committee to provide answers to that question?
Brief answer from the honourable member for Oshawa.
Madam Speaker, I believe the member from Calgary, Nose Hill, already put out a statement on that, but I'm going to read him another quote from their friends Vladimir Lenin. He said, "Truth is the most precious thing, that's why we should ration it." His former environment minister actually said, but you know, we gave them some real advice.
Time. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So today is December the 3rd, and here we are discussing the privilege motion regarding the submission of documents to Parliament. Again, we shouldn't be discussing or debating this motion. We shouldn't have been debating it. We shouldn't be debating it today. We shouldn't be debating it this week, last week.
A point of order from the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
I just want to congratulate the member on being the 215th speaker to this.
It is not a point of order, and I would the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes. So we shouldn't be debating this. We shouldn't have been debating it for the past 6 or 7 weeks since July. It's not July. Well, it seems like July, but September the 26th. And why shouldn't we be debating this debate? Because the Liberals should have released the information regarding the Green Slush Fund weeks and weeks ago. As requested, should have given it to the RCMP and to Parliament. But the Liberals, as is typical of them, they're just snubbing their nose at Parliament. It's a lack of respect for this institution, for the Canadian people, because this is the People's House. Now, the Liberals, they blame the Conservatives. It's our fault for keeping on speaking about this issue. The fact of the matter is, it's the Speaker who made this ruling. Liberal, well, he's supposed to be nonpartisan, Speaker that made this ruling. And this isn't just a regular Liberal that became Speaker, but he was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. So, pretty close. And he has ruled on this privilege motion. That's why we're here. They should take it up with the Speaker. The Liberals, they had their backup with the previous Speaker, who was a Liberal Member of Parliament representing Nipissing Temiskaming, and they were quite happy to get rid of him, even though he was on their side, elected as a Liberal. And why? Because in the last Parliament,
I have another point of order from the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
This is actually really a point of order. Madam Speaker, the member just said, he just referred to the Speaker and said the Speaker was on their side. One of the tried and true parts of this House is that the Speaker is impartial. Speaking negatively or implying motive of the Speaker.
The honourable member's point, and I was just actually consulting on the matter, and it is true that speakers are meant to be impartial. There are no sides; they rule. That's it. That's all. And so I would ask members to respect that. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I did not attack the Speaker.
Just saying the Speaker is on one side or the other, and that.
Point of order.
No, before members now rise to make points of order, before you rise to make a point of order, I would like you to refer to the exact a standing order that your member is referring to, because this is getting very disruptive. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge is trying to make a speech, and I would like to know exactly which point of order the honourable members are referring to before rising on a point of order.
The insinuation. All members vote individually, privately for the Speaker, including the Conservatives. So they are part of this.
I have addressed the issue. We should not be referring to the Speakership as being partial or impartial. The Speakership is impartial by nature. So I would just remind the honourable member to not refer to the Speaker as taking sides. The honourable Speaker does not take sides. And I would like him to retract that comment, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I retract that comment. But if you don't mind me saying, the Speaker, whatever the Speaker is, will normally be a member from the party that is in government, so whether you're conservative or liberal. So it's not a matter of being partisan. It's not a matter of being partisan. It's just a matter of that is the case. So I don't see, I don't see this, I'm just mentioning where my thoughts were. So if I'll continue.
About partisanship, and I think the ruling has been made. I would like us to move on, and the honourable member can continue his speech, but not make references to the Speakership.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I hope my time will be adjusted. Pardon me?
Give the honourable member 2 more minutes, yes.
About a minute, so thank you. So in the last Parliament, we found ourselves in a similar situation. Documents were to be presented to the Parliament. But the Liberals said, no, we can't have transparency. So the Speaker made a judgment, and he ordered documents to be produced unredacted. Sounds like it's a repeat. The Prime Minister and all those that were surrounding him decided to take this Speaker, the previous Speaker, where to? To court. To do what? To sue him? Who knows what? Throw the keys? Forget about him? Not sure. Madam Speaker, I'd like to read an article from the Globe and Mail on June the 23rd, 2021, by Robert Fife and Stephen Chase. It is not, not reading the whole article, but just excerpts from it. So this is what it says. The Liberal government is taking the House of Commons Speaker to court. That's in an unprecedented move to prevent the release of uncensored documents. Sounds like today. To members of Parliament that offer insight into the firing of 2 scientists from Canada's top infectious disease laboratory. The government said in a court filing that the disclosure of this information could not only jeopardize national security, but also possibly Canada's international relations. It's more like their political fortunes. I'm adding that. The legal challenge against a ruling of the House stunned opposition MPs. An order of the House, backed by a majority of MPs, called on the Public Health Agency to produce records it had been withholding from a Commons committee for months. The Speaker called the court action an urgent matter and vowed to vigorously fight for government. Fight the government, saying that the House of Commons, saying the House of Commons law clerk Philippe Defresne will prepare a legal defense. He says, the former Speaker, the Speaker's office will defend the rights of this House. That is something I take seriously, he said. The legal system does not have jurisdiction over the operations of the House. We are our own jurisdiction. That is something we will fight tooth and nail to protect, and we will continue to do that. Mr. Dufresne, again the law clerk, told MPs before a Commons committee that, to his knowledge, that Canadian government has never been gone before the court to try and elude an order from the House of Commons to produce documents. Now, Canada is 157 years old. This was, I guess we're looking at about 3 years ago, so it was 154 years old. It had never been ordered to produce documents. They had never seen this. He said, the House has exclusive authority when it comes to matters that fall under parliamentary privilege. For months, opposition MPs have been seeking, again, this is the article from Globe and Mail, have been seeking unredacted records from the Public Health Agency of Canada that explain why Xiang Qi and her husband Qiding Chang, pronunciation is, I'm sure, faulty, were fired from the National Microbiology Laboratory in Winnipeg. The two scientists lost their security clearances, and the RCMP was called to investigate in July 2019. They were dismissed in January the following year. More than 250 pages of records have been withheld in their entirety, and hundreds of others have been partially censored before being provided to MPs. Well, we've had the same thing here with this in 2024. Oh, the Liberals will say, yeah, well, we produced the documents. They've used up all the ink in the printer because they blacked out most of it. So they haven't revealed. They've actually mocked Parliament. So they also relate to the March 2019 transfer of deadly virus samples to the Wuhan Institute of Virology that was overseen by Dr. Q. Interesting. Wuhan, does that remind you of any place? Should. It's where the COVID virus began, or not the virus, but the COVID began. They closed down in China. MPs have put safeguards that require Commons law clerk to review the documents and redact information that would cause national security questions or criminal investigation before making them public. Former House of Commons law clerk Rob Walsh said that the federal court should deny the Liberal government request. Here's what happened, Madam Speaker, is that they did not want scrutiny into this lab scandal. Exactly. These were Chinese spies. Okay? It showed the connection of Canada, China, the Wuhan lab, and the worldwide pandemic. Now, that would really not be good for the Liberals' political fortune, because they had spent hundreds of billions of dollars on COVID per se, and we're going to actually see how much of that actually was lining their own pockets and the pockets of those that were close to them, and just a total disaster. And the fact of the matter is, even though Canada's debt was doubled during this time, just as much debt had been added during this short period of time, past few years under the Liberals, that has been added for all throughout Canadian history. It's a shame. So the thing is, giving out all this money with very little accountability, it would all go to naught, because they were basically, in many respects, I mean, there were some things we supported as far as Conservatives, but in many respects it was poorly managed, and it was politically driven. I would have to make, that's my interpretation. They said it was for COVID supports, but now the Auditor General has just released, I think last week, that the Prime Minister's CEBA program was just another billion-dollar disaster during the COVID period. $3.5 billion in taxpayers' money was paid to almost 80,000 recipients who didn't meet eligibility requirements. And I know they wanted to really hurry and get it out, but it was just a disaster. The Auditor General also found that the Liberal Minister of Finance did not provide effective oversight for the CEBA program. and billions of dollars was being given to people who should, there was 4 people that had lost unemployment, to people that were incarcerated, that were students, high school students, that were addicts on social assistance, and actually this exacerbated the addiction crises. So what did the Liberals do? This is 2021. Because they didn't want this information coming out, because it showed too much of a connection with this virus, this COVID virus, going to Wuhan and Canada and the Liberals, everything else. They didn't want, it didn't look very good, and their polling numbers were looking good. So they decided to do something that they said, oh no, we won't do this. We're not going to take advantage of a national emergency COVID to call an election. But what did they do? Well, they called an election, 2021. And that kind of closed the books to these procurement of documents. Madam Speaker, there's philosophical razors. That's a term I wasn't familiar with until I looked it up this morning. And in philosophy, a razor, it's not something you shave with, is a principle or a rule of thumb that allows one to eliminate or shave off unlikely expectations for an occurrence. So the one that actually I believe someone quoted here today during question period was Hanlon's razor, after Robert J. Hanlon, who said, never attribute to malice which can be adequately explained by stupidity or incompetence. And let's just say that the fiscal management of the Liberals is not a strong suit for them. I'd like to mention, maybe quote a couple of razors, economic razors of our Prime Minister and the Liberals. Here's one. Take this to the bank. Don't. Budgets balance themselves. And that is the way that the Liberals have run this country. This is a quote from the Prime Minister. You know, they just balance themselves. They don't just balance themselves. It takes a lot of work, sacrifice, and attention. And that is something that we see from the Liberals, supported by the NDP, is inattention and fiscal imprudence, which is dragging our nation down. And then one that the Prime Minister said a week or two ago. Let the bankers worry about the economy. We're focused on Canadians. Well, Madam Speaker, when you make stupid economic decisions, when there's no fiscal restraint, then things spiral out of control. And who pays the price? Canadians, by higher interest rates, by increased mortgage payments, by the cost of living. And that is what we're seeing that is being felt on the streets and in homes across Canada. We've seen also the per capita income in Canada has been stagnant since they've been in power, since 2015. New York Times said that Canada used to have at the time it was quoted, that Canada has the world's richest middle class. This is in 2015. Wonder who was in power at that time. It's called the Conservatives under Harper. That is not the case. We are declining year after year. Our standard of living is far in comparison to much of the world. We were up one of the top 6 for many years, or for decades. Now I don't know, we're approaching number 30. And that's after this Prime Minister has lost control of spending. A few weeks ago, the Parliamentary Budget Officer reported that the deficit will be $7 billion higher than the Liberal government's own $40 billion spending cap for this year alone. Like, they can't control 1 year, let alone, it's just not in them, Madam Speaker. They just don't know how, it seems. They're not serious. It's unserious government. The Liberals inherited a surplus budget under the Conservatives. And I will say also that the Conservatives inherited a surplus budget under the previous Prime Minister, Paul Martin, with the Liberals. You know, that was a different party. I was going door to door on the weekend in I think it's the latest, Fort Langley, Cloverdale, riding for a by-election, and I was talking to people that voted, that have been Liberals, and they're telling me, they're just shaking their heads. They're shaking their heads. They said, well, under Martin, under others, I supported them, but these guys, it's a clown show. It's not just a clown show, it's disaster. It's a disaster, Madam Speaker. And they're supported. They wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the NDP, so it rests on the NDP. And they promised in 2015, there'll be a $10 billion deficit, and then we'll be okay after that. Well, that hasn't been the case at all. None of those years. And then we have a quote from the finance minister. You know, 2 peas in a pod, Madam Speaker. Called Canada's current state of Canada as in a vibe session. This isn't, it sounds like, I don't know, disco days, I don't know. Vibe session. No, this is economics. That's her. And she says, quote, that Canadians just aren't feeling that good, which has caused them to slow down their spending, thereby causing vibe session. It's basically what she's saying. It's an insult. She's insulting conceding. She says, it's all in your head. It isn't real, Madam Speaker. And that's why that Canadians are just they don't understand reality. Well, it's the finance minister, it's the prime minister, it's the Liberal government backed by the NDP that just shows how clearly ignorant they are about where Canadians are at and what their policies have dragged our nation to. And, Madam Speaker, I had much more I wanted to talk about as far as this topic, and I will say the NDP. Now, we wouldn't even have this opportunity to debate if the NDP voted along with the Liberals. Now, the thing is, they're not, which is kind of a little bit surprising. Maybe not, maybe yes, but they have to show a little bit of a separation with the Liberals, because the Liberals, if anybody looks at polling for the past year and a half, or even sneaks a peek, it isn't going that great for the Liberals. And I know it's only a snapshot, but there's been lots of snapshots. It's been more like a movie for the past year and a half. And the NDP they say they're not supporting the Liberals, but they vote with them every time after. But not with here. They got to show a little bit of separation. Oh, we are different than the Liberals. Look, we're allowing this debate to continue. Well, Madam Speaker, I will say they've missed 35 spots of being able to speak. They put 6 speakers. This is an opportunity to be able to share what's on your heart. And there's a lot of flexibility. As far as Conservatives, we don't agree with the agenda of the Liberals, with what they're supporting, and so we're quite happy to discuss this. We'd much rather have a carbon tax election today. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
And appreciate my colleague's intervention, especially since he ran for Speaker in this place as well, too. But I think it's really important to talk a little bit about the Canada-China Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement that his former leader, Stephen Harper, signed with the Communist Chinese regime. And, Madam Speaker, this cozy Conservative Communist coalition has actually led to a 31-year deal agreement where Stephen Harper went over to China, into Beijing, and watched all the goose-stepping and actually celebrated the agreement, and there's currently Conservative members that have been in this chamber today and also sit in that party that are on the press releases or on the contribution agreements that were participating as Communist China was allowed to buy up Canadian companies like Nexen and others, and when we were selling Canadian natural resources because the Liberals didn't want Petro-Canada to exist, we sold it off under Paul Martin. We were then putting the Canadian natural resources for sale to Communist China. So my question to the member is, how does he distance himself from Stephen Harper, or will he apologize for Stephen Harper going over to Beijing and selling Canada out to the communists because there's a cozy relationship between these Conservatives and Communist China?
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I find the member, I believe the NDP member's comments quite interesting. For one thing, he talks about natural resources. And this is a party that stymies, along with the Liberals, all development of natural resources. Whether it be oil and gas, agriculture, or fishing, everywhere you see it, you see the tentacles of the leftist, socialist, interventionist, parties trying to just choke the working Canadian. And I hear it all over the place. People that used to support the NDP, they said that they don't support our jobs. They support their woke interests right there, and the blue collar people are leaving the NDP. You think with the polling of the NDP or the Liberals going down that the NDP would boost up, but it's not the case because they're Canadians see them one and the same.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Speaker, and I noticed my colleague didn't answer that question with regards to Stephen Harper and him going to Beijing again and selling Canada out. That agreement is in place to this day, and he sits with colleagues that are very close to him that celebrated that agreement that puts and binds us for 31 years. And New Democrats actually supported Petro-Canada and keeping Petro-Canada, which was sold off at a loss by Paul Martin at that time. I was here in the chamber when we tried to stop him from doing it. He wouldn't. And what Stephen Harper did is he doubled down on selling Canadian natural resources, even trying to build pipelines out there to ship our oil and natural resources to communist China for their benefit. And they have not reconciled that piece of history, which is germane to today. So again, I ask, why does he not do anything, or at least apologize when Stephen Harper went over to Beijing and celebrated the communist regime goose-stepping all over Canadians and making sure that we're going to actually put our future at risk with this agreement that's signed that's in print today? Does the member not even have a sense of dignity for Canada? And especially when his members here come in this chamber and complain about communist China, and they complain about the Prime Minister's comments about communist China, and at the same time, their Prime Minister opened the door.
The Honourable Member for Peak Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I find this member's comments to be quite ignorant, to be using things like goose-stepping. We have to keep in mind also, and I was not a member in this House at the time. I was actually in the provincial government in British Columbia. But that China, developing relationships and trade is important. We have a lot of trade right there, but I know myself, even in the provincial legislature, warning my colleagues, saying, listen, we can't get too joined at the hip with the communist regime, recognizing who they are. So think of Canada's first interests. Canada first. Unlike the Liberals, NDP, where right now we are seeing Trump bring up a 25% tariff and against Canada. We need to have Canada first policies that, from strength, and we're suffering the consequence of poor governance, whether it be in drugs, whether it be in immigration, whether it be in resource development, every respect, and also in the mocking that they've had towards the current, the president to be in this party. I think that's been very harmful for our relationships for Canadians, because most of our exports go to the States.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Well, since we're not even talking about the motion now, because the last few exchanges and the member's speech was nothing to do with this issue, perhaps I'll go off topic too, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member can provide his thoughts on the fact that the member from Calgary Nose Hill is implicated in foreign interference, and it's possible, it's certainly alleged, that she was influenced to abandon Patrick Brown's campaign for leadership back in 2022, a leadership campaign that ultimately led to the election of the leader of the current Conservative Party. Is he concerned at all, like many Canadians are, that foreign diplomats would approach a member of Parliament and try to influence their support for a candidate? Simple yes or no. Is he concerned about that?
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Madam Speaker, we have been very clear that we want all the names to be released. We're not trying to hide anything. Just release the names. We're not afraid of anything being released. So just We're asking the Liberals to release all the names. We believe in transparency. So we'd like to see some transparency with who are the members of Parliament, who are the senators that, bring it out. We want to see that. That's important. Just like in this motion, going back to the motion, that we want to see the truth. I think that the truth is important. We need to shine some light on the truth, and that's the only way that we can see things improve and changes. Thank you.
Comments. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And back to the nature of the debate of what we're actually talking about here today in his speech. What does he think the government is trying to hide in this $400 million scandal that we're talking about today, where they refuse to produce the documents? Is he speculating at all about what companies are involved here and how much money extra beyond $400 million this government has siphoned off to their friends?
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question. I had about 20 pages and I got to page 6, so I certainly wanted to discuss about the issues of money being siphoned out as far as corruption. That's not a word I use lightly, but I think that we have time after time after time, whether it be with the Green Slush Fund, where we see Liberal insiders, hundreds of millions of dollars out of an $800 million fund, how so much of that was, the vast majority, 82%, was going to insiders and companies that should never have gone to, whether it be the ArriveCan scam, which should have cost maybe $250,000, whether it be We Charity, whether it be so many different things. Madam Speaker, I'd love the opportunity to have more questions.
The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
So in response to my question, the member said that he wants to know who the 11 implicated members of Parliament are. Well, I would suggest to him that one very well might be the member from Calgary Nose Hill. Unless the RCMP or CSIS wasn't even aware that that was going on, she could even be the 12th. I don't know. So does this member have any insight into whether or not she indeed was one of the 11 that he speaks of?
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I won't just repeat myself, just release all the information. That's important. And going back to the topic right here, as far as corruption, we have another Liberal minister, former Liberal minister, that received $120 million in contracts, and it was under a so-called Indigenous company, and he was claimed to be Indigenous, which he is not, and it's just a scam. The more you kick the tires, the more you look, the more the rot goes. And Canada needs a new government, and soon.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Flamborough, Glenbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for pronouncing the name correctly. It's always an honour to rise on behalf of the hardworking people of Flamborough, Glenbrook, who, like millions of Canadians across the country, are struggling with the cost of living challenges, and families are grappling with skyrocketing costs of groceries, with rising interest rates on their mortgages, with rents that have more than doubled since a decade ago, and of course a jump in the gas price every time the carbon tax goes up. And Madam Speaker, these are the real tangible struggles that Canadians and people in Flamborough Glenbrook are facing every day. And amid these struggles Canadians are facing, they're learning more and more through this debate about yet another Liberal scandal. And they're upset because they work hard for their tax dollars they send to this place and to the Government of Canada. And that money is clearly being wasted on mismanagement, insider deals, and flagrant conflicts of interest. And they know that $400 million, which I would note is almost $500 million, in the SDTC scandal isn't going into green technologies or innovations that will create jobs as the program was intended to do, but rather to those with Liberal connections. And they know it's part of a pattern with these Liberals. Contrast this to the senior I spoke with about a month or so ago, who told me that despite the good pension that he receives from his years of work with the utility, he just had to take a part-time job to help make ends meet, to buy groceries, because grocery prices continue to rise because of the carbon tax. And of course, it's seniors on a fixed income which are hardest hit by this. And that's what makes the $400 million in the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund scandal so egregious. Madam Speaker, this is not just a story of bad accounting, it's a story of betrayal. The SDTC Fund was created with a noble purpose: to drive innovation, to support small businesses, to invest in sustainable technologies that could help Canada actually meet its emissions targets, unlike the carbon tax, which is only a tax grab and a tax plan. But instead, this program has become a glaring example of government mismanagement and misplaced priorities. The Auditor General's investigation uncovered 186 conflicts of interest connected to SDTC, involving millions of dollars being funneled to businesses tied to senior Liberal officials. This is not just negligence, Madam Speaker, it's systematic. And that's 188 conflicts of interest identified by the Auditor General that we know about thus far. Surely there's going to be more conflicts that are identified in what has yet to be reviewed once these documents are released unredacted. And so the government needs to turn over those unredacted documents to the RCMP as asked by this Parliament, the majority of members in this place. Madam Speaker, corruption doesn't just happen in a vacuum. It thrives where accountability is weak, where oversight is lacking, and where governments forget their fundamental responsibility to the people they serve. This government's repeated ethical failures are not just individual lapses, they are symptoms of deeper problem. A culture that prioritizes insiders and political optics over transparency and fairness. It's taxpayer money being used to fund ineligible projects that failed to meet basic criteria, projects that overstated their environmental benefits, or worse, delivered no measurable outcomes at all. Can you believe that? $400 million is not just a number. It represents real opportunities lost. $400 million could have been used to equip hospitals with life-saving MRI machines. $400 million could have gone to strengthen our border, to stop the flow of illegal guns that is threatening communities like mine, and I hear about this every day. $400 million could have gone towards supporting small businesses, helping them to adapt in what is clearly an increasingly challenging economy. Imagine, Madam Speaker, if the wasted $400 million had been invested in infrastructure, repairing aging bridges and roads that Canadians depend on every day. You know, these are not just luxuries. These are lifelines for families to commute to work, for businesses to transport goods, and for communities to stay connected. And instead, these funds were squandered, leaving Canadians to contend with potholes and gridlock, while Liberal insiders reap the rewards. But the SDTC scandal isn't just a story of waste, it's also one of trust. Canadians are supposed to trust their government to act responsibly, to manage their tax dollars with care, to prioritize the public good. But with every scandal, that trust is eroded. And when Parliament demanded transparency and demanded unredacted documents related to this scandal, what was this Liberal government's response? Silence, then refusal, a blatant disregard for the will of Parliament and the trust of Canadians. And that is why we are here again today continuing to debate this motion. If the government would simply turn over the documents, unredacted, which is what this Parliament, the majority of us members here, the representatives of the people that sent us to this place, asked for in June. Madam Speaker, I remember when the Prime Minister said, "Sunlight is the world's best disinfectant." Well, what a stark difference after 9 years. The consequences of this scandal strike to the very core of what it means to govern with integrity and accountability. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, this mismanagement seen in the SDTC scandal is not an exception. Rather, it's emblematic of a troubling trend within this government. Time and time again, we've witnessed decisions that prioritize, again, those political optics over meaningful outcomes, leaving Canadians to bear the cost. Nowhere is this pattern more evident than in the carbon tax, a policy that claims to address climate change, but in reality disproportionately burdens Canadians with doing little to deliver tangible results. The senior that I spoke to pays the price of that carbon tax. But we know, because just recently there was again the report that Canada continues to be 62nd out of 67 countries in meeting our emissions targets. So the carbon tax is not an environment plan. It's a tax plan. It's a tax. And since the carbon tax drives up prices across the board and fuels the cost of living crisis, it's even worse than that. Canadians are justifiably angry when they see this SDTC scandal, when they see this Liberal government continue to tax them more and more, while Liberal insiders get away with lining their pockets on a government program. Canadians are footing the bill, and they're tired of footing the bill. Madam Speaker, this government continues to show its true priorities: protecting insiders, evading accountability, and perpetuating a cycle of waste, mismanagement, and corruption. Let's talk about what this government's refusal to release documents related to SDTC scandal really means. When Parliament demands transparency, it is exercising its duty to uphold accountability on behalf of the people who elected us. And yet, this government has chosen to ignore those demands. The Speaker of this House has ruled that parliamentary privilege was violated. This is not a minor infraction, Madam Speaker. This is a blatant disregard for the democratic process. What does the government have to hide? That certainly is the question that it begs. What are they so afraid of revealing in these documents? Canadians deserve to know the truth because they're paying the bills. They deserve to see how their hard-earned money is being spent. The refusal to release these documents is not just a violation of privilege, it's an insult to every Canadian who pays those taxes, every Canadian who expects integrity and accountability from their leaders. And when a government wastes public funds, the impact isn't just financial, it's personal for Canadians. It undermines their confidence that their taxpayers' dollars are being used to create opportunities, to solve problems, to build a better future. And it deepens the frustration of those already struggling to make ends meet. Madam Speaker, since we're on the topic of tax dollars being wasted and findings of the Auditor General, there was just another example yesterday in the Auditor General's report on the CEBA loans during the pandemic. And in that report, another $3.5 billion mismanaged by these Liberals. The Auditor General found that over 77,000 recipients of the Canada Emergency Business Account program went to businesses that did not meet the eligibility requirements. There's another $3.5 billion in wasteful spending by the government. So it's no wonder I hear from constituents in Waterdown and Bimbrook and Mount Hope and all of the communities throughout Flamborough-Glanbrook who are renewing their mortgages. Maybe they were on a fixed period and that's come up for renewal. Maybe they're on a variable mortgage. And they're seeing higher interest rates. And that of course, has a huge impact when their monthly payment or their biweekly payment is going to be more. That has a massive impact on their household budget. And I remind them that this is the impact of government overspending. Because we know from major banks that 2% of the interest rate increases, and obviously 2% of, therefore, of the mortgage rate increases, are attributable to government overspending. So, Madam Speaker, whether it's increased taxes or increased interest rates, it's Canadians that are paying the price when these Liberals try to sweep scandals like SDTC under the rug and continue the cover-up. They pay the price. Those renewing mortgages in the communities in my riding pay the price. And what's worse, Madam Speaker, is that when governments waste tax dollars and evade transparency, they weaken the public's faith in our institutions. Madam Speaker, accountability isn't just a political talking point. It's the foundation of our healthy democracy. We must recommit ourselves to the values that Canadians hold dear: honesty, fairness, and respect for the public trust, respect for those tax dollars, and the work that goes in to providing them. This scandal represents more than just an ethical lapse. It's a betrayal of the trust of Canadians in their government. And it sends a dangerous message that accountability is optional, that rules are for others, and that those in power can operate with impunity. And sadly, this isn't the first time we've seen this kind of behavior from this Liberal government. It's part of a disturbing pattern. We can think back to the We Charity scandal, where taxpayer dollars in the hundreds of millions were funneled into an organization with deep connections to the Prime Minister's family. Or the SNC-Lavalin affair, where senior officials attempted to interfere in a criminal prosecution to protect a politically connected corporation. Or more recently, the ArriveCan map, which we know could have been produced by a couple of smart people in a basement, maybe over a case of beer. Started with an initial price tag of $80,000, but ballooned to an over $60 million fiasco, and that's what we know about thus far. It could be more. And that exposed yet another example of this government's inability or unwillingness to manage taxpayer dollars responsibly. And of course, as has been brought up by other colleagues, let's not forget about the Winnipeg lab cover-up, where this government chose to prorogue Parliament rather than allow Canadians to know what really transpired in that lab. Time and time again, Madam Speaker, we see this government prioritize secrecy over accountability, insiders over taxpayers, and political survival over the public good. And Madam Speaker, let's also not forget that it was the ad scam scandal in the early 2000s that resulted in the Gomery inquiry that would eventually bring down the Liberal government of that day. And it's worth noting that that scandal involved $40 million. We're talking today about the SDTC scandal that's $400 million, 10 times the size. And yet it's treated so casually, the refusal to provide the documents. So a scandal that brought down a government, 40 million, a scandal today, 400 million, and there's a refusal to release the documents the RCMP as Parliament has ordered. What was true then in the early 2000s with ad scam and is true today is the same question. What do the Liberals have to hide? And for each of these scandals that I've mentioned, we see the same playbook: waste, secrecy, and a refusal to be held accountable. And Canadians who pay the taxes are tired of it. They're tired of a government that prioritizes insiders over taxpayers. They're tired of seeing their money that they work so hard for squandered on projects and programs that deliver little benefit. And they're tired of bearing the cost of this government's failures through policies like the carbon tax and other taxes that are levied to pay for these wasteful spending. These unnecessary taxes, coupled with the scandals like SDTC, create a perfect storm of financial strain and shattered trust. And Canadians are left wondering, if the government can waste $400 million with no consequences, why should they believe any tax revenue is being used responsibly? It's not just about dollars and cents, it's about trust. Trust in government, trust in leadership, and trust in the very institutions that are supposed to serve the people. And when Canadians see a government that refuses to release the documents, that hides behind excuses, and that repeatedly puts its friends and allies ahead of public good, that trust is eroded. Madam Speaker, the impact of this serious erosion goes beyond politics. It affects the very fabric of our democracy. It undermines the belief that government exists to serve the people, not the other way around. This government had the opportunity to do the right thing. It could have chosen transparency. It could have acknowledged its mistakes and taken steps to rebuild trust. It could have released those documents unredacted. It still can. Instead, it chooses and continues to choose secrecy and defiance, further deepening the divide between itself and Canadians it's supposed to represent. And the cost of this distrust, Madam Speaker, is more than just political. It leads to disengagement, to skepticism, and to a growing belief that government itself is incapable of serving the public interest, which is why accountability matters, why integrity matters, and why the Conservative Party will not stop fighting to restore these values to government. We will continue to demand answers, to hold this government accountable, to ensure that the voices of Canadians are heard in this House. Madam Speaker, the time for excuses is over. The time for accountability is now. It's not just about addressing one scandal, it's about addressing the culture of entitlement and mismanagement that has plagued this government for far too long. Canadians deserve better. They deserve a government that respects the hard-earned dollars, that prioritizes their needs, that upholds the principles of democracy and accountability, and Conservatives stand ready to deliver that kind of leadership. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. A very brief question from the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
On March the 25th of 2022, this MP was endorsed by Patrick Brown. On June the 7th, a month and a half later, he officially switched and started supporting the current leader of the opposition. 9 days later, on June the 16th, the member from Calgary Nose Hill left. We know that she was contacted by foreign diplomats. Can this member comment as to whether or not he was contacted by foreign diplomats?
Well, the honourable member knows that doesn't really relate to the speech. The honourable member the honourable member has about 20 seconds to provide an answer if he so wishes.
I was absolutely not contacted by foreign diplomats, and what I can tell you is that I made that decision of my own volition because I watched the honourable member from Carleton and I saw that he had the qualities of leadership we needed in our party. He had the qualities of leadership we needed for Prime Minister of this Canada, and every single day since then, as I've watched him here in this chamber and through this Parliament and in the Southern Ontario on the road, I see why he is the Prime Minister that Canadians and Canada needs.
We are done. Debate is done. He did correct himself. The honourable member did stop himself. He corrected himself and stopped. He started pronouncing the name and he corrected himself. À l'ordre. À ce moment-ci.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, I'm back tonight to continue to call for action from the federal government in the face of an ongoing genocide in Gaza, one that's been documented and affirmed by experts, including the University Network on Human Rights, the UN Special Rapporteur on the Situation of Human Rights in the Occupied Palestinian Territories, and by the UN Special Committee. A few weeks ago, in question period, I spoke of an IDF missile strike that had burned Palestinians alive at a hospital tent camp. In the time since, Gaza now has the highest number of child amputees per capita in the world. More aid workers have been killed, and as a result, aid organizations like World Central Kitchen have had to pause their operations in Gaza altogether. 1.1 million in Gaza face catastrophic hunger. UN officials say there are no safe areas in Gaza, and nearly 70% of the over 44,000 killed are women and children. In the face of all of this, the world must not sit idly by. Canada must not sit idly by. Yet today we remain complicit, and the calls to act continue to echo across the country. Just this morning, 100 Jewish Canadians occupied the Confederation building on Parliament Hill, demanding the Government of Canada end its complicity in this genocide. Here are the words of one of the organizers, Neil Ricardo, quote, "Our politicians cannot be complacent in these marble hallways while Israel continues to burn Palestinians alive in their tents." Neil is right. Meanwhile, Dr. Mohammed Awad, coordinator of the Coalition of Canadian Palestinian Organizations, recently said at committee, quote, "The Palestinian people have been failed several times, more and more by the international community, and unfortunately by Canada as well." There is much the Government of Canada could do today if it were serious about ending its complicity in this genocide. At the bare minimum, it could start by enacting a true two-way arms embargo on Israel and canceling all active military export permits to the country. Secondly, Canada could today recognize the state of Palestine, which should be self-evident if Canada believes in, and it says it does by its foreign policy, in a two-state solution. How can we possibly believe in a two-state solution if Canada doesn't affirm that one of the two states even exists? This at a time when experts have shared at committee in recent months that this is obviously a critical step for peace and preservation in the region. Canada can and should call for an end to the occupation of Palestinian territories. This government could fix the temporary resident visa program for Palestinian Canadian family members looking to get out of Gaza, following Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East recent report showing that this program was intended to fail. We could follow through on our Geneva Convention obligations, including preventing genocide, and we could sanction extremist cabinet ministers who've said, for example, that starving civilians in Gaza might be justified, or have said that perpetrators of settler violence are heroes. Years from now, Madam Speaker, no doubt politicians will come together to memorialize the genocide in Gaza. But more important than those words of memoriam in future years is action right now. And so tonight, of the Parliamentary Secretary, I ask again, when will this government's words align with its actions when it says with its words, never again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me begin by thanking the member for Kitchener Centre for his question and his ongoing attention to this subject. We too share his immense sense of grief, and our hearts break for the tragic loss of civilian life in Israel and Gaza. In particular, Madam Speaker, we grieve for the children who've been disproportionately affected by this ongoing conflict. But let us also acknowledge that this debate is taking place after a ceasefire was secured between Israel and Hezbollah. Though we remain horrified by the loss of civilian life in Lebanon and northern Israel, this ceasefire is the product of tireless and creative diplomacy. As our world becomes increasingly unstable, direct diplomatic engagement remains the most productive tool in building peace. Of course, the horrific attacks by Hamas against Israeli citizens on October 7th still shocks us all. We continue to unequivocally condemn Hamas, a listed terrorist organization, We will never forget the pain and suffering caused by their heinous acts of violence. Canada also condemns Hamas's unacceptable treatment of hostages. We continue to call for not only the immediate and unconditional release of all remaining hostages, but also the return of the bodies of hostages killed in Gaza. Madam Speaker, what has been happening in Gaza is catastrophic. The humanitarian situation was already dire. Civilians in Gaza have nowhere else to go, and as the Minister has said, asking them to move again is unacceptable. The violence must stop. Canada has been calling for an immediate, sustainable ceasefire for months. But this cannot be one-sided. Hamas must lay down its arms. And also, Madam Speaker, humanitarian aid must urgently be increased and sustained. The need for humanitarian assistance in Gaza has never been greater. Rapid, safe, and unimpeded humanitarian relief must be provided to civilians. Canada was the first G7 country to act, and we will continue to work with partners towards ensuring the sustained access of humanitarian assistance for civilians, including food, water, medical care, fuel and shelter, and access for humanitarian workers. Today, Canada has announced $215 million in humanitarian assistance to address the urgent needs of vulnerable civilians in this crisis. When it comes to UNRWA, we understand the vital role they play in delivering aid to Palestinian civilians. Legislation passed by the Israeli government aimed at revoking the privileges and immunities of UNRWA is cause of great concern. It is also critical that UNRWA continue its reform program, demonstrate its commitment to the principle of neutrality, and ensure that its activities remain entirely in line with its mandate. We continue to urge the Israeli government to abide by its international obligations and allow for a full, rapid, safe, and unhindered delivery of humanitarian assistance. Civilians continue to bear the brunt of the unfolding tragedy. Canada's commitment to life-saving humanitarian aid remains unwavering. We condemn the killing of civilians in Lebanon, Gaza, the West Bank, and Israel. We continue to insist that civilians be protected. Attacks on hospitals, aid delivery sites, and refugee camps have caused the deaths of dozens of civilians seeking refuge. When it comes to South Africa's case at the International Court of Justice, the court has been clear on the provisional measures. Israel must ensure the delivery of basic services and essential humanitarian assistance and must protect civilians. The court's decisions on provisional measures are binding. We've also seen, Madam Speaker, the expansion of settlements accelerating in the West Bank as settler violence continues. Madam Speaker, we continue to respond to the urgent needs.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that the Parliamentary Secretary spoke of the importance of humanitarian aid getting into Gaza. She spoke of condemning civilians who've been murdered in Gaza. In light of that, though, what I've been calling for are what we've heard from activists across the country who are calling for Canada to resume its work as a peacemaker in the world. That if we are going to stand up in the face of this genocide in Gaza, we should be starting with calling for a true two-way arms embargo and following through on that. The Parliamentary Secretary and I have spoken about this in this place before, along with, as I shared earlier, recognizing the state of Palestine. In light of her comments tonight, will she be advocating inside of this government to ensure we have a true two-way arms embargo in place?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada is committed to lasting peace in the Middle East, including the creation of a Palestinian state living side by side in peace and security with Israel. And Canada is prepared to recognize a Palestinian state at the right time, conducive to a lasting peace, not necessarily as the last step along the path. But let me assure the honourable member, we remain fixated on this conflict. Just yesterday, my colleague, the member from Don Valley West, and also Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, delivered Canada's national address to the Cairo Ministerial to enhance humanitarian response in Gaza. The needs of civilians in Gaza are dire. That is why, on Friday, the government announced an additional $50 million in humanitarian assistance, raising the total to $215 million. Canada will continue to be there, Madam Speaker. We will work with our partners and allies. Madam Speaker, the violence must stop. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Madam Speaker, a CBC story last week listed the 10 top U.S. imports from Canada in 2023. It totaled $340 billion. Oil, gas, and petroleum products made $160 billion of that, which is 48%. Ag products, $30 billion, 10%. Ag products depend a lot on the oil and gas and petroleum products when you're talking about fertilizer and machinery. And then transportation equipment, $74 billion, 25%. Transportation equipment, that's steel, metal, all sorts of things made from the resource sector. So a tremendous amount of exports to a country that's looking for self-sufficiency in North America, and that comes from Canada. A lot of it comes from Canada, our exports. We're over 50%. Does the U.S. have a cap on emissions, a cap on oil and gas production now? No. Has the President-elect indicated he would put an emissions cap on oil and gas production? No. He's looking to expand their oil and gas production, and he's looking for more from his biggest trading partner in oil, gas, Canada. That's why we need a North American energy security. But the cap would cause 1 million barrel per day reduction in oil production by 2030, with an additional 1 million barrel per day cut by 2035. This cap on oil emissions is a cap on responsible Canadian oil production and jobs and paychecks. In Alberta, we're talking 92,000 jobs reductions. We're talking $12 billion government revenue lost. The Conference Board of Canada think tank estimates the cap would reduce Canada's GDP by $1 trillion by 2030. That's $1 trillion. That's a loss of 151,000 jobs across Canada by 2030, and slowing the GDP by 2030 from 15.3 to 14.3. Deloitte estimates Alberta will see 3.6 less than investment, 4.5% decrease in the province's economic output. But also Ontario would lose 15,000 jobs and $2.3 billion from its economy. Quebec would even lose thousands of jobs. I know my colleagues across the way have often talked about other forms of energy production. Well, solar and wind. I have the largest ones in Canada in my riding is solar and wind. And they were complaining about the Premier putting a moratorium. Well, they did a 6-month review. In one of the reviews it said, you don't build them on irrigated land, which is a lot in my riding because that's for crops. But yet I still have the largest ones in Canada in my riding. But the other day at 7 o'clock in the morning, no sunlight rays hitting solar, no wind moving, not one iota of power was coming out of solar or wind that morning. 7 o'clock in the morning, nothing. What didn't supply it? Natural gas was supplying the energy we need in Alberta. And the products it takes to make solar and wind, we're talking about steel, we're talking about aluminum, we're talking about plastics. All those things to make solar and wind come from the resource industry, other than glass. Now, here's an interesting thing about glass. It takes sand. It takes a specific kind of sand. National Geographic reports that China is destroying estuaries all over the world as mining companies now get that best small round sand to make glass, not the stuff in the deserts, it's rough. So from the National Geographic research, thank you.
Terry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that the question originated as talking about carbon pricing, but I'm really happy if we're going to talk about the cap on emissions from oil and gas instead. I mean, I'd like to begin by starting with the point that emissions in Canada are on their way down. That's a good thing. And when we first formed government, emissions were tracking upwards, and there was no path to bringing those down. Now, today, we sit in a place where our emissions are lower than they had been in almost 3 decades. That's real progress. And that's what our young people want to see from us and our next generations, because they know that if we don't take action on climate change, that we're going to see more and more natural disasters, and that we are going to also lose the economic opportunities that we have here in our country to provide the energy and to provide that know-how and to provide that innovation that we are creating right here. And in fact, we see this time and time again, that we are developing that important know-how. If you want to look at examples, Madam Speaker, of how we're working on supporting great energy projects right here in our country, you only need to look no further than the Oneida Battery Project that's with 6 nations, not far from Toronto. It's kind of in southern Ontario. It will be one of the largest battery projects in all of North America. And that was created with the help from the Canada Infrastructure Bank, from the federal government, making sure that we're working in partnership. It's a question of reconciliation, but it's also about how do we create that battery storage for the days that the member opposite was bringing, where maybe there's less sun, less wind. Well, you know what? There's battery storage. We do have those other solutions, and the world is looking for these other energy solutions. That's why we worked with Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia to develop an offshore wind industry. We've created the changes in the Atlantic Accords to be able to make that happen. That's what they were looking for from us. So time and time again, we're working to make sure that Canada's placed at the forefront in fighting climate change, that we actually are on track to meet our targets. And we are, by the way, on track to meet our interim targets for 2026. The oil and gas cap emission cap, that will actually help us to be on track to meet our further targets. We need to take these actions. We need to do it for our economy. We need to do it for our planet.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
And thank you to my colleague who I've worked with before and appreciate what she has stated. And I will talk specifically about carbon tax and the sugar beet industry in Canada. We now have one place left in Canada that refines sugar. We need sugar. It's a growing industry in our country. But in Ontario, what do? They grow sugar beet, about 10,000 tons. They truck them to Michigan. Where's the carbon tax sense in that? It's an industry we have in southern Alberta, but the carbon tax for that producer is getting so expensive to grow, to truck, to have it done as it should be, so we retain this part of our industry in Canada. It's important, but the carbon tax makes it so difficult for us to compete on the world market, and that's an industry we need in southern Alberta. That's an industry we need for Canada, and carbon tax, it threatens it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
How sweet that I get to talk about sugar for a second, because right in downtown Toronto, we have Redpath Sugar. I got to go to Redpath Sugar and to look at the improvements that are being made with federal support from Agriculture Canada to help them to actually reduce their energy costs and energy needs so that they're more efficient. It actually is helping them on their bottom line. It was also helping with making it a safer environment for their workers. So yes, even with sugar, we're making improvements while actually fighting climate change.
Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to have a chance to address once again the government's emissions cap, which is better known as their production cap, because we know that by implementing the emissions cap, we're going to see about 1 million barrels of oil reduction in production in Canada by 2030. There's been various reports that have been done on this and show that that is going to happen. One of the strategic advantages that Canada has enjoyed for the last number of decades has been our reliable, affordable, and efficient energy production. And that's been done largely through the oil and gas sector that we have here in Canada. But let's also talk about some of the benefits that our communities receive from the oil and gas sector, Madam Speaker. When we look at communities around southwest Saskatchewan, for example, the town of Shaunavon, they have the Crescent Point Wickenheiser Centre, which is the community skating rink, the curling rink, meeting rooms, and event spaces. In Kindersley, Inter Pipeline actually just entered into a 10-year partnership to be the naming rights sponsor for the Event Centre Arena, which supports the minor hockey program there as well as the Kindersley Clippers in the SJHL. Just last month in my hometown of Swift Current, Whitecap Resources made a $100,000 commitment towards the Southwest Facility Foundation, which is going to be a new multi-purpose facility that we're looking to build in Swift Current. And beyond that, when we look at the Dr. Noble Irwin Health Foundation, when you look at the various donors who are on the list, the various businesses who are donating to the success of healthcare all across Southwest Saskatchewan, but particularly in Swift Current, you see people who are entrepreneurs in the oil and gas sector. You see the small businesses that are operating in the service industry, that they're the ones who are donating to these causes. When we look at our minor sports teams, when you look at the boards of people who have donated, who are either platinum, gold, or silver sponsors of minor sports, whether it's hockey or baseball, again, it's energy companies who are the ones who are leading the charge on making donations to minor sports, to minor hockey, senior centers, schools, education that happens. It's these companies who are the ones who are putting their dollars into these facilities and into various courses and classes that are available. So these are the companies that need to be supported, but these are the companies that the Liberal government is deliberately attacking and is trying to wipe out with their draconian policies like the emissions cap, which, as I said, is a production cap. But let's look further at what's going to happen here. In these reports that I referenced earlier, 150,000 jobs are expected to be lost because of the emissions cap. And when you look at the average salary in the oil and gas sector, it's over $151,000, which is 2.4 times greater than the average salary across the Canadian economy. Now, in 2030, when this emissions cap is fully implemented, we're going to see a drop in $34.5 billion in economic potential in Canada. When you game that out, Madam Speaker, that averages out to a drop in $420 per month for the average family across the country in disposable income. That's going to be the result and the track record of this government. So I don't know why they're so committed to trying to devastate the Canadian economy. They know that the natural resource sector, particularly the oil and gas sector, is the driver of the Canadian economy. It is what produces good jobs, and it is actually the industry that is the single largest investor in renewable energy in this country, and that's who they are directly assaulting, Madam Speaker.
Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm not even sure fully how to respond to that speech that I just heard, which was a list of the donations made by the oil and gas industry to the members' community. I mean, that's great. I just don't really know how to respond to that, except for to say that, you know, in my community, local sports are supported by many different community organizations and businesses, and I thank them very much for their support. But I don't think that that's actually what we're supposed to be debating today, and I don't think that that's necessarily the most important issue that we have to talk about, because I think the most important issue that we have to talk about, and the member opposite did touch on this as well, is what's the future for our economy and for our environment and our planet here in this country and around the world. And I think that one of the things that frustrates me sometimes is that there isn't enough focus as well on all of the opportunities. It just seems so frustrating to always be talking in the negative. There are opportunities, and the world is looking to us for those opportunities. In fact, Romania, wanting to make sure that it can stay away from Russian oil, turned to Canada. We're providing expertise in providing more nuclear support and how they can actually build out nuclear energy more. That is something that we can provide. When we look at other places where we're working with our allies, we have the know-how and the go-to, and that's something that we need to be continuing to bring forward. Just recently, I got to go to the graduation of the first all-female class of new millwrights who will be working at the Darlington refurbishment. It was a great opportunity there, good paying union jobs for these women coming out of the program. There are opportunities, and we need to be seizing them. And at the same time, we need to be fighting climate change, because that is the most existential threat for our planet. So let's do both. Let's stop focusing on the negative. Let's look at all that we can achieve, and that is, in fact, what we're doing.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, I'm not sure why she says, let's not focus on the negative. She says, let's not focus on the loss of $35 billion from the Canadian economy. Let's not focus on the drop in GDP that's going to happen on this. Let's not focus on the 150,000 job losses that are going to come because of the emissions cap. That's what she doesn't want to focus on. She doesn't want people to know about these kind of things. And she's going to talk about, the environment. We got to do so much for the environment. It's oil and gas companies that have been leading the charge in investments in trying to reduce their methane emissions. They've been working on efficiencies. They've actually decreased emissions in their own sector on their own without government mandates over the years. They've been the single biggest driver in making sure that Canadian oil and energy is the most ethical, but the highest standards, but also done so in a way that's still affordable for Canadians to have affordable, reliable energy. That's the strategic advantage that Canada has, and this Liberal government wants to make it go away. It's a shame.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, it's just that I'm trying to not talk down our economy because I know that we can accomplish so much more. Look, what we should also know is that the oil and gas sector is Canada's largest source of greenhouse gas emissions, and the emissions from that part of the sector continue to grow. But you know what? I don't even understand what the confusion is about why we should have a cap on emissions from the oil and gas sector. Pathways originally had said that they were on track, that they wanted to do that very same thing. So where's the argument? We need to do this. We need to do it for our economy. We need to do it for the environment.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.